3,288 Plenty of rewards. 1. I'll try. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. The brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were all ready. Xia Ruofei went to the table, picked up the brush, and began to draw a picture. Xia Ruofei finished the drawing in no time. Under normal circumstances, these two diagrams would take a lot of time to deduce, and one would also need a strong mathematical talent to be able to draw them out. Especially the 20-line diagram, which was actually drawn with the help of a computer. However, these two atlases were stored in Xia Ruofei's mind. He didn't even need to think and could just draw them out. Taoist Jinyang held the two pieces of paper with ink still wet and looked at them seriously for a long time. Finally, he confirmed that Xia Ruofei had really come up with the arrangement of the 18 and 20 lines. He said in a surprised tone, "Scholar, Xia is truly a genius. This humble Taoist is full of admiration. I wonder if you can draw more lines?" Xia Ruofei smiled. In theory, there is indeed a way to arrange more lines. However, it will take a lot of time to deduce. I can't do it in a short time. Xia Ruofei knew that with the computer's complicated calculations, more lines could be deduced. 20 lines was not the limit. However, he had never seen such a diagram before. So he naturally knew when to stop. He couldn't really deduce it on the spot, and he didn't have the ability to do so. Besides, Xia Ruofei had heard that arranging the lines was not limited to the two-dimensional space. It could only be done in the three-dimensional space. Even Taoist Jinyang might not be able to understand it if it was drawn on a piece of paper. Hearing this, old Taoist Jinyang smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Master Xia's performance has already exceeded my imagination. In that case, I can get an extra reward?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Old Taoist Jinyang nodded and said, "Naturally." After saying that, Taoist Jinyang paused for a moment before continuing with a serious expression, "Scholar Xia, thank you for solving the question that has troubled me for many years. In order to express my gratitude, I have a few gifts for you." Xia Ruofei's spirits were lifted. The mission reward was about to be released. Of course, he would not pretend to decline politely, because he did not know if the NPC in front of him would really go along with the flow and not give the reward because of his refusal. If that was the case, he would be in deep trouble. "Thank you," Xia Ruofei said with a bright smile, then looked at old Taoist Jinyang with anticipation. With a flip of his hand, old Taoist Jinyang took out a long wooden box from his storage treasure and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took the wooden box and opened it. It was a flying sword that was as clear as autumn water. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, and it had an extremely sharp aura. The flying sword was obviously a good item, but Xia Ruofei was a little disappointed. The reason was very simple. He had already tried it. Flying swords could not be used in this mystic realm at all. No matter how good a flying sword was, if it could not be controlled, its function would be reduced by 90%. It could only be used as a relatively sharp weapon. It was simply a waste of God's gift to use his mental power to grab and slash. If Xia Ruofei had obtained such a flying sword on Earth, he would naturally be very excited. However, in this secret realm, the most important thing was to improve his ability to survive. Besides, he already had a flying sword. If he had another flying sword, it would only be left in the spirit map space to eat dust. He would basically have no use for it. Old Taoist Jinyang seemed to have seen through Xia Ruofei's disappointment. He smiled and said, "Layman Xia, this sword is called Curved Frost. Its most unique characteristic is that it can be used normally in this small world." "Thank you, Taoist priest," Xia Ruofei said absent-mindedly. Then, he immediately came back to his senses. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "What? The sword can be used here?" "Yes." Old Taoist Jinyang nodded with a smile. Of course, the prerequisite was that Scholar Xia had to be able to master the special sword, controlling technique of this sword. That's right, the incantation is also in the case. Scholar Xia can take a look first. Xia Ruofei quickly put the flying sword aside and picked up the wooden box. There was indeed a piece of yellowed paper in the box. Xia Ruofei had been so focused on the flying sword that he did not notice this piece of paper. Xia Ruofei carefully picked up the piece of paper and looked at it. It really recorded the sword control technique. This technique was clearly designed for the flying sword. Perhaps it was also to adapt to the special rules of this secret realm. Hence, it was very different from the sword control technique that Xia Ruofei had previously mastered. As a result, Xia Ruofei did not understand it at all when he first read it. He was completely confused. However, Xia Ruofei was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was very excited. Although he couldn't immediately understand this sword art, he could still see that if he really grasped this sword controlling technique, he really could control the flying sword of the Bent Frost in this secret realm. To be more precise, as long as one mastered this sword controlling technique, in theory, they could also control other flying swords. Of course, if the flying sword was specially made for this secret realm, it would definitely fit the rules of this space better. On the other hand, this technique might be able to control other flying swords refined on Earth, but it definitely wouldn't be able to control them as easily as controlling the Tsushuang flying sword. Xia Ruofei couldn't care less about the fact that Taoist Jinyang was right beside him. He grabbed the paper that recorded the sword control technique and started to read it carefully. He even released his spiritual power to simulate it. From time to time. 3,289 Plenty of rewards. 2. Old Taoist Jinyang didn't rush him and simply stood to the side and watched with a smile. After about half an hour, Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. He had finally mastered the sword control technique. It could be said that he had a basic grasp of it. Xia Ruofei couldn't wait to try it out. Thus, he first made the flying sword recognize him as its master. Then, he silently used the sword control technique he had just learned and quickly established a connection with the flying sword. The Tsushuang flying sword, which had just been placed on the table, suddenly seemed to come to life. It hummed softly and began to sway as it floated in the air. Xia Ruofei tried to control the flying sword and did a few movements. He realized that the sword technique could be used. The only thing he was lacking now was proficiency. He believed that with more practice, he would be able to use the flying sword like he did on Earth. The learning ability of cultivators was very strong. Controlling a flying sword was not a particularly complicated skill. As long as one mastered this sword art, it was relatively easy to increase the proficiency. Xia Ruofei's face was full of excitement. Being able to use a flying sword in the secret realm would greatly increase his survivability. Moreover, flying swords could be controlled, which meant that sword kinesis flight was also possible. In other words, he would be able to use sword kinesis flight. in the process of exploring the secret realm. This was much stronger than when he could only use his feet to measure the boundless secret realm space. Besides, being able to ride a flying sword meant that his ability to escape had increased by a large margin. This was undoubtedly a great advantage for Xia Ruofei. Thank you for your generosity, Taoist priest. Xia Ruofei sincerely bowed to old Taoist Jinyang. Even though the other party was just a puppet, the reward this time was too useful to Xia Ruofei. Hence, his gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Old Taoist Jinyang waved his hand with a smile and said, "This is what you deserve." He paused for a moment before continuing, "There's one more thank you gift, but I can't give it to you for the time being. I'll give you another gift first. This is an extra thank you gift for completing the third difficult problem." Although Xia Ruofei was confused about the second reward, he was excited and full of anticipation when he heard that it was the reward for the additional question. Old Taoist Jinyang took out another treasure from his storage spiritual treasure and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took it and looked at it. He couldn't help but reveal a curious look. The shape of this treasure was really strange. It looked like a pair of glasses with two round, pink crystal lenses connected in the middle. However, this glasses did not have legs. Instead, it was attached with an elastic band made of some animal's tendon, making it look more like a wind-proof goggles. No matter what, this was an item with a modern aura. It didn't look like a treasure from the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei didn't know why old Taoist Jinyang would take out this thing, and it was even an additional reward. Generally speaking, additional rewards were relatively difficult to obtain, so the rewards should also be relatively valuable. Could it be that this thing was more precious than the flying sword of the bent frost? Old Taoist Jinyang introduced with a smile, "Master Xia, this item is called the sensory mirror. It's also a precious magical treasure, but it can only be used here. It can't be taken out. I have to make this clear to Master Xia first, so this was a control-type treasure. It could only be used in the secret realm, and it could not be taken out of the secret realm." As such, Xia Ruofei's interest in this item was even smaller. However, he still asked, "May I ask, what is the use of this perceptual mirror? This treasure has many uses. Why don't you let it recognize you as its owner and wear it on your body? I'll explain them to you one by one, Taoist," Jinyang said with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded. Xia Ruofei was already familiar with the process of dripping blood on the perceptual mirror to recognize its master. Soon, he successfully made the perceptual mirror recognize its master. He could also feel the faint connection between him and the perceptual mirror. Under Taoist Jinyang's guidance, Xia Ruofei put on the perceptual mirror pendant. Just as he expected, the thing was worn on the head, and the two lenses blocked the eyes. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, "I won't be wearing it all the time, will I?" Even if it had a very impressive function, it was too embarrassing to wear it all year round. Wearing these extra, large, wind-proof goggles would definitely make one look very silly. Xia Ruofei thought as he took out a mirror from the spirit map space. He wanted to see his glorious image. He mustered up the courage to look at the mirror and almost cried out in shock. His image in the mirror had not changed at all, although the sensory mirror was worn. It seemed to be completely invisible and could not be seen at all. "What's going on?" Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. "After the sensory mirror has recognized you as its master, it will automatically disappear when you wear it again. No one will be able to see that you're wearing this magic weapon, Taoist Jinyang said with a smile. Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It would be embarrassing if he kept wearing a weird pair of goggles. Of course, old Taoist Jinyang had also said that this item could only be used in the mystic realm and couldn't be taken away. It was still unknown whether he would be able to meet anyone in the mystic realm. However, it was always good to be able to hide. Xia Ruofei felt it for a while. He did not know what the rubber band of the sensory mirror was made of, but it was comfortable and did not feel uncomfortable. The other lens looked like pink crystal, but after he put it on, he saw nothing different, not to mention the color change. This was not bad. Otherwise, it would be maddening to see a field of pink. Of course, the most important thing was what this thing was used for. It was useless, no matter how comfortable it was. Taoist priest, Xia Ruofei asked directly, "What can this treasure do? Please tell me." The perceptual mirror, as its name suggests, is used to display the function of perception. Scholar Xia can use his mind to communicate with the treasure, and this treasure can determine the cultivation level and level of cultivators, monsters, and even objects within one's field of vision. Some of them even have a simple introduction. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He used his mind to connect with the perceptual mirror, and as expected, he obtained a lot of information. It was quite easy to operate. He turned his gaze to the little Taoist boy, Qing Feng, at the door, and lines of words in traditional Chinese characters suddenly appeared in his vision. The Taoist child Qing Feng beginner puppet, cultivation level, refined Qi level 6, weakness, the material used to make it is flawed. The hardness of the body is relatively low, especially the defense of the neck. There was some other information below. Xia Ruofei scanned through it and erased it with his mind. This was too magical. With this function alone, Xia Ruofei had the ability to cheat in the secret realm. He couldn't help but turn to look at old Taoist Jinyang, but to his disappointment, the sensory mirror only gave him a series of greetings and no useful information. Old Taoist Jinyang seemed to have seen through Xia Ruofei's intention and laughed. There's a limit to the scope of the sensory mirror. It's related to your cultivation level. If your cultivation level is 3 levels higher than yours, all information will be hidden. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that even though Taoist Jinyang was a puppet, his level was so high that he could not see any information from the sensory mirror. Of course, even so, the use of the perceptual mirror was already very great. If he saw a situation full of question marks, it meant that the other party's level was at least 3 levels higher than his. In this case, it was better to stay away. Therefore, even if they could not see through the other party's information, they could still give an early warning. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with this additional reward. On the other hand, old Taoist Jinyang chuckled and said, "Mr. Xia, the sensory mirror has another function that should be very helpful to you." 3290 puppets also cheat people. 1. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei immediately perked up and asked, "Taoist priest, what other functions does the perceptual mirror have?" Old Taoist Jinyang smiled and said, "Actually, Scholar Xia could have discovered this function by himself, but I'll tell you." The sensory mirror had another very important function in this trial pagoda, and that was to display the map. Through the sensory mirror, Scholar Xia could find the entrance and exit of each floor. There were even some places where there might be opportunities, which were marked in the sensory mirror. Of course, the markings aren't necessarily accurate, and although some of the marked locations have great opportunities, they are also accompanied by great risks. As such, I suggest that you use them with caution. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He didn't expect the perceptual mirror to have such an amazing function. He hurriedly used his mind to communicate with the perceptual mirror. Sure enough, he quickly figured out how to use it. A map appeared in his field of vision in an instant. There was a small dot of light on the map that was the location of Truyang Temple, which was obviously his current position. Xia Ruofei tried to take 2 steps to the side and the small dot of light immediately moved a little. It was quite sensitive and accurate. Xia Ruofei looked at the map of the first floor and realized that the area was not big. The mini-town was the most important thing in the area. Even the smallest alley in the town was marked on the map. Besides, Xia Ruofei soon found the entrance to the second level, which was located at the side of Truyang Temple. This function was simply too heaven-defying. Xia Ruofei was very excited. With the perceptual mirror, his movements in the tower would be much more convenient. Right, it seemed that Taoist Xinyan had called this tower the Trial Tower. Xia Ruofei thought of this and quickly asked, Taoist Xinyan, this tower was originally called the Trial Tower? I wonder if you can give me more information about the Trial Pagoda? Everything about the Trial Pagoda will have to be explored by Scholar Xia himself. I can't reveal it to you. Taoist Xinyan said with a smile. All right then. Xia Ruofei said. However, he wasn't too disappointed. After all, the perceptual mirror he obtained this time would be of great help to him. In this way, getting the bonus questions was really worth it. Xia Ruofei didn't know if Qin Xian and the rest would experience the same trial tower. He also didn't know if any of them could draw a 20-line diagram. However, he knew that if he didn't go online to read all kinds of knowledge and just remembered it, it would be almost impossible to deduce it on the spot. Hence, Xia Ruofei estimated that only Ling Qingxue and Yu Xianer could do it, while the rest of the team could not. This was because other than the 2 of them who had gone through formal higher education in the secular world, most of the others were born and grew up in the sect. Qin Xian had learned some computer knowledge later on, but that was only for the sake of working in the Paradise Corporation. He didn't know much about other aspects of the secular world. Xia Ruofei originally wanted to find out more about the situation in the Trial Pagoda and the entire secret realm. However, seeing that old Taoist Xinyan would not reveal anything, he did not make any more futile efforts. Scholar Xia, I've handed the sensory mirror to you, and it looks like you're already familiar with it, old Taoist Xinyan said with a smile. Next, it's time to honor the second reward that I just mentioned. Oh? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, I wonder what the second reward is? Please follow me, Scholar Xia. Old Taoist Xinyan said with a smile. With that, old Taoist Qin Yang walked out of the quiet room first. Xia Ruofei quickly followed after him. He didn't know what old Taoist Xinyan was up to, but up until now, old Taoist Xinyan had been kind to him. He had also said that it was a reward, and according to the puppet's operating rules, since it was a reward, it shouldn't be a trap. Old Taoist Xinyan kept walking forward and walked out of Truyang Temple. Xia Ruofei was curious as to where the old Taoist was taking him. He saw that old Taoist Xinyan was already on the winding mountain road, so he quickly followed him and asked, Taoist Xinyan, where are we going? Scholar Xia. Just follow me. We'll find out soon enough. Old Taoist Xinyan said with a smile. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders. Since the old Taoist wanted to keep him in suspense, he couldn't force him to tell him. He could only follow behind. After Taoist Jinyang walked down the small mountain, he headed straight for the mini town. Xia Ruofei opened the map in the perceptual mirror out of boredom. As he walked, he looked at the dot of light that represented him moving forward. It was quite similar to the navigation function when driving, but it seemed to be more precise. From afar, Xia Ruofei could see that the mini-town was still bustling with people. It was a bustling scene. However, he knew very well that everything in the town was man-made, including the residents. When old Taoist Jinyang brought Xia Ruofei onto the stone path of the town, the entire town fell silent in an instant, as if the whole world had been paused. A peddler selling candied haws had been shouting loudly as he walked. Now, he still maintained his striding posture, his head slightly raised, his mouth wide open, and his expression quite rich, but he was completely frozen. The shopkeeper had just passed a piece of cloth to the young girl opposite the counter, and the young girl was currently reaching out to take the cloth with an innocent smile on her face. All of this had frozen in the moment when old Taoist Jinyang stepped onto the stone path. 3291 Puppets also cheat people, too. There was also a rider on the street, who was also frozen in place. The rider was lying on the back of the horse, while the horse was still in a running position. Everything in the small town was frozen, except for the steamer baskets at the breakfast stalls that were still emitting steam. Xia Ruofei was not surprised because when he came in, he had already noticed that everything in this mini-town was man-made. The residents and animals were all puppets, but they were very realistic. What he didn't expect was that old Taoist Jinyang could actually control everything here. It was clear that the reason all the puppets were frozen at this moment was because of old Taoist Jinyang. Old Taoist Jinyang strolled into the mini-town, with Xia Ruofei following closely behind him. Taoist Jinyang turned to look at Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, "Scholar Xia, you don't seem to be very curious about this scene?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "So far, I haven't found any other life forms on the first floor of the trial pagoda. I knew that everything in this town was man-made, including the residents." Old Taoist Jinyang couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei and said, "Scholar Xia is indeed quick-witted." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Although these puppets look very realistic, their movements are still a little stiff. The whole town is like a sophisticated machine. Every part is operating according to the established program without any mistakes. However, as the saying goes, going too far is as bad as not enough. This kind of precise order definitely doesn't exist in normal human towns." Old Taoist Jinyang gave Xia Ruofei a big thumbs up. "Taoist priest, you haven't told me what the second reward is." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Actually, the second reward isn't a physical item, but a piece of information," Taoist Jinyang said with a smile. "The information that Taoist priest wanted to tell me, could it be that these residents and animals are all puppets?" Xia Ruofei asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If that was the case, then it was really a bit too much. This was because Xia Ruofei had already realized this. This meant that the reward was meaningless to him. Old Taoist Jinyang waved his hand with a smile and said, "Naturally, it won't be such a simple piece of information." Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. No matter what information Taoist Jinyang could provide, as long as it was something he didn't know before, then his efforts were not in vain. He asked, "What is the specific information?" "I Hope Taoist priest won't be stingy with your teachings. Old Taoist Xinyan chuckled. You're too kind, layman Xia. This is the reward you should have received. Layman Xia, the information I can provide you is that the cultivation of these puppets in this town is actually extraordinary. The weakest is early golden core, and 2 of them even have the strength of nascent soul. From the moment you stepped into the town, they have already regarded you as an invader and will attack you to the death. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but widen his eyes. At the side, old Taoist Xinyan chuckled and asked, Scholar Xia, how is it? This information is still useful, right? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all this talk, he was just telling himself that he would be hunted down by hundreds of golden core stage and even nascent soul stage cultivators? In order to tell him this, old Taoist Xinyan had actually pulled him into this small town. What use was this information? It was simply a huge pit, alright? Xia Ruofei, you thought there was a trap in front of you, but you didn't expect the real trap to be waiting here. Was there a need to bring him all the way to the town to tell him this piece of news? Wouldn't it have been better to just tell him directly in True Yang Temple? True Yang Temple was even closer to the entrance of the 2nd level. If he was really no match for them, he would have enough time to escape to the 2nd level. Presumably, these puppets wouldn't chase him to the 2nd floor. Thank you, Taoist priest, Xia Ruofei said with a dry smile. However, I would like to know when these puppets will begin to pursue me. With a mysterious smile, Taoist Xinyan said, now. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole town became lively again. The horses continued to gallop forward, the cloth shop owner and the girl in pink happily completed the transaction, and the candied gourd peddler continued to shout. The puppets did not notice the frozen scene at all. To them, everything was continuous. Of course, there was a difference. Everyone's eyes fell on Xia Ruofei at the same time, and their killing intent exploded. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but curse under his breath. Then, he subconsciously took out his Zhuchuang flying sword. He made a sword gesture and stepped on the flying sword. Then, he flew away in his flying sword. Now, he finally understood that the so-called 2nd reward was clearly a huge trap. Who said that puppets would not lie? When old Taoist Xinyan lied, his face wouldn't even turn red. Xia Ruofei had foolishly followed him to the center of the town and ended up in the most dangerous situation. If it wasn't for Xia Ruofei's quick reaction and the fact that he had just mastered the sword technique of sword kinesis flight, he would have been killed by the nearest grocer. Just now, as soon as Taoist Xinyan finished speaking, the grocer had locked onto Xia Ruofei. The carrying pull-in. His hand flew out and heavily hit the place where Xia Ruofei had been standing, causing sparks to fly. The thick bluestone floor had actually cracked into several pieces. If it had hit Xia Ruofei, he would have definitely broken his bones. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had just obtained the warped frost sword and had mastered the sword control technique. Although his posture on the flying sword was still a little stiff, and the flight trajectory was not so perfect, the speed of the flying sword was still brought out. After he narrowly avoided the itinerant peddler's attack, he took advantage of the fact that the other puppets had not yet reacted and directly drove the flying sword to the narrow alley behind the street. At this time, the map function of the perceptual mirror also helped a lot. Xia Ruofei had a real-time map in his field of vision and could clearly see every road. Although the town was not big. There were many narrow alleys on both sides of the street. Many of the alleys were almost empty, and it was quite quiet. After all, there were only more than 100 puppet residents in the entire mini town. Including the animal puppets such as cats, dogs, horses, and so on, there were no more than 200. This area of more than 10 acres was divided into dozens of alleys of various sizes, and it was impossible for the puppets to cover all of them. They were mainly concentrated near the streets. Hence, Xia Ruofei rode his flying sword at high speed in the alley. After a few turns, he arrived at a secluded place. This was where the back door of a manor was located. The alley was only 3 feet wide, with high walls on both sides. The back door of the manor was also tightly closed. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to enter the house rashly. Taoist Jin Yang had just told him that there were Yuanying stage puppets in this mini town. If he happened to be in the house, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Xia Ruofei felt that if he were to encounter a nascent soul cultivator, he would not even have the chance to escape. Hence, he had to be extremely careful. When Xia Ruofei flew into the alley, he had already used his spiritual power to check the situation in the alley. First, he confirmed that there was not a single puppet in the quiet alley. Second, he found the best hiding place in the shortest time possible. In front of the back door of the house, there was a small ditch less than a foot wide. The flowing water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. The 2 sides and the bottom of the ditch were neatly built with cobblestones. The back door of the house was on this side, so there were 2 stone slabs set up from the top of the ditch to the alley. Xia Ruofei flew across the entrance of the house on his sword. He waved his right hand quickly and disappeared into thin air. The quiet alley was still as quiet as before, as if no one had ever been here. 3292 No shortcut. 1. When Xia Ruofei entered the alley on his flying sword, he had already used his spiritual power to investigate. He immediately discovered a crack under the stone slab that crossed the ditch at the back door of the house. As he flew over, he had already summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm, and then accurately threw it into the gap and clamped it. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space and kept the Zhushuang flying sword. After entering the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei immediately released his spiritual power to check the situation outside. In just a few seconds after he hid in the spirit map space, 3 town resident puppets had already found the alley. The 3 puppets were very fast, but they did not know that Xia Ruofei had already hidden himself. Hence, the 3 puppets did not notice him at all. They only did a routine search and left through the alley. Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. The speed of these puppets was much faster than he had imagined. In the center of the mini town, old Taoist Jinyang was standing on the bluestone street with a smile on his face. At this moment, there was a hint of slyness in his eyes, and the dullness unique to puppets that couldn't be concealed had long disappeared. When Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space, Taoist Jinyang's smile froze. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and mumble to himself, "This little guy is quite interesting." At that moment, Taoist Jinyang could no longer sense Xia Ruofei's whereabouts. However, he knew that Xia Ruofei could not have disappeared into thin air, much less left the first level of the Tower of Trials. It was precisely because of this that old Taoist Jinyang found it even more inconceivable. To be able to conceal himself in such a short time and escape his search was truly unbelievable. Old Taoist Jinyang muttered to himself for a moment before stepping on the bluestone street. His body then turned into a shadow that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye as he searched the entire first level of the Tower of Trials at an extremely fast speed. If Xia Ruofei were to see this scene, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop. Taoist language Jinyang didn't use sword kinesis flight but relied on the explosive speed of his physical body. However, his speed was much faster than Xia Ruofei's sword kinesis flight. There was even a faint sound of thunder, and his aura was majestic. One look and one could tell that he was a cultivator with extremely high cultivation. After a fruitless search, Taoist Jinyang returned to the center of the mini-town and laughed. Scholar Xia's methods are impressive, this Taoist is impressed. However, I still have to remind you that you can't just hide in the first level of the Tower of Trials. Even if you can sneak to the entrance to the second level, it's still impossible to open the entrance. Only when you kill more than 100 puppets on the first level will the entrance to the second level be activated. Therefore, you still have to work hard to kill the enemies from now on, Scholar Xia. Although Xia Ruofei was in the spirit map space, he had been releasing his spiritual power to pay attention to the outside world. Therefore, he heard every word that Taoist Jinyang said. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's expression couldn't help but change. The requirement to kill more than 100 puppets to pass one test was a little too harsh. One must know that every puppet in this mini-town was not weak. The weakest one was at the Golden Core stage, and there were even some at the Nascent Soul stage. It was not a problem for Xia Ruofei to defeat 1 or 2 Golden Core puppets, but it was too difficult to defeat 100 of them. After all, these puppets were not made of wood. They would not just stand there and wait for him to kill them. Furthermore, killing one might attract many more. When he was surrounded, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he had many trump cards. If he caused too much of a commotion and attracted the attention of nascent soul cultivators, Xia Ruofei would not be able to escape. The space on the first floor of the Tower of Trials was too small. It was only a few acres. In such a small space, it was difficult for a cultivator to move around. Especially if an original infant stage cultivator targeted Xia Ruofei, he would have nowhere to run. Xia Ruofei also thought of another problem. Did Ling Qingxue have the same experience as him? If Ling Qingxue had entered the Tower of Trials and faced so many Golden Core puppets on the first level, she would definitely not have survived. Xia Ruofei's expression turned even uglier at the thought of this. Of course, there was also a possibility that these puppets were set up according to the cultivation level of the cultivators who entered the Tower of Trials. Perhaps the Qi condensation cultivators who entered the Tower of Trials would also face Qi condensation cultivators as their main opponents. But even so, it was still extremely difficult for Ling Qingxue. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't wait to rush to the higher floors and find a way to meet up with Ling Qingxue as soon as possible. However, the situation in front of him was very awkward. It was impossible for him to rush out rashly. If he were to go out and risk his life with his hot-bloodedness, that would be the behavior of a reckless man. Just as Xia Ruofei was caught in a dilemma, he heard old Taoist Jinyang's voice. Old Taoist Jinyang chuckled and said, "Scholar Xia, please make your decision as soon as possible. The second floor of the Trial Pagoda is much more exciting than the first floor. The earlier you enter the second floor, the more benefits you'll get." "That's right, please be at ease, Benefactor Xia. This Taoist won't participate in the hunt for you, so you just need to focus on dealing with the puppets. There's no need to worry about this Taoist. Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself in the spirit map space, the word hunting is really well used. I've really become the prey of a bunch of puppets now. But you're a bad old man, so there's no way I'd believe you. 3293 No shortcut. 2. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to believe Taoist Jin Yang's words so easily. Just now, Taoist Jin Yang had deliberately led him to the center of the mini-town where there were the most puppets. Then, he had suddenly activated the puppets to surround Xia Ruofei, catching him off guard and almost killing him on the spot. What was even more infuriating was that this old monk had tricked Xia Ruofei into coming in the name of honoring the reward. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to greet old Taoist Jin Yang. He did not dare to believe the old Taoist when he said that he would not participate in the hunt. Besides, old Taoist Jin Yang had said that the entrance to the second floor would only open after he had completed the task of killing 100 puppets. Xia Ruofei did not believe him. He only believed in himself now. Therefore, even though Xia Ruofei was anxious, he did not rush out to fight the puppet just because of old Taoist Jin Yang's words. On the contrary, he quickly calmed down and patiently used his spiritual power to investigate the situation outside. The puppets in the mini-town had all deviated from the established plot. Whether it was the peddlers or the old farmers, they were all searching for Xia Ruofei. Even the young girls who stayed at home and the children who played with mud on the streets were all going through the streets and alleys to find Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could feel the strong aura from these puppets. Even a little girl who looked to be only 8 or 9 years old had reached the advanced stage of the golden elixir realm. Therefore, the strength of these puppets could not be judged by their appearance. Naturally, Xia Ruofei could not fight against so many powerful puppets. He was constantly paying attention to the movements of the puppets. Fortunately, his spiritual power cultivation was very profound, so he could completely cover the range of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Therefore, the situation of these puppets quickly formed a constantly changing dynamic map in his mind. In addition, he had the map vision provided by the perceptual mirror, so he could be said to have a very accurate grasp of the puppet's situation. There was no obvious pattern to the search of these puppets, but because their numbers were not enough to cover the entire floor of the Tower of Trials, there would always be an opening. What Xia Ruofei needed to do was to accurately grasp these openings. He had already found another place to hide the spirit painting. However, it was a crack in the mud wall about 20 meters away from the current hiding place of the spirit painting. However, he just happened to need to pass through this alley and enter a narrow alley opposite, so the risk of being discovered was quite high. Xia Ruofei quickly found an opportunity. At this moment, the two groups of puppets had just passed by the entrance of the alley. Furthermore, they had not entered the alley where the spirit map painting was located, so there was no one in the alley. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to monitor the situation. He knew that he had about 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, another group of puppets would appear at the other end of the alley. If he did not move quickly enough, he would be discovered. Without any hesitation, he left the spirit map space with a thought. The moment he appeared in the narrow alley of the mini-town on the first floor of the Tower of Trials, he had already summoned the Tsushuang flying sword. He stepped on the flying sword and flew forward. At the same time, Xia Ruofei kept the painting hidden in the ditch back into his body, leaving the space, releasing the flying sword, flying on the sword, and putting away the spirit map scroll. the whole process could be said to be done in one go, and the total time spent was only about 1 second. With 2 seconds left, Xia Ruofei's figure disappeared in a flash and appeared in another alley. With a wave of his hand, the spirit map scroll was accurately sent into the crack in the earth wall. At the same time, he returned to the spirit map space with a thought. The 3 seconds had just passed. At that moment, another group of puppets had appeared at the other end of the alley. However, they did not notice anything as Xia Ruofei had already hidden himself carefully. With the help of the spirit map, Xia Ruofei moved from the center of the mini-town to the periphery. It was a close call several times. If he had been a little slower, Xia Ruofei's figure would have been exposed to the puppet. When Xia Ruofei successfully moved to the outskirts of the mini-town and hid the spirit painting in the grass outside the town, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The next step was much easier because there were many shrubs and weeds growing on the hills outside the town. It was much easier to hide the spirit map scroll in such an environment. The puppet's search was still focused on the center of the town and the nearby alleys. Although there were puppets in the outer area, the density was much lower. As long as Xia Ruofei did not make any mistakes, it would be difficult for the puppets to find him. Xia Ruofei used the cover of the weeds and bushes and used the stupid method of moving bit by bit to finally successfully cross the small hill where True Yang Temple was located and came to the rear side. In Xia Ruofei's field of vision, there was a map of the entire first level of the Tower of Trials. He knew very well that the entrance to the second level was just behind True Sun Temple. After crossing the hill, he would be able to see it very quickly. Xia Ruofei carefully avoided the puppet search and advanced to the spot on the map that represented the entrance to the second floor. He saw with his own eyes that the light spot representing himself and the light spot representing the entrance of the passage had overlapped. At this time, there was only a tree in front of him. This was a towering tree that required at least 5 people to wrap their arms around. This tree was also quite tall. It seemed to be able to reach the ceiling of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Could this tree be the entrance to the passage? Xia Ruofei muttered in his heart. How was he going to open the passageway? Did he have to climb to the top of the tree, knock down the ceiling, and enter the second floor? Xia Ruofei suddenly had an absurd thought. Of course, he quickly rejected this idea. The design of the Tower of Trials was so exquisite, how could the entrance of the passage be so nonsensical? There were no puppets coming from the back of the hill, so Xia Ruofei dared to stand in front of the tree and study it carefully. However, he still maintained his spiritual power so that he could react in time and hide if a puppet came close. Just as Xia Ruofei was lost in thought, he heard a burst of laughter behind him. Hee hee. Scholar Xia, I didn't think that you would really have some skills to be able to break out of such a tight encirclement and even accurately find the location of the passage. Xia Ruofei suddenly turned around. When he saw old Taoist Jinyang standing behind him with a face full of smiles, his face revealed a look of disbelief. He had been on high alert just now, and his mental power was released in all 360 degrees without any blind spots. In fact, he had also successfully monitored every move of the puppets in the mini-town. However, when did old Taoist Jinyang appear? If he couldn't find him with his spiritual power, it meant that his strength was far inferior to his opponent's. If old Taoist Jinyang really had any ill intentions towards him, he would have been a corpse by now. Daoist Jin Yang, old Daoist Jin. Yang waved his hand and chuckled, don't worry, Scholar Xia. I've said it before, I won't participate in the puppets. Hunt for you. In this trial, I'll only be a bystander. I won't interfere in any way. Taoist priest, this trial is too difficult, Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Of course it's difficult, old Daoist Jin Yang said with a smile. If an ordinary person could pass it easily, would it still be called a trial? Scholar Xia, you don't have to doubt my words. Bringing you to the center of the town was also part of the trial mission. I can tell you now that the tree you found is the entrance to the second floor. But it's closed now. If you don't kill more than 100 puppets, you won't be able to open the entrance, no matter how hard you try. If you don't believe me, you can turn to the back and see. If there's an 8 trigram symbol on the tree. When this 8 trigram symbol lights up, it means that the passage has been opened. Now that it's not lit up, it means that you didn't kill enough puppets. 3294 News about Ling Qingxue. 1. Xia Ruofei went around the tree and saw a clear 8 trigrams pattern. However, it was currently in a dim state. Old Daoist Jin Yang also walked over and said with a smile, Scholar Xia. I've already restrained those puppets. They won't come within a 3 zhang radius of this place, so you can talk to me in peace. Otherwise, the puppets would have already come. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to scan and found that it was indeed the case. There was even a puppet that had already walked very close to him, but it turned around and left as if it had hit a wall. Thank you, Daoist priest. Xia Ruofei said, but what's your intention in saying this to me? Old Daoist Jin Yang laughed and said, Master Xia is an interesting person. I saw that Master Xia didn't seem to believe my words, so I went through a lot of trouble to find this passage to verify it. I don't want to see Master Xia waste any more time, so I decided to show myself and explain myself. I hope that Master Xia will be able to show his true abilities and kill the puppets as soon as possible to enter the second level of the trial pagoda. I don't mind telling you that the record for clearing the first level of the Tower of Trials was 2 hours, and you've already wasted a quarter of an hour. If you want to break the record, you'll have to do your best. Xia Ruofei's expression froze, and he quickly asked, May I ask if there are any other people who have entered the pagoda to train today? Are they in danger? Taoist Jin Yang's words had revealed an important piece of information. There had been more than one person who had passed the puppet trial of the Tower of Trials and reached the second level. The fastest person had taken 2 hours, which was 2 hours to pass. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately thought of the other members of the expedition team, especially Ling Qingxue. Scholar Xia, what you need to do now is to complete your own trial. Everyone has their own path to walk. You can't influence others' path, and you can't help everyone. Old Daoist Jin Yang said with a smile. Daoist priest, I have a very important friend who entered this secret realm with me, but we were separated. I'm really worried about her safety. If Daoist priest knows about the situation, please let me know. Xia Ruofei said urgently. Everyone had entered at about the same time, but Xia Ruofei did not meet any of the explorers in the secret realm. If everyone had been led into the Tower of Trials by an invisible force, there might be more than one Tower of Trials. It was very likely that this old Taoist Jin Yang knew about the situation of the others. Xia Ruofei was even doubting his previous judgment. The more he looked at Taoist Jin Yang, the more he didn't look like a puppet. He was a real human, and an expert whose cultivation level he couldn't see through at all. However, Xia Ruofei could still feel that there was something different about old Taoist Xinjiang from a real human. However, now was not the time to think about these things. What Xia Ruofei wanted to know was Ling Qingshua's situation. Old Taoist Xinjiang looked at Xia Ruofei and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Layman Xia, according to the rules, I can't tell you any information. However, seeing how much you care about your Tao, companion, I'll tell you a little. That little girl is safe for now. That's all I can say." "Don't ask any more." Xia Ruofei was overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you, Taoist priest." "Thank you, Taoist priest." Old Taoist Xinjiang waved his hand and said, "Scholar Xia, you'd better think of a way to pass the puppet trial as soon as possible. This poor Taoist will take his leave." After he finished speaking, old Taoist Xinjiang cupped his hands towards Xia Ruofei and his figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of Truyang Temple, as if he had teleported. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue. With his strength, he could barely see that old Taoist Xinjiang didn't teleport, but his speed was so fast that he had already moved dozens of meters away when his afterimage had just disappeared. But even if it wasn't teleportation, it was already terrifying enough to be this fast. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think, what is the cultivation level of this Taoist Xinjiang? However, he didn't have much time to think about it. After Taoist Xinjiang left, there was no longer any restriction on the puppets. Soon, one of the puppets found the area where Xia Ruofei was. Xia Ruofei scanned with his spiritual power and found that it was the itinerant peddler who had attacked him first in the central area of the mini-town. At this time, the peddler was carrying an iron pole and walking towards Xia Ruofei. If it was just now, Xia Ruofei would have entered the spirit map space. Now that he had understood the situation, he could no longer hide. It was meaningless to continue hiding. He would only be trapped in the first level and never be able to enter the second level. Furthermore, from what old Taoist Xinjiang had just said, it seemed that the faster one entered the second floor, the more benefits one would obtain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a record. The fastest person to enter the second level took 2 hours. In other words, within 2 hours, this person had killed 100 puppets that were at the same or even higher cultivation level as him and found the entrance to the second level. If Xia Ruofei wanted to break this record, he had to end the battle quickly. He had an advantage, and that was the perceptual mirror, so he didn't need to spend time looking for the entrance to the second floor. After completing the killing mission, he could go straight to the big tree, which would save him a lot of time. 3295 News about Ling Qingxue. 2. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and quietly crouched down in the grass. Even if he wanted to finish the task as soon as possible, he could not act rashly. He had to try his best not to alert the other puppets. Otherwise, if they attacked him together, Xia Ruofei would not be able to stand it. Therefore, assassination was naturally the first choice. Although the itinerant peddler was at the golden core stage, he didn't seem to have the strong perception of human cultivators. So, he still didn't notice Xia Ruofei's existence even when he was about 10 meters away. Xia Ruofei had already held his breath. His spiritual energy was locked on the itinerant peddler. Beside him, the bent frost sword was quietly floating just an inch above the ground, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Just now, Xia Ruofei had hidden all the way from the center of the mini-town to the entrance of the second floor. Although it seemed like it was a waste of effort, In reality, it was not completely fruitless. First of all, he was far away from the area where the puppets were concentrated. He could assassinate the puppets that were alone on the periphery. The difficulty would definitely be much lower than killing a path of blood in the center. During this process, he had also become much more familiar with the sword control technique of the warped frost sword. He could now control the flying sword with much more ease than before. The itinerant peddler approached the weed area where Xia Ruofei was hiding. The grass was very tall, so he took down the carrying pole from his shoulder and used it to sweep the weeds away. It seemed like he was going to search deep into the forest near the big tree at the entrance of the second floor. However, this suited Xia Ruofei's wishes, because the itinerant peddler's route was also heading toward him. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. The itinerant peddler approached Xia Ruofei step by step. When the distance between them was only about 3 meters, Xia Ruofei suddenly stood up and stabbed the itinerant peddler's chest. The itinerant peddler reacted quickly. The moment Xia Ruofei appeared, he was already tensed up. Just as he was about to swing his iron shoulder pole at Xia Ruofei, the sword light appeared. The itinerant peddler immediately dodged to his left, and then he knocked the iron pole forward, accurately hitting the sword light. His pole looked like it was made of pig iron, but it was definitely made of extraordinary materials. After coming into contact with the sword light, a string of sparks flashed on the pole, but it was completely unscathed. On the other hand, the sword light had completely deviated from its course due to a heavy blow. However, the real killing intent only appeared at this moment. Just as the grocer took a step to the left, a flying sword flew out of the grass silently. The itinerant peddler had just used the shoulder pole to block the sword light that he had gotten earlier, but the soundless flying sword had already accelerated and circled around the itinerant peddler's neck. The itinerant peddler's movements suddenly froze, and the iron pole in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Then, a thin red line appeared on his neck. Slowly, blood began to spray out of the red line. The itinerant peddler's expression was dull, and his hands covered his neck in vain. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, his head fell off directly, and a lot of blood spurted out. The itinerant peddler was naturally dead. "It's quite realistic," Xia Ruofei muttered. However, he didn't dare to delay. With a thought, he put away the 2 flying swords and quickly moved. Although the itinerant peddler's death was silent, Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that the puppets would not find out. In the military, the most important rule for a sniper was to ensure the safety of his sniping position. Once there was a possibility of exposing his position, he had to change it decisively. Xia Ruofei naturally knew this. Therefore, after he killed the itinerant peddler, he left without a word. From the abilities that this itinerant peddler had displayed, he was actually about the same as Xia Ruofei, but he was slightly stronger. The reason why Xia Ruofei could kill him so easily was because he had used a flexible tactic. He jumped out from a position 3 meters away from the itinerant peddler and shot out a flying sword at the same time. All these were to attract the peddler's attention. This flying sword was the blue immortal sword that Xia Ruofei had used before. Due to the change in the rules, his original sword control technique could not control the flying sword in the secret realm. He had not mastered the sword control law of the flying sword of the bent frost. It was not a big problem to control the bent frost flying sword, but it was not very good to control the blue immortal sword. Therefore, Xia Ruofei did not use the sword technique. Instead, he used his spiritual energy to directly grab the blue immortal sword. Without any order, he directly stabbed it at the itinerant peddler. As expected, the itinerant peddler was also fooled, and his attention was completely attracted. The real killing move was the flying sword of the bent frost hidden in the grass. As the itinerant peddler dodged and used his iron shoulder pull to block the blue immortal sword, the Tsushuang flying sword flew out from the grass to the side without anyone noticing. At this time, the salesman had just exhausted his old strength and had not yet recovered. Even if he had discovered the sword, it would have been very difficult for him to dodge it since his body was in a temporary state of paralysis, not to mention that he hadn't even noticed the flying sword coming from the side. Naturally, his death wasn't unjust at all. Xia Ruofei quickly hid in a bush about 20 meters away from the place where the itinerant peddler was killed. He spread out his spiritual power and searched for the puppets that were alone. At that moment, Xia Ruofei saw the word 1/100 in his perceptual vision. Beside the line of words, there was a timer that showed that he had 17 minutes. Obviously, the former was to record the number of puppets he had killed, while the counter at the side was to calculate the time he had spent since he had started the mission. The more Xia Ruofei looked at it, the more he felt that this sensory mirror was not a magical treasure of the cultivation world. Instead, it was more like a technological product. Indeed, whether it was the map interface, the mission status display, or other information, the interface was full of a sense of technology. It gave Xia Ruofei the feeling that it was a big production game. Xia Ruofei did not have the time to study the interface of the perceptual mirror. His top priority was to kill as many puppets as possible. If possible, he would prefer to have a one-on-one assassination instead of entering the town's central area. However, he was also very clear that it might be possible at the beginning, but the puppets would definitely not keep coming to kill him. In the end, he would either go to the center of the town to find new prey by himself, or the puppets would form a team to search for him instead of acting alone. Considering that there were 2 original leveled cultivators among the puppets, Xia Ruofei had to be very careful. He had to fight for time, but he had to ensure his own safety. For example, Xia Ruofei had just hidden himself when he noticed 2 puppets coming together on the mountain path. The information from the perceptual mirror showed that one of the 2 puppets had the strength of an early stage golden core cultivator and the other was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. With Xia Ruofei's combat ability, he could take care of the 2 puppets at the same time. However, it would certainly cause a great commotion. It was impossible to kill him silently like how he had dealt with the itinerant peddler just now. This would definitely attract a large number of puppets. Hence, Xia Ruofei decisively chose to give up and let the 2 puppets pass. He continued to lie in the bushes, not moving. In fact, Xia Ruofei had also realized that even though the weakest of these puppets was at the beginning stage of the Golden Core realm, they did not have the keen perception of human cultivators of the same level. Perhaps they did not have any mental power at all, so even if Xia Ruofei was hiding very close to them, as long as Xia Ruofei hid well, the puppets would not notice him at all. Xia Ruofei didn't know if the original infant stage puppet didn't have strong perception. If it did, then the difficulty of this mission would be much lower. After all, the space of the first floor was so small. If each puppet had the strong perception of a human cultivator, he would have no way to hide. Then the difficulty of this task would be too great, and there was no possibility of completing it. Xia Ruofei thought to himself as he continued to search with his spiritual power. Soon, his eyes lit up. 30 meters. Ahead, a puppet in the shape of an old man was slowly approaching. The perception mirror showed that this was a puppet with the strength of the late stage of the golden elixir realm, and there were no other puppets in his vicinity. Xia Ruofei was excited. He hid in the bushes and held his breath. Xia Ruofei stared unblinkingly at the old puppet that was getting closer and closer. The Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword both appeared silently and floated beside him. 3296 Crazy assassination _ Xia Ruofei used the same tactic as when he killed the itinerant peddler. Without much effort, he killed the old puppet, who was obviously at the advanced stage of the golden elixir realm. The count in the perceptual mirror's field of view had become 2 out of 100. After 2 successful attacks, Xia Ruofei realized that although these puppets looked powerful, they were still far from comparable to human cultivators. This gap was not only reflected in the ability of perception. The puppet's reaction speed was also slower than human cultivators. In addition, they were often easily tricked by some cunning tactics. Just like Xia Ruofei's diversion tactic, it had succeeded twice in a row. This old puppet was the same as the previous itinerant peddler. There was no reaction at all. No matter how strong his cultivation was, he would not survive if his neck was cut by the flying sword. Next, Xia Ruofei hid near the small hill and changed his position after each shot. He kept ambushing the puppets that were left alone. Time continued to pass. When the timer showed half an hour had passed, Xia Ruofei had already killed 15 puppets. At this rate, he could at most kill 60 puppets in 2 hours. It was clearly far from enough. Furthermore, it would be even more difficult to kill the puppets later on. Hence, if Xia Ruofei wanted to break the record, he had to speed up. He used his mental power to search again and felt that he could not stay in this relatively safe comfort zone. Otherwise, he might not be able to complete the task of killing 100 puppets even if he was given another 4 hours, let alone 2 hours. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to move closer to the center of the town. After all, most of the puppets were still active in that area. Only a small number of puppets had come to the outer area. Now that Xia Ruofei had cleared most of them, if he continued to wait here, it might take a long time before the puppets would occasionally come over. Xia Ruofei carefully stood up from the grass and ran down the hill. When they passed by the Truyang temple, Xia Ruofei looked at the tightly shut gate and scanned the temple with his spiritual power. However, he only found the Taoist child Qing Feng. As for the quiet room in the back hall, his spiritual power could not penetrate it at all. Xia Ruofei's heart trembled and he quickly retracted his spiritual power. That old Taoist Jin Yang was becoming more and more mysterious in Xia Ruofei's eyes. He didn't want to provoke such an old monster. Xia Ruofei continued to walk in the direction of the small town. Suddenly, he realized that 2 puppets were walking side by side out of the small town and towards the Truyang temple. He had noticed the 2 puppets the moment he raised his head. He did not need to search with his mind power at all. Of course, this also meant that Xia Ruofei was also exposed to the 2 puppets' vision. So, almost like a conditioned reflex, he dodged and hid in the grass. At the side, the 2 puppets had just turned around. They must have seen a suspicious figure, but they could not confirm that it was Xia Ruofei. Hence, the 2 puppets quickened their steps, wanting to investigate. Xia Ruofei lay motionless in the grass. He even stopped breathing. He knew that the two puppets had their attention on them. If there was any movement, they would notice. At that time, he might even shout loudly and summon more puppets. Previously, when he encountered two puppets moving together, Xia Ruofei would usually avoid them. If he really couldn't avoid them, he would simply hide back in the spirit map space and wait for the puppets to leave before coming out. However, Xia Ruofei felt that it was not a good idea to keep hiding. Besides, the two puppets were both in the beginning stage of the golden elixir realm. They should be a couple in the town, so they were holding hands as they walked. The young girl even had a happy smile on her face. He had already taken out the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword. They were quietly floating beside Xia Ruofei, almost touching the grass. Now that his opponents were two puppets, the tried and tested diversion tactic was clearly no longer suitable. The two puppets were getting closer and closer. Xia Ruofei's brain was spinning rapidly, hoping to find a solution in the shortest time possible. The more urgent the situation was, the calmer Xia Ruofei's mind would be. He saw the two puppets holding hands intimately and quickly formulated an attack plan. At that moment, the two puppets were already close to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was still holding his breath and lying in the grass, motionless. However, the two flying swords had already moved silently and arrived behind the two puppets. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to lift the flying sword, carefully avoiding the dense grass. At the same time, he tried to slow down and not make any sound. The two puppets were completely unaware of the danger behind them. Their attention was focused on what was in front of them, and the two of them were searching carefully while holding hands. At this moment, the blue traveling immortal sword suddenly flew out of the grass and stabbed at the female puppet with a sharp whistling sound. The two puppets sensed the danger at the first moment and turned around at the same time. At this time, the blue immortal sword was almost about to pierce the female puppet's chest. The male puppet's expression changed drastically, and he quickly extended the blade in his hand, blocking the blue immortal sword in a flash. However, the two puppets didn't notice that the flying sword of Xushuang, which was really hidden beside them, was attacking the male puppet like a ghost. The speed of the flying sword of Xushuang wasn't as fast as the blue immortal sword, and its momentum wasn't very strong, but it won in concealment and almost didn't make any sound. 3297 Crazy assassination _ the male puppet's attention was all on the blue travel immortal sword. He was bent on saving the female puppet. He did not expect that Xia Ruofei's real target was not the female puppet but him. The Xushuang flying sword and the blue travel immortal sword flew out of the grass one after the other. There was a time difference. The blue travel immortal sword was completely used to attract attention. Different from the previous tactics, the target of the blue travel immortal sword this time was the female puppet. Its purpose was to attract the attention of the male puppet and attack her to save her. As expected, the male puppet was fooled, and it did not realize that danger was approaching. The flying sword of Xushuang silently flew over from the side, and only when it neared the male puppet did it suddenly accelerate, stabbing straight into the male puppet's neck and instantly piercing through it. Blood gushed out from the wound, and the male puppet's eyes widened. He wanted to open his mouth and scream, but because his windpipe had been completely punctured, he could only make a hissing sound in vain. At the same time Xushuang's flying sword stabbed the male puppet, Xia Ruofei had already stood up from the grass. At this moment, he was only 3 to 4 meters away from the two puppets. Moreover, the two puppets had turned around because of the sneak attack from the blue immortal sword. Hence, Xia Ruofei was right behind them. Xia Ruofei didn't care about the male puppet's condition at all, because he was very confident in his control of the flying sword. Although the Xushuang flying sword didn't cut off the male puppet's head, it had pierced through the side and stirred inside. It was definitely dead. Hence, when Xia Ruofei emerged from the bushes, his only target was the female puppet. The female puppet had just been attacked and was in a state of panic. Although the male puppet blocked the blue immortal sword with his machete, before he died, he also died instantly. The female puppet saw the scene with her own eyes and was completely stunned. Her body suddenly became stiff. Xia Ruofei had been waiting for this moment. He pounced on the female puppet from behind. By the time the female puppet heard the commotion behind her, it was already too late. She only had time to turn her head around before Xia Ruofei's palm had already landed on her. The moment the female puppet turned around, Xia Ruofei's palm landed on her forehead. Xia Ruofei had used all his strength in this attack. A violent vital qi was spat out from his palm, and the inside of the female puppet's head was instantly stirred up. At this moment, the male puppet's body had just fallen to the ground. From the blue immortal sword's feint to the bent frost sword, killing the male puppet, to Xia Ruofei personally killing the female puppet, although there was a time difference, it all happened in a flash. The total time was only 2 to 3 seconds. The two puppets fell to the ground one after another. They did not even have the time to scream or cry out in shock before they were killed by Xia Ruofei silently. It had to be said that the factor of tactical design played a big role in this. Of course, it was also because these two puppets were only at the early Oris core stage. Although Xia Ruofei was also at the beginning stage of the Golden Core realm, ordinary cultivators at the beginning stage of the Golden Core realm were no match for him, let alone the puppets that were weaker than human cultivators. Due to the combination of many factors, Xia Ruofei's mission progress was now 17 out of 100. Xia Ruofei had two puppets drag him into the grass. He then kept his two flying swords and continued to move carefully towards the center of the town. On the way, he was lucky enough to meet two puppets that were alone. Xia Ruofei was now able to deal with one puppet at a time. He used the sensory mirror to check the strength of the puppets, and after confirming that he was not unlucky enough to meet a puppet of the original infant stage, he easily killed the two puppets. Xia Ruofei had already realized that even if it was a late-stage Golden Core puppet, it would still be relatively easy for him to assassinate it in the dark if it was a one-on-one battle. Of course, this was also because of Xia Ruofei's outstanding strength. Even when facing human cultivators, he could still challenge them. The strength of puppets was generally lower than human cultivators of the same level. For Xia Ruofei, it was not difficult at all. In other words, as long as Xia Ruofei did not encounter a group attack or two original infant stage puppets, he could easily kill them. Gradually, Xia Ruofei stepped onto the bluestone street of the mini-town. However, he quickly hid in a small alley. There were still many puppets on the street, and if he were to slow down even a little, he would be discovered immediately. In comparison, those small alleys were actually a little safer. Of course, there was also a hidden danger in the alley. It was very likely that they would run into the original infant stage puppet that had not shown its face yet. Choosing the lesser of two evils, it was obviously not the time to fight for his life yet. Hence, Xia Ruofei chose the alley. This way, he could make full use of his advantage in searching with his spiritual power while avoiding encountering too many puppets at the same time. His mental energy was constantly operating at high speed, and he knew the situation of the puppets in the alley like the back of his hand. Although this town was not big, there were still many small boxes on both sides of the main street. These alleys extended in all directions, and some of them were about 2 feet wide. When two people crossed each other, they had to turn sideways to pass through. Xia Ruofei quickly found his target in the alley. The two puppets searched the alley, but there were no other puppets in the nearby alleys. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not let go of such an opportunity. He immediately dashed forward. He unhesitatingly launched an attack from behind the two puppets. The Xushuang flying sword and the roaming jade immortal sword simultaneously attacked the two puppets from the left and right, while he himself also rushed forward at high speed. One of the puppets dodged the blue travel immortal sword's attack, but the other puppet was a step slower and didn't manage to completely dodge, so one of its arms was cut off by the Xushuang flying sword. To the puppets, this kind of damage was nothing. Their vital point was their head. However, this was not the only wave of Xia Ruofei's attack. The Xushuang flying sword's momentum didn't decrease and it directly attacked another puppet. Xia Ruofei's own target was also the unscathed puppet. He took a mysterious step forward and attacked the puppet from the left and right along with the Xushuang flying sword. The trajectory of the Xushuang flying sword was very strange. In fact, this was the sword technique of the noble sword. The puppet was struggling left and right and looked very embarrassed. Xia Ruofei quickly found its weakness and made use of the full power attack of the Xushuang flying sword. He stepped sideways and arrived in front of the puppet. Then, he punched the puppet's head. The puppet with the strength of the intermediate stage of the golden elixir realm did not dodge at all. Its head instantly exploded and it was dead. The other puppet didn't care about its bleeding wound. It immediately shouted and attacked Xia Ruofei at the same time. After Xia Ruofei had killed the puppet with intermediate golden core strength, he didn't stop at all. He stomped on the ground and flew out. At the same time, he kept the blue immortal sword and the Xushuang flying sword into his body. Xia Ruofei did not linger in the battle. He did not care about the puppet that was chasing after him. In a flash, he disappeared into another alley. At this moment, the puppets in the center of the town had been alerted, and they rushed to this position from all directions. Xia Ruofei's brain was working at high speed. After analyzing the situation detected by his spiritual power, he went into a side alley without hesitation. The one-armed puppet had already issued a warning, so Xia Ruofei gave up decisively. His figure was like a ghost, moving through the big and small alleys. Soon, he broke out of the encirclement before it formed. Xia Ruofei hid in the shadows of the alley and used his spiritual power again to check on the situation of the crickets. After they were alerted, their distribution of forces had changed greatly. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that this might be the most suitable way for him to be an assassin hiding in the shadows, quietly dealing a fatal blow to the enemy. 3298 A hair on the neck. 1. From a military point of view, street battles were often extremely tragic. Both sides would fight to the death in a small area, and the forces of both sides would clash. Heavy weapons would be completely useless, and the side with the advantage in strength could also face heavy casualties. This was the tactic that Xia Ruofei was using. The only difference was that there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. Xia Ruofei was alone against hundreds of golden core stage puppets and 2 nascent soul stage puppets. This increased Xia Ruofei's danger, but at the same time, it was easier for him to hide because he was a small target. Xia Ruofei liked the feeling of delivering a fatal blow while hiding in the dark. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was in the military. There was a time when he was a full-time sniper in the team. Whether it was in a drill or in actual combat that could not be reported, he had the experience of reaping heads. Xia Ruofei seemed to be doing the same thing. His figure shuttled through the alley. Every time a puppet was left alone, he would appear behind it like the god of death and use the Xushuang flying sword to cleanly harvest its head. Xia Ruofei was efficient every time he attacked. He would kill in one strike almost every time. Then, regardless of whether he was exposed or not, he would quickly hide and patiently look for the next opportunity in the dark. 20/130/140/1 Xia Ruofei's killing speed was increasing rapidly, and the mission progress on the perceptual mirror was constantly refreshed. During this process, Xia Ruofei's control of the Xushuang flying sword became more and more proficient. Even now, when he encountered 3 puppets forming a team to search for him, he would still act decisively. Of course, he didn't aim to wipe out the 3 puppets in one go. He would usually appear when they were caught off guard, cut off 1 or 2 puppets' heads, and then quickly escape. This way, his efficiency naturally increased a lot. Only an hour had passed and his mission progress bar had become 5100. He had completed more than half of the mission in about an hour. Compared to the cultivator who had completed the mission in 2 hours, which was 2 hours, Xia Ruofei was not slow at all. What's more, he had wasted a lot of time at the beginning of the mission. If this part of the time was taken out, his efficiency was much faster than the record keeper. Xia Ruofei had completely found his rhythm. He was like a fish in water in the dark and narrow alley. His expression was very calm, but his eyes were sharper than an eagle's. Most of the time, when a puppet appeared alone, he would have already sneaked behind it. The mission progress bar continued to move forward. Xia Ruofei had used 1.5 hours to kill 88 puppets. There were 12 puppets left, and there was still half an hour left. At this rate, Xia Ruofei would definitely break the record. In fact, Xia Ruofei thought so too. After killing so many times, his confidence had exploded. Even though he was very close to the record, Xia Ruofei did not relax. On the contrary, he became calmer. There were only about 200 puppets in the mini-town. Now that Xia Ruofei had killed 88 of them, the mini-town seemed even more empty. This was good news for Xia Ruofei. As the number of puppets decreased, they naturally could not maintain their current search. Of course, it was not all good news. Most of the puppets that were left behind were difficult to deal with. They were either strong or used to moving in groups. In short, they were the kind that Xia Ruofei found difficult to deal with. He had to pick the soft persimmons first. Now that he had basically crushed all the soft persimmons, Xia Ruofei had to crush the hard persimmons. If he wanted to complete the mission and break the record, he had to face the reality that it was getting harder and harder to kill. Xia Ruofei hid in the shadows and scanned the area with his spiritual power. Now, the remaining 100 or so puppets, including the animal puppets, were basically moving in groups. It was almost impossible to find a single one. What was even worse was that these teams of 5 or 6 people were often all late-stage golden core cultivators. Xia Ruofei clearly knew that if he rushed out rashly, he might not even be able to kill a single puppet. Instead, he would be surrounded and would not be able to escape. Therefore, he constantly changed his position to avoid the puppet's search. Other than that, he did not rush out on a whim. 10 minutes passed quickly. If Xia Ruofei wanted to break the record, he only had 20 minutes left. Finally, he had found a rare opportunity. The 5 puppets actually split up at the entrance of an alley. 3 of the puppets went left, while the other 2 went right. Xia Ruofei immediately used the perceptual mirror to check on the 5 puppets. He realized that the 2 puppets that were with him were at the late stage of the golden core realm. The other 3 puppets were at the mid stage of the golden core realm and the 2 at the early stage of the golden core realm. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to give up on the combination of 2 puppets. He turned and chased after the 3 puppets. On the way, he hid in another alley twice to avoid being discovered by other puppets. Fortunately, his mental power had already locked on to these 3 puppets. At the same time, he was also sensing the situation in the other alleys. So he was always able to find the safest route to approach the 3 puppets. Finally, the 3 puppets found a dead end. Xia Ruofei had also reached the entrance of the alley. Without hesitation, he sped up and rushed into the alley. 3299 A critical moment. 2. The blue travel immortal sword and the Tsushuang flying sword whistled as they attacked the 3 puppets. At the same time, Xia Ruofei didn't hold back. His body flashed wildly and he pounced on the 3 puppets. The 3 puppets couldn't react in time. The weakest puppet was killed by Tsushuang's flying sword. Although the other 2 puppets dodged the attack in time, Xia Ruofei had already arrived in front of them. With the help of the 2 flying swords, Xia Ruofei's attacks were extremely fierce. Soon, the other early gold core puppet was unable to dodge in time and a deep gash was cut on its body. The sight of blood spurting out from the wound was terrifying. However, Xia Ruofei knew that this level of external injury would not affect these puppets at all. They probably would not feel any pain either, so he was not too optimistic. This was because after the 2 puppets had reacted, they were still in a passive defensive state. Although they were unable to turn the situation around after being attacked, they were still calling for their companions as they dodged. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had been spreading out the whole time. He had already sensed that a large number of puppets were starting to gather in this direction. Xia Ruofei didn't retreat immediately after missing his attack like he did before. This was because it was a dead end. If he retreated, the 2 puppets would definitely pursue him. If a large number of puppets surrounded him, the situation would be even worse. Xia Ruofei had already considered such a situation when he decided to kill the 3 puppets in this terrain. He had also made an emergency plan in the shortest time possible. Now, Xia Ruofei was still gritting his teeth. His attacks did not decrease, but increased instead. The Tsushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword both made whistling sounds. The sharp sword light circled around the 2 puppets at a rapid speed, leaving them with no power to fight back. Xia Ruofei's mind power was constantly monitoring the situation around him. The puppets were getting closer and closer. At this time, the early golden core puppet could not hold on any longer. When Xia Ruofei kicked him, he barely dodged. However, his feet slipped and he lost his balance. It was too late to adjust. The flying sword of Xia had pierced through his head from a strange angle. Xia Ruofei didn't even have the time to catch his breath. He didn't even check on the puppet's condition. He directly controlled the Xia flying sword and made a beautiful arc. Together with the blue immortal sword, he attacked the last intermediate gold core puppet. In at most 5 seconds, the other puppets would appear at the entrance of the alley. Xia Ruofei used all his strength and even tried to use his mental energy to control the Xia flying sword and the blue immortal sword to attack the puppet from 2 different angles according to the noble sword's moves. In this 1 hour of killing, Xia Ruofei had pushed himself to the limit. Now, Xia Ruofei's understanding of the special sword art in the secret realm was getting deeper and deeper. He could use this sword art to control the blue immortal sword and gradually achieve a smooth and seamless control. Although it was not as smooth as controlling the flying sword of the Xia, he could still use the sword technique of the noble sword. The noble sword techniques were very exquisite, and its attack angles were often inconceivable. In addition, the 2 flying swords were attacking at the same time, so the puppet immediately found it hard to hold on. Xia Ruofei did not stay idle either. He also launched a fierce attack on the puppet. His attacks were often focused on the weak points of the puppet's defense, making it look even more pathetic. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. When there was only 1 second left, Xia Ruofei finally found a fatal flaw. The Xia flying sword and the blue immortal sword slashed the puppet's neck from 2 different angles. The puppet's head flew off instantly. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had already detected that the 2 fastest late-stage golden core puppets were about to appear at the entrance of the alley. After killing the puppet, he did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, a black shadow flew over the wall next to the dead end. At the same time, his figure disappeared into thin air. After the 2 flying swords slashed the 2 puppets' necks, Xia Ruofei immediately kept them and disappeared without a trace. Naturally, Xia Ruofei had tossed out a spirit map scroll. He had already scouted this dead end before he entered it. The innermost part of this dead end was the backyard of a dilapidated house. It was overgrown with weeds. His spiritual power had also detected that there were no puppets in the house. He did not know if the house was abandoned or if the puppets had left the house to search for Xia Ruofei. When he attacked the 3 puppets, he had already thought it through. Even if they issued a warning, he had to continue attacking. He had to kill them before the other puppets arrived to rescue him. Otherwise, his act of taking out the spirit map and hiding in the courtyard next door would not be able to escape the puppets. Although the 3 puppets were much more difficult to deal with than he had expected, it was a good thing that he was not in any danger. In the end, he managed to kill them at the last moment. The puppet was about to reach the entrance of the alley, so Xia Ruofei did not have much time to think. He threw the painting out. Fortunately, he had precise control and the painting fell into a dense bush. As soon as Xia Ruofei disappeared, the 2 late-stage golden elixir realm puppets arrived at the entrance of the alley. When they saw the corpse that Xia Ruofei had left behind after killing the puppet, their expressions changed and they hurried over. It was not that Xia Ruofei did not want to destroy the corpses. He had tried to put the puppets he had killed into the spirit map space before. On one hand, it was to avoid leaving any traces and alerting the other puppets. On the other hand, he also had a glimmer of hope that he would have the opportunity to study this puppet in the future. Perhaps he could repair it and put it into use in the spirit map space. These puppets were indeed a little stupid, but no matter how stupid they were still golden core puppets. It was much better to be a coolie in the medium than those ordinary people. However, it was impossible for such an obvious bug to exist. The corpses of these puppets simply couldn't be stored in storage magic treasures. It was obvious that the Almighty who set up this trial pagoda had long considered this. Hence, when Xia Ruofei was assassinating the puppets, he had hidden their bodies in the grass or bushes to cover up his tracks. It had happened in a flash just now, so he obviously didn't have time to do these things. He could only hide in the spirit map space to avoid detection, and the 3 puppets' bodies were left in place. The 2 late Jindan puppets rushed to the scene of the assassination and investigated with shock and anger on their faces. At the same time, more puppets rushed over from different places and soon surrounded the alley. Many puppets even jumped onto the courtyard wall and searched around. If Xia Ruofei did not have the spirit map, he would not have been able to escape in such a short period of time. Furthermore, he would have become a bigger target if he had jumped onto the wall and would have been discovered by the puppets even faster. Now, the puppets were using this dead end as the center to look for Xia Ruofei. Where could they find him? The puppets didn't notice the spirit painting scroll hidden in the grass at all. As soon as Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space, he released his spiritual power and kept an eye on the situation outside. He saw the puppets running around like headless flies. But they couldn't find him at all. He couldn't help but show a smug smile. The battle just now had been extremely dangerous. If he had been just a little bit slower, he would have been exposed to the sight of the 2 puppets who had arrived the earliest. If that had happened, he would not have had the chance to hide in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei stood on the top of the mountain in the mountain sea realm of the spirit map space, patiently waiting for the puppets to leave. If these puppets could not find their target, it was impossible for them to continue gathering here. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power sensed a powerful aura approaching rapidly from a distance. His expression froze, and he quickly retracted his spiritual power. 3300 The Wonderful Journey of the Spirit Painting Scroll. 1. Xia Ruofei was almost certain that it was a nascent soul stage puppet. He retracted his spiritual power without hesitation. However, as he was the owner of the spirit map space, he could still see what was going on outside. It was just that the coverage was not as wide as his spiritual power. It was basically within the range of a normal person's vision. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was still spying on the outside world. However, he could not spread out his spiritual power as freely as before. Now, he was just looking outside. His field of vision was very narrow, and he could not sense anything further. Xia Ruofei saw a white-haired old man dressed in coarse clothes jump into the overgrown courtyard. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the area from left to right. His gaze quickly fell on the spirit map scroll hidden in the grass. The little old man's brows furrowed slightly as he walked over. Xia Ruofei's heart clenched, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the old man approached the painting step by step. Although the old man did not show any cultivation, the strong aura on his body made Xia Ruofei not dare to try his luck. He knew very well that this old man must be one of the 2 original infant stage puppets. Now, it was obvious that the other party had their eyes on the spirit map. Even if Xia Ruofei suddenly appeared from the spirit map, he would not have the confidence to escape from the hands of a nascent soul stage puppet. Moreover, he would have completely exposed the spirit map and would not have any more trump cards. Xia Ruofei looked at the old man nervously. The little old man dressed in coarse cloth split the grass apart and ran straight for the spirit map scroll. Very quickly, the spirit painting was revealed to the little old man. The little old man's face carried a trace of doubt as he reached out and grabbed the spirit painting scroll. Xia Ruofei's heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was the first time he had encountered such a dangerous situation since he obtained the spirit map. The spirit painting scroll was his most important trump card. Now that it was in the hands of the other party, he was in a rather passive position. The little old man took the painting and studied it for a long time. A curious look gradually appeared on his face. Then, he slowly unfurled the painting. Xia Ruofei's heart sank. He subconsciously thought of something and disappeared from the peak of the mountain. He entered the stone chamber in the cave. This was because he knew very well that the contents of the spirit map scroll would reveal the situation of the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space. At the same time, there was also a corner in the scroll that displayed the situation of the Archean realm. If he continued to stay on the mountain peak, he would be displayed in the spirit painting scroll. He couldn't guarantee that the little old man wouldn't notice the details in the painting scroll. If he was recognized by the little old man, he would definitely attract a lot of attention, and he might never be able to get back the spirit painting scroll again. Although Xia Ruofei had entered the stone chamber, he could still sense the situation outside. He did not dare to relax for even a moment as he kept an eye on the little old man's every move. Xia Ruofei believed that as long as he didn't appear in the painting, the old man wouldn't feel anything wrong with the mountain sea realm herb gardens, rice fields, or even the ginseng of the Archean realm. The little old man held the spirit painting scroll and was really interested in the contents presented on it, carefully looking from left to right. Fortunately, the picture presented by the spirit painting scroll would be fixed at the moment it was unfolded. It should be known that the free labor captured from the assassin organization was still working in the paddy fields. If the picture was dynamic, what the little old man saw would not be a picture, but a dynamic movie. Xia Ruofei was also glad that he had made the decision to hide in the stone room in the cave. The screen only showed the entrance of the stone room, and the situation inside was not shown. If he had been a little later just now, he would definitely have been left in the image. At that time, if the little old man recognized him, it would be hard to predict what the outcome would be. However, the current situation made Xia Ruofei very nervous. The old man was looking too closely like a child who had seen an extremely fun toy and was reluctant to put it down. Xia Ruofei cursed in his heart. Perhaps the old man did not realize that the painting had anything to do with Xia Ruofei. However, even if he was just interested in the painting, it was still a pain in the ass. Xia Ruofei had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after the little old man finally finished looking at it, he slowly rolled up the painting scroll and then actually put it on his belt, obviously wanting to keep it for himself. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel anxious. However, he had no other choice. The difference between the nascent soul stage and the golden core stage was huge. If Xia Ruofei broke through to the late golden core stage, he might be able to fight against the nascent soul stage cultivators. Even if he was in the late golden core stage, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat ordinary cultivators in the early nascent soul stage. As for him, who was only in the early Oris core stage, he had no hope of posing a threat to a nascent soul cultivator, let alone taking the spirit map scroll from a nascent soul cultivator and retreating in one piece. Hence, Xia Ruofei could only watch helplessly as the old man in coarse clothes inserted the spirit map scroll into his belt. 3301 The Wonderful Journey of the Spirit Painting Scroll. 2. After the little old man had taken the spirit painting scroll, he did not realize that the target of this large search operation was actually hidden in the item he had accidentally picked up. He leaped onto the courtyard wall again, and his sharp eyes swept around. When the old man did not find any trace of Xia Ruofei, he ordered the puppets to continue the search. The other Jidon stage puppets quickly nodded in agreement. The little old man then leaped up and ran towards the center of the town. Actually, Xia Ruofei had a slight impression of this old man. He had seen this old man when he first stepped into the mini-town under the guidance of the Taoist child Qing Feng. However, at that time, the old man was begging for food in the corner of a shop with a miserable face. Xia Ruofei had met him once, but he did not know that he was so powerful. The little old man carried the spirit painting and ran madly. Xia Ruofei could use the most basic perception in the space to observe the situation outside. The scenery in Xia Ruofei's vision changed rapidly. It was clear that the old man's speed was extremely fast. In a short while, the old man arrived at the street corner where Xia Ruofei had first seen him. Xia Ruofei was speechless. Did this old man come back to beg for food? Now that all the puppets had left their roles and were searching for Xia Ruofei with all their might, could it be that this old man was still reluctant to leave his role and was trying to resume his old career? Even though the situation was urgent, Xia Ruofei still found it funny. The little old man bent down and picked up a broken bowl with 3 holes on the ground. He wiped the dust off it with his sleeve and then put it in his shirt. After that, the old man left the corner and turned into a small alley. Xia Ruofei's vision changed rapidly. Soon, the old man arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. The little old man pushed open the courtyard door and walked in, walking into the room with familiarity. Obviously, this should be the little old man's home. After the little old man entered the house, he picked up his teacup and gulped down a few mouthfuls of tea. Then he sat down and unfolded the painting again, studying it with great interest. Xia Ruofei was speechless. He had originally wanted to take advantage of the little old man's inattentiveness to suddenly appear in the outside world, and then immediately put the spirit map scroll into his palm, and then escape without hesitation. However, this little old man seemed to really like this painting scroll very much. After sitting down, he had been admiring it without end. Finally, Xia Ruofei waited for the old man to put down the painting. To his surprise, the old man stood up and poured another bowl of water. After gulping it down, he sat back down to look at the painting. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but complain. "You're a puppet, not a real human. Do you have to be so realistic?" He was drinking water non-stop. Especially when Xia Ruofei saw that the time in the perceptual mirror was getting closer and closer to 2 hours, he was even more anxious. If this little old man continued to look at the spirit painting for half an hour, then his hopes of breaking the record would be dashed. With Xia Ruofei's ability, he only needed 9 more puppets to complete the mission. 20 minutes should be enough. However, this little old man alone had wasted nearly 10 minutes of his time, and this was because the little old man's speed was extremely fast. From that dead end to his return home, the time spent on the journey was very little. Xia Ruofei could only watch as the time in the perceptual mirror's career increased, but he could do nothing but stare at the old man. When there were only 10 minutes left, before the record was broken, the little old man finally put down the spirit map scroll. This time, he was really going to leave the house, because the little old man had carefully rolled up the spirit map scroll. Then, he opened the lock of a box and placed the spirit map scroll into the box before locking it up. "Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shout in his heart. Although the old man had stopped studying the painting, Xia Ruofei would not be able to come out if he stayed in the room. Fortunately, the old man seemed to have heard Xia Ruofei's thoughts. After locking the painting, he left the room and walked out of the courtyard, heading towards the central street of the mini-town. As the owner of the painting, Xia Ruofei's perception was completely useless in this situation. As the painting was locked in the cabinet, it was completely dark in his vision. Xia Ruofei did not know that the old man had already left the courtyard. However, he really did not have time to waste. Furthermore, the golden core stage puppets that he had encountered before basically had no mental power. So he could only take a gamble. He was betting that if this little old man was still in the house, he would not be able to detect his mental spying. This was, of course, very risky. After all, the little old man was a puppet with the strength of the original infant stage. However, Xia Ruofei still released his spiritual power determinately. He carefully controlled the range of his spiritual power and slowly expanded it. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei had a full view of the situation outside. The old man was no longer in the room. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power continued to spread and soon realized that the old man was no longer in the house. He did not continue to expand the range of his mental strength. He was confident that outside of this large range, the little old man would not be able to discover his whereabouts. Of course, this was just Xia Ruofei's guess. In reality, it was still dangerous. However, time waited for no one. If he wanted to break the record, he had to take a risk. Xia Ruofei made up his mind and returned to the outside world. He didn't even think about it and put the spirit map scroll back into his palm. Xia Ruofei put the painting away and his heart finally settled down. He couldn't be bothered to search the little old man's house and directly jumped out of the back window. Then, he quickly jumped over the wall of the backyard. There was still some distance to the center of the mini-town. Most of the puppets were attracted to the dead end, so the area was very empty. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power did not detect the existence of the puppets. He strode towards the dead end, and at the same time, he kept his mental power radiating outward. There were less than 10 minutes left, and he still needed to kill 9 puppets. Otherwise, even if he completed the mission, he would not have the chance to break the record. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei's body turned sideways, and he entered a narrow alley. Using his mental power to check, he found 3 early-stage golden core cultivators walking from the opposite side of the alley. Without any hesitation, he threw out the spirit map scroll again and stuffed it directly above the lintel of a courtyard gate. Then, he entered the space with a thought. The 3 early gold core realm puppets quickly walked over. When they passed the location of the spirit map, Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world with a thought. Almost at the same time, he released the Tsushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword. The 2 flying swords pierced toward the 3 puppets with a sharp whistling sound. Xia Ruofei didn't hold back at all. The three puppets were all at the early golden core stage and were the weakest among the puppets. Xia Ruofei was very willing to meet such an opponent, even if there were three puppets. At the same time, he would not give up. The three puppets were caught off guard, and two of them were stabbed in their vital points in one round, dying on the spot. The other puppet had just shouted when Xia Ruofei, who was following closely behind the flying sword, smashed the top of its skull with a palm. With Xia Ruofei's current strength, it was not difficult for him to deal with an early-stage golden core puppet, which was much weaker than an early-stage golden core cultivator. However, with three puppets working together, it would be difficult for Xia Ruofei to kill them all in an instant. The last puppet cried out for help before it died. After Xia Ruofei killed the puppet, he didn't even bother to hide the corpse. He left the alley immediately. His mind power had already searched the nearby area, so he had already chosen his escape route. Before the other puppets arrived, Xia Ruofei had already left the area. 3302 record, breaking, 1. Xia Ruofei's brain was working at full speed. He had to kill at least 6 puppets in the short amount of time left. These puppets were all moving, especially after he successfully attacked 3 puppets. The other puppets' speed suddenly increased a lot and they were all rushing towards the location of the attack. Xia Ruofei had to take some risks. He had to take advantage of this time to attack from the side and try to kill a few more puppets. Otherwise, he would not have enough time when the commotion died down. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei knew that the original infant stage puppet would soon realize that the painting was missing. By then, he did not know what would happen. Hence, Xia Ruofei's strategy became more aggressive. He did not wait patiently for the right moment like before. Instead, he went to meet the 3 puppets who were coming in a group. He had a map of the entire town in his perceptual mirror. In addition, Xia Ruofei was using his spiritual power to investigate the situation in the area. He had already grasped the winter of each puppet. Now, Xia Ruofei's brain was like a high-speed computer. He had simulated all the possible routes that the puppets might have taken and finally chose the less risky plan, which was to face the 3 puppets. After all, each puppet's route was uncertain. The alleys in the mini-town were interconnected, so there were many possibilities. However, according to Xia Ruofei's calculations, there was a 70% chance that he could find an opening to face these 3 puppets without being affected by the other puppets. Moreover, according to his estimation, he should have about half a minute. As long as he could get rid of these 3 puppets in half a minute, he would have time to escape. A 70% chance was not low. Besides, the other puppets were harder to deal with. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and went straight for the 3 puppets. The 3 puppets all had the appearance of children. However, the strength of a puppet had nothing to do with its appearance. Although these 3 child puppets had braids that faced the sky and had an innocent expression on their faces, their strength was not bad at all. Among the 3 puppets, one was at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm and the other 2 were at the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. If Xia Ruofei wanted to eat them all at once, he would need to put in some effort. Moreover, he only had half a minute to unleash his full power. Xia Ruofei quietly approached the 3 puppets, but they still did not notice the pattern of the puppets' low perception ability, which was vividly displayed on the 3 puppets. The flying sword flew out without a sound. Xia Ruofei's figure was like a ghost, emerging from the shadows. Although he was determined to fight to the death this time, he still chose to win by surprise. The blue immortal sword and the Xia flying sword both attacked the late Oris core stage puppet. Xia Ruofei also used the floating steps and attacked the late stage golden core puppet. Xia Ruofei's idea was simple. He wanted to focus all his attacks on the strongest puppet among the three of them. He hoped to defeat it with one strike. As long as this late stage golden core puppet was killed, the remaining two intermediate stage golden core puppets would not be a problem. The three child-like puppets were still very vigilant. As soon as the two flying swords appeared, they immediately began to dodge. However, Xia Ruofei's angle of attack was very tricky. The two flying swords were feints. The real killing move was Xia Ruofei's own palms. These three puppets were quite organized. When they were attacked, they immediately dodged separately. However, all of Xia Ruofei's attacks were focused on the late golden core puppet. After the other two puppets dodged, he had more room to display his skills. The late Jindan stage puppet had just sent the blue immortal sword flying with the iron rod in his hand when the Xia flying sword was already in front of him. He hurriedly fell to the ground and avoided the attack in a very embarrassing way. At this time, the blue travel immortal sword had stabilized again and continued to stab at the puppet. The puppet had lost its opportunity and could only roll on the ground, barely avoiding the fierce attack. However, at this moment, Xia Ruofei's real killing blow had already been launched. From the corner of his eyes, the puppet saw a pair of palms rapidly growing in his field of vision. He revealed an inexplicable look of horror, but it was too late to dodge. With a puchi sound, the puppet's head was crushed by Xia Ruofei's full power strike. The puppet did not even make a sound before it fell to the ground and died. The other two puppets of the intermediate golden core stage were both shocked and furious. They shouted and pounced on Xia Ruofei from both sides. Xia Ruofei faced the two puppets with the strength of the intermediate stage of the golden core realm without any fear. One of the puppets with braids was holding two metal cudgels in his hands. He swung them towards Xia Ruofei's head with a terrifying momentum. Xia Ruofei used the graceful steps and dodged his attack. Then, he turned around and attacked another puppet. At the same time, the blue immortal sword and the Xia flying sword stabbed toward the back of the puppet's head under his control. The puppet had just witnessed its companion's head being smashed by Xia Ruofei, so it did not dare to relax at all. When it heard the sound of the wind behind its head, it quickly dodged. But this time, the Xia flying sword and the blue immortal sword were still feints. 3303 record, breaking, 2, just as the puppet dodged, the two flying swords drew an arc and changed their direction of attack, heading toward his next move. Although the puppet tried its best to dodge, it still couldn't completely dodge. It felt a cold sensation in its leg and looked down to find that its left leg had been cut off from the knee by the flying sword of Xia. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with killing intent. He lunged forward and kicked the puppet's head. This was a sure kill move, and the puppet was no longer able to dodge. However, after Xia Ruofei dodged his first attack, the puppet with braids immediately attacked Xia Ruofei again. At this time, it was already behind Xia Ruofei. The puppet couldn't save its companion in time, so it could only use this method to make Xia Ruofei give up on attacking. Xia Ruofei knew that it would be very difficult to get rid of all three puppets in half a minute. Now was his best chance. If he missed, he would have to run away and it would be impossible for him to break the record. In a split second, he gritted his teeth and twisted his waist, using all his strength to avoid the attack from behind. However, his leg's momentum did not decrease, and it kicked toward the puppet's head with a whistling sound. Bang! 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 The first sound was the sound of Xia Ruofei kicking a puppet. Without any suspense, the puppet fell to the ground and was as dead could be. The second sound was the sound of the iron rod hitting Xia Ruofei's body. Although he tried his best to avoid it, in order to maintain his center of gravity and make sure that the whip kick would not deviate, his range of dodging was very limited. In the end, he was still hit in the shoulder by one of the iron rods. Xia Ruofei had actually gathered all his vital qi on his shoulder and back to defend himself. However, after being hit by the metal rod, he still felt a splitting pain. He suspected that his shoulder blades had been broken. Xia Ruofei felt that it was a good deal to exchange injuries for lives. Sometimes, he just had this kind of ruthlessness. After being hit by the iron rod, Xia Ruofei did not fall. Instead, he used the force to lean back and came to the front of the last puppet. He turned around and used the inertia to hit his elbow behind him. The three puppets looked like children. The last puppet with a braid was only a little taller than Xia Ruofei's waist. Hence, Xia Ruofei's elbow hit the puppet's head directly. The puppet was also stunned at the critical moment. He thought that Xia Ruofei would definitely dodge. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so cruel to himself. He would rather take his iron staff head-on to kill the puppet. In that moment of distraction, Xia Ruofei's elbow had already arrived. The vital qi infused elbow struck the puppet squarely, and with a crack, the puppet's neck snapped, and its head tilted to one side. After Xia Ruofei killed the last puppet, he immediately endured the pain and jumped onto the bent frost flying sword. He then quickly flew away. He could now control the bent frost flying sword to fly, and his escape speed was much faster. 97 puppets had been killed, so the number of puppets in the mini-town had been reduced by more than half. Xia Ruofei found a quiet alley with ease. He took out the spirit map scroll and hid it before entering the spirit map space. In order to save time, he directly came to the space of the Archean realm and immediately called Xia Qing. Xia Qing immediately rushed to the Archean realm. When she saw Xia Ruofei clutching his shoulder in pain, Xia Qing was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Master, are you injured?" Xia Ruofei said, "Brew me some medicine immediately. I'll come in and use it later." "Yes." Xia Qing quickly replied. "Master." Xia Qing ran to the medicine cabinet to look for medicinal herbs, while Xia Ruofei directly took out the preservation box that contained the petals of the spirit heart flower. After opening the lid, he used his spiritual power to lift a petal and pressed it directly on his injured shoulder. A cool feeling spread from the wound to the whole body, and the burning pain disappeared without a trace. Xia Ruofei knew that one petal was definitely not enough. After all, the petal was very useful, and he definitely did not want to waste it. So he decided to use only one petal. Combined with Xia Qing's medicine, the problem should not be too big. After Xia Ruofei used up a petal of the spirit heart flower, he immediately closed the safety box and put it back to its original place. Then, he left the spirit map space. He didn't have much time left. He still had to kill 3 more puppets, so he had to race against time. As soon as Xia Ruofei returned to the first level of the Tower of Trials, he immediately released his spiritual power to cover the entire town. He was surprised to find that there were 2 solitary puppets in 2 places. Judging from their auras, they did not seem to be in the nascent soul stage. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate. He stepped on his flying sword and flew close to the ground, quickly rushing over. 3 minutes later, he had successfully killed the 2 puppets. One of the late stage Golden Elixir Realm puppets took a bit of effort, while the other one was killed by Xia Ruofei in a second. He was only 1 puppet away from completing the mission. If he wanted to break the record, Xia Ruofei had to finish the last strike as soon as possible. He continued to release his mental energy to investigate. But the goddess of luck seemed to no longer care for him. After killing the 99th puppet, he did not find any more puppets that were alone. They always acted in groups of at least 3, and each group had a late stage golden core puppet. Xia Ruofei could only choose a small group that was closer to the True Yang Temple. This way, it would be much easier for him to escape. Moreover, there was only 1 late stage golden core puppet in this small group. The remaining 2 puppets were 1 at the early stage and 1 at the intermediate stage. Xia Ruofei's target was the early golden core puppet. There wasn't much time left. Xia Ruofei could only choose to end the battle quickly. He didn't have much time to think. The moment he appeared, he was discovered by the 3 puppets. They immediately swarmed and pounced on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei calmly released the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword, multitasking. On one hand, he controlled the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword to attack the early gold core puppet. On the other hand, he had to use the graceful steps to avoid the other party's attack. Although his injured shoulder had mostly recovered, there were still waves of pain, which affected Xia Ruofei's performance. Even when the other 2 groups of puppets had almost arrived, he was still unable to kill the early gold core puppet. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth. It seemed like he could only take the risk. The mission had already progressed to this stage. He was aiming to break the record. Now, he was only 1 step away. How could he bear to give up? Therefore, he simply ignored the attacks of the other 2 puppets and focused on attacking the only early gold core puppet. This puppet was not as powerful as Xia Ruofei. And now that Xia Ruofei was taking care of it, it looked even more pathetic. This early Aurus core stage puppet had the appearance of a young girl and looked very sweet. However, Xia Ruofei was not so stupid as to treat a puppet with tender feelings. Therefore, he finally killed the 100th puppet with a fierce attack and 2 injuries on his body. The timer in the perceptual mirror's field of view had also stopped moving. The time displayed on it had stopped at 1 hour and 55 minutes. When Xia Ruofei saw the time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had hurried and finally broken the record. Even if it was only 5 minutes higher than the record, it meant that from now on, the best record for the Tower of Trials first level mission would belong to him alone, unless someone amazing broke his record again. After Xia Ruofei killed the early gold core realm puppet, he naturally had no desire to continue fighting. Now that his mission was completed, the only thing he had to do was to go to the 2nd floor as soon as possible. Since he had decided to leave the first level, Xia Ruofei had nothing to worry about. He didn't even care about the 2 angry puppets. He stepped onto the bent frost flying sword and flew towards the valley behind True Yang Temple. 3304 Tower of Trials second floor _ Although the two puppets were more powerful than Xia Ruofei was riding a flying sword while they were chasing him on the ground. Naturally, they could not catch up with him. The two golems bellowed in rage, and soon, the other golems were alerted as well. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not hide his tracks on purpose this time, so the puppets soon discovered him. In a short while, a long tail was following behind Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could see through the vision of the perceptual mirror that there were many intermediate and advanced Aurus core puppets behind him. The weaker puppets had all been slaughtered by him. He could not help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, through the perceptual mirror, he also knew that he had completed the mission of the first level of the Tower of Trials. The passage to the second level had been opened. As long as he rushed over, he could enter the second level, and these puppets would naturally be unable to do anything to him. Xia Ruofei's sword kinesis flight was extremely fast. Even though there were puppets blocking his way, he had been releasing his spiritual power all the time, so he could always avoid them in advance. Even though he had to take a detour, he could avoid direct contact with the other puppets. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had already gone around Truyang Temple. He even took the time to look inside and found that there was no one inside. Not only was old Taoist Xinyang nowhere to be seen, even the Taoist child Qingfeng was nowhere to be found. Xia Ruofei rode on the Tsushuang flying sword and quickly saw the big tree. At that moment, a door of light appeared on the tree. It was similar to the door of light that Xia Ruofei and the others had used to enter the mystic realm on the moon. Xia Ruofei knew that this must be the entrance to the second floor. He couldn't help but feel happy. At this time, a furious roar suddenly came from the direction of the mini-town. Immediately after, a terrifying aura approached the entrance of the second floor at an extremely fast speed. Xia Ruofei's expression turned serious. He quickly activated his sword technique and increased his speed. He pounced towards the door of the light curtain on the big tree. Xia Ruofei was like a swallow passing through the forest. He stepped on his flying sword and entered the door of the light curtain. The moment he entered the second floor, Xia Ruofei kept his Tsushuang flying sword. From the corner of his eye, he saw that the moment he entered the second level, the nascent soul stage puppet wearing a coarse shirt was charging towards him with a furious expression. Obviously, this old original infant stage puppet had already discovered that the spirit map had been stolen. Once he came out, he realized that Xia Ruofei was the person they were after, so he was even more shocked and angry. Xia Ruofei even saw the old man swing the iron rod in his hand and hit the big tree. However, this clearly wasn't a real tree. As the entrance to the second level of the Tower of Trials, the tree was obviously not something that could be easily destroyed. Thus, before the old man puppet's iron pestle could even touch the tree, a layer of light film appeared around the tree, bouncing the iron pestle back. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei felt the world before his eyes spin and he arrived at another place. He felt lucky in his heart. If he had been half a second later, he would definitely not have been able to escape. The old puppet's angry attack was unimaginably powerful. If Xia Ruofei had not entered the second level of the Tower of Trials, he would not have been able to dodge it. If the iron pestle had even touched him, he would have broken his bones. At the same time, Xia Ruofei felt a sense of fear. He was in the final stage of the mission and did not have much time to hide his whereabouts. If this old original infant stage puppet had discovered him a little earlier, he would have been dead. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei could not help but worry about the safety of the other members of the exploration team, especially Ling Qingxue. Although old Taoist Jin Yang had said that Ling Qingxue was safe, that was only when Xia Ruofei asked her. She was temporarily safe. If Ling Qingxue was faced with the same mission at the first level of the trial pagoda, it would not be easy for her to complete it. Furthermore, if there was a slip-up, her life might be in danger. Xia Ruofei could only suppress the worry in his heart and deal with the current situation first. He would head up as much as possible and might meet Ling Qingxue and the others. His most urgent thought was naturally to meet up with Ling Qingxue. In that case, with the spirit painting, he could at least guarantee Ling Qingxue's safety. Now that Xia Ruofei was on the second level of the Tower of Trials, he did not dare to let his guard down since the first level was already so difficult. He did not dare to be distracted at this time. So he quickly got rid of all distracting thoughts and carefully observed his surroundings. Xia Ruofei soon realized that he was in a dense forest. He released his spiritual power to investigate out of habit but found that his spiritual power was suppressed here. On the first floor of the Tower of Trials, his spiritual power search range was basically no different from the outside world. It could almost cover the entire first floor of the Tower of Trials. However, after coming to the second floor, he found that even if he used all his strength, his mental power could only extend to about 2 kilometers. This was much less than the range of his mental power detection under normal circumstances. Besides, Xia Ruofei was surprised to find that the second floor of the trial pagoda was much larger than he had imagined. It was at least more than 2 kilometers, because his spiritual power had been expanded to the extreme, but he still hadn't touched the boundary of the trial pagoda. From the outside, the trial pagoda's first level should be the largest, and the higher one went, the smaller the area. In theory, the second floor should be smaller than the first floor. 3305 Tower of Trials second floor, 2, however, the area that Xia Ruofei's spiritual power could detect was already much larger than the first level of the trial pagoda. Xia Ruofei took out his flying sword and stepped on it. He wanted to go to a higher place to see how big the second floor was. As soon as he activated his sword technique, Xia Ruofei realized that it was harder to fly on a sword than on the first floor. Although it wasn't to the extent of being confined to the ground, the consumption of his mental power and vital qi was several times higher than when he was on the first floor. And after flying, it became much more difficult to control the flying sword. It was as if the sword had suddenly become several times heavier. Xia Ruofei was not used to it, and even his posture became clumsy. The forest was almost completely covered by tall trees, and the visibility was very low. Xia Ruofei rode his sword to the top of the tree and looked around. He realized that the dense forest seemed to be endless. Xia Ruofei knew that there was a boundary to the trial pagoda. However, the boundary was too big for him to see. Naturally, he did not know which direction to go. But at least he was sure that the second floor of the trial pagoda was much larger than he had expected. Obviously, although the trial pagoda was divided into many levels, they might not actually be in the same space. The size of each level that was seen from the outside was actually an error in estimation. Xia Ruofei lowered his flying sword and returned to the ground. He didn't know why, but he felt uneasy in the air, as if something dangerous was spying on him. Xia Ruofei had felt this kind of danger a few times in his career in the army. It turned out that his senses were quite sharp. Xia Ruofei had faced a life and death crisis a few times, and one of them was the time when Hu Zi had been sacrificed. Hence, when the alarm went off, Xia Ruofei immediately returned to the ground, fully alert. At this moment, a voice was heard in Xia Ruofei's mind. Tower of Trial second level mission, kill 100 middle level star beasts. Mission description: there are 510 star beasts on the second floor. Among them, 300 are elementary, 200 are intermediate, and 10 are advanced. Elementary star beasts were equivalent to the strength of a chi layer cultivator, and so on. Intermediate star beasts were equivalent to golden core stage cultivators, and advanced star beasts were equivalent to nascent soul stage cultivators. The current record for an Aurus core stage cultivator to pass the second level of the Tower of Trials is 2 hours. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. This time, the Tower of Trials was more straightforward in issuing the mission. It directly transmitted the mission requirements to his mind without arranging any other story or plot. At the same time, Xia Ruofei was full of admiration for the powerful cultivator who set up this trial pagoda. Obviously, this powerful cultivator's cultivation had reached a level that Xia Ruofei could not imagine. Of course, Xia Ruofei was also curious and suspicious. He did not know what a star beast was. He had a lot of cultivation books in his mind that came directly from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, but none of them had any records of a star beast. What the hell was this? Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. After the mysterious voice passed the message to Xia Ruofei, a floating box of the mission progress appeared in Xia Ruofei's perceptual view. It showed 0 out of 100 and a countdown timer appeared, starting from 4 hours. Xia Ruofei was also very curious about the star beast. Of course, he soon got the answer. Ying had just received the mission, and his mental power had sensed something approaching him from about 2 kilometers away. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to investigate and saw that the monster looked like a badger on Earth, but it was covered in hard scales and had a single horn on its head. The monster's eyes were slightly squinted. When it opened its eyes, one could see starlight flowing in its eyes, as if there was a bright galaxy in its eyes. Just as Xia Ruofei's spiritual power discovered this monster, a line of words appeared in his perception mirror, equivalent to the strength of a chi cultivation level 3. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei's spirit was lifted. He knew that this was a star beast. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, a third chi layer cultivator was too weak to withstand a single blow. However, Xia Ruofei did not dare to let his guard down. He sensed that this primary star beast was running straight towards him. His expression suddenly became serious, and he became fully alert. Normally, a monster in the chi refining stage wouldn't attract Xia Ruofei's attention. However, he knew nothing about the second floor of the trial pagoda. He also didn't know if his strength would be greatly suppressed. Besides, there were also 10 star beasts that were equivalent to nascent soul cultivators. He didn't know if they would appear at any time. Moreover, when Xia Ruofei was flying on his sword to the top of the tree, he felt a dangerous aura. It was very likely from a star beast. As for what level the star beast was, Xia Ruofei had no idea. He used the advantage of his spiritual power to carefully move his body, hoping not to encounter the astral beast. However, Xia Ruofei realized that as soon as he changed his position, the astral beast would change its direction accordingly and always approach Xia Ruofei. This made Xia Ruofei even more alert. Could it be that this star beast's perception was extremely sharp? To be able to lock onto a target from such a long distance wasn't something a Qi condensation cultivator could do, but a star beast could. After a few attempts, Xia Ruofei simply gave up on avoiding the swan Ni. It was just a Qi refining star beast anyway, so he might as well face it head on. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei advanced towards the star beast. In a short while, the star beast with scales all over its body appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. After seeing Xia Ruofei, the star beast didn't rush up to attack him. Instead, it stood in place and stared at Xia Ruofei with its starry eyes. Xia Ruofei didn't rush forward either. He just stood there quietly. However, he had already taken out the Zhuang flying sword. It was now floating beside him. The tip of the sword trembled slightly as it was pointed at the star beast. It was ready to launch a fierce attack at any time. After a few seconds, the astral beast took a few more steps forward. Xia Ruofei immediately became alert. He controlled the Zhuang flying sword and was about to stab forward. At this moment, the astral beast, which was about 5 meters away from Xia Ruofei, stopped again. It opened its mouth and spat out a pearl. Then, it used its long mouth to push the pearl in Xia Ruofei's direction. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. What was this? Before he could react, the star beast had already turned around and ran towards the dense forest. Xia Ruofei hesitated for a moment. He didn't control the flying sword to chase after Tao Wu. After all, his mission was to kill an intermediate star beast. This was only a primary star beast. Killing it wouldn't help him in his mission. Moreover, the star beast's appearance was strange. Since it had left on its own, Xia Ruofei would not act rashly. The star beast quickly disappeared from Xia Ruofei's spiritual perception range. This made Xia Ruofei even more fearful. If a beginner-level star beast could be so fast, then wouldn't a golden core, stage intermediate-level star beast be even faster? In this case, it would be somewhat difficult to rely on the crooked frost flying sword and the blue immortal sword to sneak attack and kill the middle-rank star beast. Xia Ruofei looked at the bead that the star beast had left behind and walked forward carefully. The star beast's body language was very obvious. It wanted Xia Ruofei to take the pearl. It didn't seem like it was here to attack Xia Ruofei, but to deliver something. However, the star beast was Xia Ruofei's main opponent on the second level of the trial pagoda. Would the item it sent be dangerous? If this was a scheme and Xia Ruofei went up rashly and was ambushed by the pearl, it would be a joke. Xia Ruofei tried to use the perceptual mirror to check the situation of the pearl. He was just giving it a try. Unexpectedly, when he scanned it with the perceptual mirror, a line of information immediately appeared in Xia Ruofei's vision. 3306 Elemental Storage Pearl. 1. The information that appeared in the perceptual mirror made Xia Ruofei slightly stunned. Energy storage. Pearl, reward for breaking the record on the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He had been nervous for half a day, and it turned out that this was the reward for completing the first level of the Tower of Trials. He didn't expect the Almighty who set up the Tower of Trials to have such a bad taste and use such a method to give out the reward. It was one thing for a star beast to deliver the treasure, but he had also announced the mission for the second level. Xia Ruofei already understood that he had deliberately sent another star beast to deliver the prize after killing 100 intermediate star beasts. Xia Ruofei did not suspect that the information provided by the perceptual mirror was fake. He continued to read. The introduction of the elemental storage pearl, carefully. It turned out that the elemental storage pearl was used to store elemental energy. Cultivators could transfer their vital chi into the elemental storage pearl and store it. This elemental storage pearl could store all the vital chi of an ordinary, late-stage golden core cultivator. Although this function was simple, it was very practical. Xia Ruofei liked it very much. He was so happy that his eyebrows were raised. Although he didn't lack cultivation resources, whether it was absorbing spirit crystals or origin crystals, he needed to cultivate in order to transform their energy into origin energy. Therefore, if one consumed a lot of yuan qi in a fierce battle, there was no way to replenish it with spirit crystals or origin crystals. No one could cultivate while fighting. On the other hand, the elemental storage pearl stored the cultivator's own elemental energy. It could be directly absorbed and used, which was obviously much more convenient and fast. Even though Xia Ruofei was much stronger than the average Oris core beginner stage cultivator, in terms of vital energy, he did not have much more than Qin Xian and the rest. This elemental storage pearl could store all the elemental energy of a late-stage golden core cultivator. In other words, Xia Ruofei would have to exhaust his elemental energy several times before he could fill the elemental storage pearl. As long as he carried the elemental storage pearl, he could use the elemental energy inside at any time. It was equivalent to having a dantian that was several times larger, and he could use his elemental energy in battle without any worries. Xia Ruofei walked forward and picked up the energy storage pearl. After observing it for a long time, he tried to inject some energy into it. As expected, this wisp of yuan qi was easily absorbed by the energy storage pearl and stored inside. Next, he tried to use this strand of vital qi. With a single thought, this strand of vital qi was sucked out and re-entered Xia Ruofei's meridians. Xia Ruofei felt it carefully and realized that it was his own vital qi. There was no sign of rejection at all. It had directly integrated into his dantian. If Xia Ruofei's elemental energy was consumed too much during a battle, he could directly absorb the elemental energy from the elemental storage pearl. What a great treasure! Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim. He held the energy storage pearl in his hand and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he immediately used his mental power to examine it. After that, his figure flashed to his right. The trial pagoda's second floor was a forest terrain, and he quickly found a place that was easy to hide the spirit map scroll. This was a very well hidden small tree hole, and there was a large amount of grass outside. If he didn't use his spiritual power to investigate, he probably wouldn't have noticed it with his naked eyes. Xia Ruofei took out the painting from his palm and stuffed it into the tree hole. Then, he camouflaged the surroundings of the tree hole and entered the medium. Xia Ruofei immediately appeared in the spirit map space. The first thought that came to his mind when he obtained the elemental storage pearl was to fill it with elemental energy. Now that he had started the second level's trial mission, time was very precious. In the first level's trial mission, he had broken the record and received the elemental storage pearl as a reward. This reward made him extremely satisfied, so he naturally wanted to try and break the second level's record. If he were to directly inject vital qi into the elemental storage pearl on the second level of the Tower of Trials, on one hand, it would waste a lot of time. Even if he used up all his vital qi, he would not be able to fill the elemental storage pearl all at once. He would have to absorb the energy of the elemental crystals again and then continue to inject On the other hand, the second level of the Tower of Trials was filled with the unknown to him, and was rather dangerous. It was much safer to operate it in the spirit map space. The most important thing was that it could save a lot of time. The moment Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space, he called Xia Qing over and asked, "Xia Qing, have you prepared the medicine?" Xia Ruofei's shoulder was severely injured on the first level of the Tower of Trials. Although he had used a petal of the spirit heart flower at the first moment, he had not fully recovered. He was about to complete the trial mission on the second floor, and he could foresee that the battle would be very intense. His injuries would definitely affect him, so he had to get rid of the hidden dangers first. "It's done, Master," Xia Qing said respectfully. Then, she took out a small bottle of ointment and handed it to Xia Ruofei with both hands. Xia Ruofei took the ointment and said with a smile, "You've worked hard, go do your work." "Yes, Master," Xia Qing replied. Then, her figure flickered, and she returned to the mountain and sea realm. In the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei took the ointment and set up the time array flag. Then, he entered the array flag's range. This way, the difference in time flow, between 2,000 to 3,000 times, allowed him to do many things with ease, while the time in the outside world would not be wasted. Xia Ruofei first applied the ointment on his injured area, before he started to pour his elemental energy into the elemental storage pearl. 3307 Elemental Storage Pearl. 2. The elemental storage pearl greedily absorbed the elemental energy that Xia Ruofei was releasing. Xia Ruofei kept transferring his energy into the energy storage pearl. When his vital qi was about to be exhausted, he would sit down cross-legged and start cultivating to recover. The spiritual qi in this space was very dense. Xia Ruofei did not even need to waste spiritual crystals or origin crystals, because the time flow in the time formation was very different from the outside world. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. Naturally, he could not bear to use spiritual crystals and origin crystals, which were rare cultivation resources. The spirit qi in the Archean realm rapidly surged towards the time array flag. Due to the difference in the flow of time, a huge amount of spirit qi was consumed per unit of time. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei did not usually cultivate in the interspace. Besides, the interspace had been upgraded so many times that the concentration of spiritual qi was much higher than before. Hence, it did not affect the interspace much even if he cultivated once or twice. Xia Ruofei had used up all his elemental energy 4 times. Finally, on the 5th time, the elemental storage pearl was filled to the brim before he could cultivate again to recover. Xia Ruofei held the energy storage pearl in his hand. Although the energy storage pearl did not become heavier after absorbing the energy, Xia Ruofei still felt that this treasure was very heavy. He gently tossed the energy storage pearl and thought to himself that he would have enough energy to use this time. After filling the energy storage pearl, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to leave. He sat in the time formation and analyzed the situation on the second floor step by step. First of all, Xia Ruofei was almost certain that the ultimate star beast he was going to deal with was most likely a puppet. He had already made this judgment when he saw the star beast uncharacteristically coming over to deliver something. Xia Ruofei didn't know if there was really a monster like the astral beast, but it was very obvious that the astral beast had obediently come over to give him the prize and didn't attack Xia Ruofei at all. If this was a real astral beast, it wouldn't listen to a human's command at all, let alone give away a prize. Secondly, Xia Ruofei felt that even though the star beasts were extremely fast, he should still try to use a sneak attack. He should try to kill a group of star beasts first to avoid being attacked by a group. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to check and found that there were no astral beasts in a 2-kilometer radius. Xia Ruofei knew that it would not be easy to expect the star beast to come to him. He had to take the initiative to find it. Otherwise, as time passed, it would be very difficult to break the record. With this in mind, Xia Ruofei decisively left the spirit map space and kept the spirit map scroll in his body. After that, he randomly chose a direction and started to explore. Shiju had flown up to the treetops to investigate just now, but he didn't find anything. Thus, he could only try his luck. In addition, he had felt his heart palpitate when he was at the top of the tree, so even though he was still searching forward on his flying sword, he had been flying close to the ground the whole time, and did not dare to rashly go higher. He had a faint feeling that if he stayed in the air for a long time, he would be in great danger. Xia Ruofei controlled the Xushuang flying sword and nimbly avoided the trees and other obstacles in the dense forest. He continued to explore forward. The maximum range of his mental power was only about 2 kilometers. After flying close to the ground for about 3 minutes, a star beast suddenly appeared in Xia Ruofei's spiritual power domain. His spirit was immediately roused, and he began to control the flying sword even more carefully. Without even making a sound, he quietly approached the star beast. At the same time, Xia Ruofei also used the perceptual mirror to check the star beast's condition. As long as it was within the range of his spiritual power or vision, the perceptual mirror could detect specific information. Xia Ruofei used the perceptual mirror to scan and was immediately disappointed. Ying was only a primary star beast and would not be of any help in completing the mission. However, Xia Ruofei still decided to attack the star beast. This was because no matter if it was an elementary star beast, an intermediate star beast, or even an even more powerful advanced star beast, they were all the same species. Xia Ruofei knew nothing about astral beasts. Although this beginner-level astral beast could not improve his progress, it could give him some information. Hence, Xia Ruofei jumped off the Xushuang flying sword and took out the blue immortal sword at the same time. He sneaked towards the primary star beast in the forest. That primary star beast was completely unaware of the impending danger and was still wandering aimlessly in the jungle. Xia Ruofei only stopped when he was about 10 meters behind the star beast. He held his breath and controlled the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword to approach the star beast from both sides. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual energy to grab the blue travel immortal sword. The 2 flying swords shot out at the same time. The star beast's reaction speed was very fast, and the soft sound of the flying sword breaking through the air immediately made it vigilant. The star beast shook its head and saw a sharp sword light coming at it. It immediately stomped on its hind legs, bringing with it a large mass of grass and mud. Its body suddenly rose into the air, and it leaped towards the depths of the forest. However, it was already too late to escape. Although the blue travel immortal sword controlled by his mental power missed, the flying sword controlled by his sword art nimbly drew an arc in the air, took a shortcut, and firmly stabbed the star beast's neck from the side. Xia Ruofei clearly felt the Xushuang flying sword pause for a moment. With some difficulty, it pierced through the star beast's scales and then into its neck. Blood spurted out, and The star beast let out a sorrowful cry. It suddenly fell to the ground, its two hooves desperately stomping on the ground, even digging out a few small pits. After 2 minutes, the star beast finally stopped breathing. Xia Ruofei had successfully killed a primary star beast, but there was no joy on his face. On the contrary, his expression was rather solemn. First of all, a primary star beast would not help him complete the mission, and there was nothing to be happy about. Secondly, through this attack, Xia Ruofei clearly felt that even if it was just a star beast at the beginning of the qi refining stage, it was not easy to deal with. The star beast's speed and reaction were excellent. If Xia Ruofei had not been so skilled in controlling the Tsushuan flying sword, the star beast would have escaped successfully. It was only a beginner-level astral beast, and Xia Ruofei almost failed. What if it was the target of this mission, an intermediate-level astral beast? They were definitely stronger than beginner-level astral beasts in all aspects. Xia Ruofei felt that he might not be able to kill intermediate-level astral beasts with this kind of sneak attack. Xia Ruofei felt that he had to think of other ways. Otherwise, it would be difficult to complete the task, let alone break the record. One must know that there were many high-level star beasts of the original infant stage on the second level of the trial pagoda. If it was not easy to kill mid-level star beasts and even attract high-level star beasts, then Xia Ruofei would be in deep trouble. He frowned slightly and decided to continue searching. He couldn't make a correct judgment just by looking at a primary star beast, so he decided to try looking for a medium star beast first. Only after dealing with a medium star beast would he have a more intuitive judgment. Before leaving the scene, Xia Ruofei tried again, hoping to keep the star beast's body into the spirit map space. However, his attempt still failed. The corpse of the Swan Ni star beast couldn't be stored in a storage treasure. This further confirmed Xia Ruofei's judgment. He had always thought that the astral beast was a puppet created by the Almighty Being who set up the trial pagoda, and now it seemed that it was true. Since he couldn't collect it, Xia Ruofei found a quiet place to hide the body. After that, he continued his search. After walking for another 5 minutes, Xia Ruofei suddenly saw an intermediate star beast. 3308 Another strange path. 1. The encounter this time caught him off guard. Xia Ruofei and the star beast were stunned for a moment. Then, the star beast's eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. It growled and pounced at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei finally saw the middle-rank star beast and his spirits were lifted. He stepped on the bent frost flying sword and drew an arc nimbly. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to control the blue immortal sword to attack the middle-rank star beast. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, the intermediate star beast didn't dodge and continued to charge at him. The intermediate star beast and the blue immortal sword were both extremely fast, so in the blink of an eye, the blue immortal sword had already pierced the star beast's body. Although Xia Ruofei only used his spiritual power to grab the blue immortal sword and throw it at the intermediate star beast, the speed was still very fast. The flying sword even made a sound of breaking through the air. In addition, the blue immortal sword itself was very sharp. When Xia Ruofei saw that the star beast was so easily pierced, he could not help but be happy, and a smile appeared on his face. However, his smile quickly froze. When the blue immortal sword touched the body of the star beast, it did not pierce into its body as Xia Ruofei had expected. Instead, it made a sound of metal clashing. Xia Ruofei even saw a few sparks. Then, The blue immortal sword shook violently and was bounced away. The sharp blue travel immortal sword was thrown out by Xia Ruofei at such a fast speed, but it did not even pierce the scales of the middle grade star beast. The defense of this intermediate star beast was beyond Xia Ruofei's expectations. In fact, when he killed the beginner level astral beast, Xia Ruofei had already felt that its skin was rough and thick. He didn't expect that an intermediate level astral beast would be even more abnormal. Its defense was several times stronger than that of a beginner level astral beast. Xia Ruofei didn't have much time to think about it since the intermediate star beast was already in front of him. Xia Ruofei decisively jumped off the Xushuang flying sword and rolled on the ground, avoiding the middle grade star beast's aggressive attack. In fact, the safest and most effective way to fly on a flying sword was to climb up quickly. However, Xia Ruofei was still afraid of the sudden sense of danger when he went up to the top of the tree to investigate, so he would rather look more embarrassed and roll on the ground to avoid the attack of the intermediate astral beast than to climb up again. Xia Ruofei didn't blindly defend. As he rolled and dodged, he had already made a sword art and controlled the flying sword to attack the intermediate star beast. It was obviously not powerful enough to use spiritual power to grab the flying sword. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided not to use the blue immortal sword anymore. Instead, he focused on controlling the Xushuang flying sword to fight with the middle rank star beast. The flying sword controlled by the sword art was naturally much faster than the blue immortal sword. The faster it was, the more powerful it was. Moreover, when controlled by the sword art, the flying sword seemed to be a part of his body, which made it many times more flexible than the blue immortal sword. The Xushuang flying sword let out a soft cry, and streaked across the air like a phantom, stabbing toward the intermediate star beast. The intermediate astral beast seemed to have realized the danger. This time, it didn't try to resist the attack with its body. Instead, it chose to dodge. In this way, the intermediate star beast's attack on Xia Ruofei was interrupted, and Xia Ruofei's passive situation was alleviated. After he rolled on the ground to avoid the intermediate astral beast's attack, he immediately stood up, turned around, and ran toward the intermediate astral beast. The flying sword of the bent frost was like a butterfly flying through the flowers, circling around the middle grade star beast and launching fierce attacks from time to time. Xia Ruofei also used his palms and the Xushuang flying sword to attack the intermediate star beast. In a short while, the situation was completely reversed. The intermediate star beast had no chance to attack anymore. It was focused on defending against Xia Ruofei's attacks. However, Xia Ruofei soon frowned. Not only was this intermediate star beast's defense extremely strong, but it was also extremely fast and agile. Even though the gentleman sword technique he used was very exquisite, and he also took the risk to attack in close range, not many attacks actually landed on the star beast's body. Moreover, they almost didn't cause any damage, only leaving a few superficial wounds. What happened next was beyond Xia Ruofei's expectations. The intermediate star beast did not fight to the death with him. Instead, it fainted and ran away. Xia Ruofei didn't notice it, and the star beast was fast. By the time he reacted, it was too late to pursue. Xia Ruofei watched as the star beast quickly disappeared into the forest. He controlled the Xushuang flying sword to chase after it for more than 100 meters. Seeing that it was impossible, he simply gave up. Xia Ruofei punched the tree beside him dejectedly. It was really an unfavorable start. The mission required them to kill 100 middle-rank astral beasts, but the first one they encountered was already so difficult. They had been busy for half a day, but it had actually escaped. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a headache. For a moment, he was actually at a loss. He couldn't think of how the record-breaking predecessor had done it. According to his speculations, he was at the golden core stage, so the mission requirement was to kill intermediate star beasts. If a nascent soul cultivator entered here, he would probably be asked to kill high-level star beasts. In other words, no matter if the record-breaking expert was at the Qi refining stage, the golden core stage, or the original infant stage, the difficulty of his task would definitely not be lower than Xia Ruofei's. Xia Ruofei found it hard to imagine that, under such difficulty, he could actually kill 100 star beasts of the same level as him in 4 hours. However, Xia Ruofei did not have the time to think too much about it. He knew that he could not stay here any longer. He couldn't guarantee that the escaping intermediate astral beast wouldn't call for help. If the astral beasts decided to group up, even if it wasn't a high-level astral beast, he wouldn't be able to stand a group of intermediate astral beasts. After Xia Ruofei had fought with this intermediate star beast, he had a rough idea in his heart. If he was surrounded by many intermediate star beasts, he would not be able to escape without using the spirit map scroll, because they were too fast. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately cast aside all distracting thoughts and left the place on his flying sword. He didn't have a specific target. He randomly chose a direction and flew on his flying sword while sticking close to the ground. Of course, during the process of moving, Xia Ruofei still maintained his spiritual power to the maximum range to explore the surrounding situation to avoid being surrounded by the star beasts. This forest seemed to be very large. Xia Ruofei flew on his flying sword for 20 to 30 miles, but he still did not encounter any star beasts. Xia Ruofei had just gone through a fierce battle. Then he had to fly on his sword at full speed and nimbly avoid all kinds of obstacles in the forest. He had used up a lot of his energy. He was already dozens of miles away from the place where the battle had taken place. He thought for a while and stopped to rest. At the same time, he had to think of a suitable way as soon as possible to realize that it would be difficult to complete the mission with just courage. Hence, Xia Ruofei jumped off the flying sword and searched the nearby area carefully. After making sure that it was safe for the time being, he walked to a big tree and sat down. He took out a bottle of spirit pool water from the spirit map space and drank it in big gulps. After that, he sat under the tree to rest and recover while thinking of countermeasures. Now, it seemed that this mid-grade astral beast had almost no weakness. It was fast, had high defense, and its attack power was not weak. If he wanted to kill the star beast, he had to make sure that it wouldn't run away. Otherwise, if the star beast was determined to escape, he really wouldn't be able to keep it. Xia Ruofei's mind was spinning. And soon 2 words flashed in his mind. If he wanted to kill the star beast quickly, it seemed that he would have to use the help of array Dao. Xia Ruofei had obtained many precious array books from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. In addition, he often drew array talismans to set up various arrays. He had rich, practical experience. It could be said that his array skills had reached a higher level. Xia Ruofei's brain worked quickly and he quickly came up with a plan. A set of trap and kill array blueprints had already been outlined in his mind. This wasn't a finished product. Xia Ruofei had combined his knowledge of arrays with the large amount of array blueprints he had in his mind and the actual situation of the star beast to create a temporary array. Xia Ruofei simulated the formation in his mind twice and did not find any obvious problems. He immediately took out a jade talisman and began to draw the runes. He had stored quite a number of high-quality blank jade talismans in the spirit map space, and they could be put to use this time. This trap and kill array was not very complicated, and Xia Ruofei was very familiar with the process of carving talismans. Hence, in less than half an hour, he had finished carving all the talismans he needed. However, he made 2 mistakes in the middle and broke 2 blank jade talismans. Other than that, everything went smoothly. Although he had spent about half an hour sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting wood. If he could increase the probability of killing the star beast, then this half an hour would be worth it. However, Xia Ruofei was still facing another problem. This trap and kill array could not be set up just by using a few jade talismans with formation patterns. It also required specific supplementary materials to be set up in different positions. In other words, he couldn't immediately cast the array talisman to form the array in an instant when he encountered a middle-rank star beast. Instead, he had to set up the array in advance. However, the forest seemed to be boundless, and the probability of encountering a mid-grade astral beast was not high. Xia Ruofei could not set up a formation in advance, or he would be waiting for the rabbit. Xia Ruofei frowned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of the star beast that had just escaped. If that astral beast was really going to get reinforcements and come back for revenge, wouldn't there be a ready-made ambush spot? As long as the formation was set up in the vicinity, there was a chance to encounter a medium star beast, and it was likely that there would be more than one star beast. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei seemed to see the hope of breaking the record and completing the task. 3309, Chapter 1802, Please enter the jar. 1. Xia Ruofei quickly put away the materials and took out the curved frost flying sword. He turned back in the direction he had come from. The forest was very dense. If it were an ordinary person, they would have lost their way long ago. However, Xia Ruofei had a strong memory and had the help of his strong mental power. In addition, he was not far from the place where he had encountered the star beast in a straight line. Hence, in a short while, Xia Ruofei had quietly sneaked into the vicinity. He didn't return to his original spot directly, but at a position about 200 meters away. He first carefully used his spiritual power to investigate, and then began to set up the array. Although this trap and kill array was not his original creation, it was indeed something that no one had ever used before. It could be considered as an improvement and combination based on the foundation of the predecessors. As for the specific effect, he was actually not particularly confident in his heart. However, based on his understanding of arrays, he more or less had an idea of the power of this trap and kill array. He felt that as long as they didn't encounter any high-level star beasts or dozens or even hundreds of middle-grade star beasts, this trap and kill array wouldn't be easily broken. Xia Ruofei skillfully set up the formation and then quietly lay in the forest. He maintained the maximum range of his spiritual power and carefully observed the surrounding situation. In fact, Xia Ruofei was also taking a gamble. He was betting that the intermediate astral beast that had escaped would come back for revenge. If that intermediate star beast were to escape, Xia Ruofei would be wasting his time here. After all, if he wanted to break the record, he had to race against time. However, Xia Ruofei still believed in his own judgment. Since this mid-grade astral beast knew how to run away when it couldn't win, it was obvious that it had a high IQ. It was only natural for it to call for help and seek revenge. After all, from the contact just now, it could be seen that this mid-grade star beast was quite courageous. It could even use its body to withstand the flying sword. It was unlikely that it would be scared and run away, never to come back. However, as time passed, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel anxious. Fortunately, he didn't wait too long. After hiding in the forest for more than 10 minutes, there was movement at the edge of his spiritual power detection range. Xia Ruofei's spirits were lifted. He continued to maintain the maximum range of his spiritual power and focused on the direction of the movement. Soon, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to detect that the star beast that had just escaped had appeared in the range of his spiritual power. Behind this star beast, there were 15 or 16 other star beasts. Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened. After scanning with his spiritual force, a dense amount of information appeared in his perception mirror. He glanced at it but did not find any information about the high-level astral beast. He was overjoyed. Including the star beast that had escaped earlier, there were a total of 16 intermediate star beasts. If Xia Ruofei had not prepared the trap and kill array in advance, he would have fled without hesitation when he encountered such a lineup. But now, the formation hidden in the forest behind him gave him a lot of confidence. The only problem now was how to lure all 16 intermediate star beasts into the trap and ensure his own safety. After all, if all 16 extremely fast intermediate star beasts attacked him at the same time, Xia Ruofei would not even have the chance to defend himself. In fact, if he didn't have the spirit map, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Xia Ruofei already had a plan in mind. He did not rush to meet them. Firstly, he was too far away from the formation, and his safety could not be guaranteed. Secondly, he had already discovered that these star beasts had relatively high intelligence, even higher than the human-shaped puppets on the first floor of the trial tower. If he knew that there was a large wave of star beasts coming, but he didn't run for his life and instead faced them head-on, this kind of abnormal behavior might cause the star beasts to be on guard. Besides, Xia Ruofei wasn't worried that the astral beast would leave so easily. The fleeing astral beast had called so many reinforcements. With such a big formation, it was obvious that they wouldn't give up until they found him. According to common sense, Xia Ruofei couldn't possibly stay in the same place all the time. Hence, he judged that the astral beasts would definitely spread out to search for him. Once they found him, they would immediately call for their companions to surround him. His current position was definitely within the search range of the astral beasts. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided that biding his time was Thebia's choice. He was quietly hiding in the forest, his mental power always covering the group of star beasts. To be honest, seeing such a large group of star beasts slowly approaching him, Xia Ruofei still felt some pressure in his heart. However, he was more excited. This feeling was very similar to when he was in the army and watched the enemy's small troops walk step by step into the enemy's encirclement through the scope of his sniper rifle. Although his heart would more or less beat faster, it was more like his blood was boiling. At the same time, he could still maintain absolute calmness. His finger on the trigger did not move at all. Xia Ruofei was like that now. He lay on the ground and completely hid himself under the tall grass. He mainly used his spiritual power to investigate. So he didn't need to care if his vision was blocked. In fact, mental power could detect almost 360 degrees. Without any blind spots, which was much larger than the field of vision with the naked eye, and less likely to make mistakes. Soon, the 16 star beasts arrived at the place where Xia Ruofei had fought with the star beasts. They were not surprised to not find any trace of Xia Ruofei. Instead, they quickly spread out in a fan-shaped formation and began to search the front. They seemed to be well trained. However, these star beasts did not expect that their every move was under Xia Ruofei's surveillance and that they were walking step by step into Xia Ruofei's carefully laid trap. As the star beasts got closer and closer to Xia Ruofei, his expression became more and more serious. He held his breath and did not dare to relax for even a moment as he used his spiritual power to detect the position of the star beasts. When the astral beast that was searching for Xia Ruofei's hiding place was about 100 meters away from him, Xia Ruofei pretended to notice it. Of course, he did not panic to the point of standing up and running away. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as not enough. After acting, it would no longer be real. Xia Ruofei deliberately made a little noise and then ran in the direction of the formation. Although there wasn't much movement, a slight shake in the grass immediately alerted the star beast. Its sharp eyes scanned the area and immediately found Xia Ruofei, who was running away in the grass. The star beast immediately stomped its hind legs, and its body streaked across the air like a phantom, chasing after Xia Ruofei. At the same time, it let out a sharp howl. The astral beasts that were searching nearby stopped in their tracks and surrounded Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei made a big commotion, he did not stop at all. Without hesitation, he flew in the direction of the formation. After being discovered by the star beast, he didn't even bother to hide his body. He stood up and stepped on the flying sword of the warped frost, flying close to the ground. In terms of absolute speed, Xia Ruofei was definitely not as fast as the star beast. However, if he were to ride a flying sword, the star beast would not be able to catch up to him in a short time, no matter how fast it was. Hence, Xia Ruofei was soon followed by a large group of star beasts. Everyone was moving at their maximum speed. One was chasing while the other was running. The short distance between Xia Ruofei and the array was covered in the blink of an eye. After Xia Ruofei passed through the array, he did not hesitate to cast a few spells. 3 spiritual energy seals with mysterious patterns flew into the grass, and the array that had been set up was activated in an instant. These 16 star beasts didn't seem to be aware of it as they charged into the range of the formation. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already stopped and turned around to look at the star beasts that were chasing after them. However, as soon as these star beasts entered the formation, they immediately lost their target. The area in front of them suddenly turned white, and their visibility was less than a meter. They were surrounded by thick white fog. These star beasts had probably never seen the array of human cultivators before, so they all started to run around in circles like headless flies. The star beasts were also hot-tempered, and after they found themselves trapped, they also launched their strongest attacks towards their surroundings. However, this trap and kill array obviously couldn't be destroyed by brute force. In fact, most of the star beasts' attacks fell on empty space, and only a few of them hit the base of the array talismans. However, because the array was interconnected, such an attack was equivalent to being evenly borne by the entire array, and it didn't hurt at all. Some of the astral beasts couldn't see their surroundings at all, so their attacks even landed on their companions. In an instant, 3 astral beasts were accidentally injured by their companions, and they let out angry roars. This was also the reason why Xia Ruofei felt assured when detected that there were no high-level astral beasts in the horde. If a high-level astral beast's random attack hit the key part of the formation, there was a chance that it would damage the formation. However, there was no need to worry about this group of middle-level astral beasts. If this level of attack landed on Xia Ruofei, it might break his bones. However, when it landed on the formation, the seemingly fierce attack would be no different from scratching an itch after it was shared by the entire formation. If he was not in a hurry, Xia Ruofei could have just watched the show from the side. However, if he wanted to break the record, he naturally had to end the battle quickly. Therefore, it was meaningless to just trap these star beasts here. Other than trapping the enemy, the death trap array naturally had a killing move. Xia Ruofei didn't waste any time. After making sure that all the 16 star beasts had entered the trap, he immediately cast a spell and threw a few more seals into the center of the array. The formation that was originally just a dense fog, after the activation of the seal technique, immediately underwent a violent change. 3310A Team Wipe 1. The astral beast that had fought with Xia Ruofei was also trapped in the formation. As it was the one who had called its partner over to seek revenge, it was also the one who charged the fiercest. Correspondingly, it was also the one who was the deepest in the formation. This star beast had been accidentally injured by its companion just now. It was caught off guard and its back was ruthlessly clawed by another star beast. Although star beasts had rough skin and thick flesh, the attack from a star beast was also very heavy, so it had suffered a lot this time. The softest part of its waist had been scratched open, and blood gushed out. The astral beast roared in anger. It stomped its 2 hooves on the ground and charged into the mist as fast as lightning. At this moment, it had already lost its mind and wanted to use brute force to break the formation. At this moment, Xia Ruofei used a seal to activate part of the array's function. A black light flashed through the fog and shot straight at the star beast. The astral beast had lost its mind, and at the same time, it was in the fog with extremely low visibility, so its ability to sense danger had been greatly reduced. In addition, the black light was silent, so it was completely unaware of it, and was directly hit by the black light from the side. With a bang, the black light disappeared into the star beast's body. The star beast's forward, charging figure suddenly froze. Then, it let out a shrill scream, and a finger-sized hole appeared on its body. The attack of the formation was not limited to this. After the black light hit the body of the star beast, the glossy fur on the star beast's body suddenly burst into flames. It rolled on the ground in pain, causing the nearby weeds and shrubs to fall. Although the star beast kept rolling on the ground, the flames were like maggots in its bones. Not only did they not extinguish, but they also grew stronger and stronger, and the smell of roasted meat even filled the air. Xia Ruofei, who was standing outside the formation, was amazed. He could basically tell that these star beasts were man-made puppets. However, they were extremely realistic. The materials used to make these star beasts even had the smell of roasted meat. After burning. After a while, the star beast's screams gradually weakened, and finally, there was no more sound. It would never have thought that it would bring its companions to encircle Xia Ruofei in such a menacing manner, only to catch a glimpse of Xia Ruofei's back and then lose its life in this formation. When the astral beast Finally quieted down, Xia Ruofei's perceptual mirror finally showed a change in the mission progress. It was 1 out of 100. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. Although it had been a long time since he had entered the second floor of the Tower of Trials, it was still a good start. Moreover, the remaining 15 star beasts in the formation were also in deep trouble. It was only a matter of time before they became Xia Ruofei's number on the mission progress. Almost at the same time that the first star beast was attacked, the other star beasts were also attacked by the terrifying black light. Some were lucky enough to avoid the attack, but most of the star beasts were not spared. The only difference was that some of the star beasts were directly penetrated by the black light, while some only had a few scratches. Of course, the result would be the same. The most terrifying attack of the black light was not the penetrating injury, but the inextinguishable flames that would erupt after coming into contact with the star beast. Therefore, even the star beasts that had their skin scratched were ignited in flames after a short time. This flame looked a little pale, but it was extremely hot. Most importantly, no matter how the star beasts rolled on the ground or crazily rubbed against the tree stump, it was of no use. One star beast was even lucky and directly rolled into a small pool, but it still couldn't change its fate of being burned to death. The star beast's body was in the water, but even so, the flames were still burning under the water, as if it didn't need any oxygen to support it. In this round, a total of 10 astral beasts were hit by this sudden attack. The mission progress in Xia Ruofei's perception mirror had become 10 out of 100. The remaining 6 star beasts were like birds, startled by the mere twang of a bough, and they were running around in circles like headless flies. This formation only blocked the line of sight. At the same time, it used some mysterious formation patterns to create an illusion for the targets inside the formation. They thought that they were moving in a straight line, but in fact, they were running around in circles. However, the formation did not isolate sound. Therefore, the 6 surviving star beasts could clearly hear the terrifying screams of the other star beasts inside the array. As a result, they were naturally even more nervous. Because no one knew when the disaster would suddenly befall them, and then they would die in screams like their companions in front of them. However, they didn't dare to charge out, and they were also worried that they would trigger a more powerful formation, making it even more difficult to escape. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei didn't let them struggle for too long. He made a hand seal and controlled the array again. The formation's attack was so powerful because, on one hand, it was very intricately designed. On the other hand, there was enough spiritual qi to support Shiju in killing the 10 star beasts. Xia Ruofei had also paid the price of 100 spiritual stones. However, considering how difficult it was to deal with the star beast and how important the mission was, it was worth it to use these 100 spirit stones. 33-11-18 Wipe 2. Xia Ruofei had placed a huge pile of spiritual stones at the core of the formation. If there was a shortage of energy, the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones would be absorbed by the formation. Therefore, the spiritual stones were piled up into a small mountain at the core of the formation. It was only 100 spiritual stones, but the pile of spiritual stones in the shape of a small hill did not change at all. If Xia Ruofei had not used his spiritual power to accurately sense the consumption of spiritual stones, there would not have been any change from the outside. Hence, in order to save time, Xia Ruofei increased the power of the formation when he was dealing with the 6 fish that had escaped the net. These 6 star beasts were out of luck. Previously, the black rays of light had only attacked one star beast. After Xia Ruofei made a hand seal, the black rays of light suddenly appeared in a dense formation and attacked the 6 intermediate star beasts. When the 6 star beasts saw the black rays that were like fine raindrops, their eyes were filled with despair. They had even forgotten that there was no point in dodging under such an all-encompassing attack. With a series of plopping sounds, the bodies of these star beasts were directly pierced through by many sharp rays of light, leaving several finger-sized wounds on their bodies, causing blood to spray out. Then, their bodies started to burn. After a short while, the 6 star beasts stopped moving. In fact, 3 of the star beasts were already dead after being pierced by the black light. Because there were too many black lights this time, these 3 star beasts were unlucky enough to be hit in their vital parts. Of course, looking at it from another perspective, they should be even luckier, because they did not suffer before they died, and they died almost instantly. As for the remaining 3 star beasts, they were still being roasted for a long time before they died in pain. Xia Ruofei saw through the perceptual mirror that the mission progress had increased to 16 out of 100. He couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile, and even snapped his fingers. He was very satisfied with the power of the formation. Even though the consumption was slightly higher and the power of the formation was increased by several times, Xia Ruofei had used up 500 spiritual stones in just a few minutes. In order to get rid of the remaining star beasts as soon as possible, the spirit stones consumed in less than a minute were almost 4 times that of the previous 10 star beasts. However, Xia Ruofei did not have much other than spiritual stones. The spiritual stones that he had obtained from Scholar Yuntai's storage ring were enough to form a mountain. He did not even bat an eye at the mere consumption of 500 spiritual stones. He did not feel anything at all. After dealing with these 16 star beasts, Xia Ruofei did not delay any further. If he wanted to break the record, he had to kill at least 84 intermediate star beasts in the remaining hour or so. Time was of the essence. Therefore, when the last star beast became a number in his mission progress, he immediately waved his hand and put away the formation materials and spirit stones. Then, his figure flashed, and he stepped on the flying sword and flew close to the ground, quickly escaping into the dense forest. It should be said that this trap and kill array was very effective against star beasts. Xia Ruofei also discovered that fire attacks seemed to be particularly effective against star beasts. He didn't know if it was because of the materials used, but the black light produced by the formation would quickly ignite the entire body of the star beast once it came into contact with it. It was almost an accurate hit. However, the formation's weakness was also very obvious. They had to make arrangements in advance. This trap and kill array was a little complicated. Even though Xia Ruofei was very familiar with it, he still needed a few minutes to set it up. It was decided that he couldn't set up the formation at the last minute after encountering the star beast. He could only set it up in advance and wait for the star beast to fall into his trap. In this vast forest, Xia Ruofei was not sure where the star beasts were. Even if there were stupid star beasts that ran into the formation, it was a small probability. It was impossible for 84 of them to appear in a row, right? Hence, Xia Ruofei had to take the initiative to attack. It would be best if he could chase away one astral beast and attract a whole bunch of them. Then, he would only need to wait to harvest the mission progress. Xia Ruofei's figure flickered in and out of view in the dense forest. He was moving forward at a very fast speed. Of course, he was still on high alert. The forest was full of danger. If Xia Ruofei was not careful, he would be at a disadvantage even if it was an intermediate star beast. Let alone a high, level one. After about 3 minutes, Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped. He was now more and more familiar with the control of the Zhuang flying sword. It only took him 2 seconds to go from extremely fast to extremely still. It was completely seamless. Within the range of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, a silly star beast appeared. The astral beast sniffed the surrounding grass while looking left and right as it moved forward. Xia Ruofei wasn't sure what level this astral beast was, but he could tell that it wasn't likely to be a high level one. As expected, when Xia Ruofei was close enough, the star beast's introduction appeared in his perceptual mirror. It was indeed a middle-rank astral beast. Xia Ruofei's heart was slightly happy, and he immediately increased his speed. In fact, even if it was just a primary level star beast, Xia Ruofei would not hesitate to get close to it. His goal was not to kill this star beast, but to use force to make this star beast flee. If it was only a primary level star beast, he would definitely go easy on it, giving it a chance to escape. If it was a high-level astral beast, what was Xia Ruofei's point of consideration? He should quickly wipe his head and escape. Xia Ruofei's luck was not bad. It was a middle-rank astral beast. As the distance between the two got closer, Xia Ruofei also summoned the blue travel immortal sword. He directly used his spiritual power to grab it and continued to move in the direction of the middle-level star beast. Very quickly, the intermediate star beast also noticed Xia Ruofei. It let out a deep roar and then ran towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei jumped off the flying sword and pointed his finger. The Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword let out a dragon's roar at the same time and whizzed towards the star beast. At the same time, a wavering flame appeared in Xia Ruofei's palm. Controlling fire was not a high-end function. Xia Ruofei had long been able to do this. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and the flame flew towards the star beast. Compared to the speed of the flying sword, the flame was like a turtle. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't want to take the star beast's life at once, so he wasn't in a hurry. The flying sword of Zhuang was the fastest. It directly attacked the star beast from the front, followed by the blue immortal sword. However, it made a beautiful arc and attacked the star beast from the right side. The star beast showed no fear at all. Xia Ruofei even felt that the star beast's eyes were filled with mockery. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei was even more furious. He was actually despised by a puppet astral beast. The star beast nimbly dodged the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword. Just as it was about to attack Xia Ruofei, the flame arrived. There was a trace of fear in the star beast's eyes, but it didn't escape immediately. After hesitating for a moment, it dodged to the side. Xia Ruofei saw all of this. He was even more certain of his judgment. This astral beast seemed to be naturally afraid of fire. Xia Ruofei didn't look into the reason. Instead, he focused on controlling the two flying swords and the flame with his spiritual power, attacking the star beast with 3 different thoughts. In fact, this flame was much weaker than the black light of the array. However, the astral beast seemed to be very afraid of the flame. There were a few times when it had the chance to break through the attack line and directly attack Xia Ruofei. However, it seemed to be frightened by the small flame and was a little timid. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not let go of this opportunity. His attacks became fiercer. 3312 Victory in the beginning. 1. Finally, after the flame flickered, the flying sword found an opening and accurately cut through the star beast's neck. However, the star beast's neck was also protected by very thick scales. Although the flying sword was extremely sharp, it could only leave a small wound on the star beast's body. It didn't even bleed much. Xia Ruofei was already mentally prepared for the star beast's rough skin and thick flesh, so he was not discouraged. However, the star beast was injured, so it became more irritable and roared repeatedly. Xia Ruofei nimbly controlled the two flying swords and the flame while he hid in the outer circle and dealt with the star beast. The star beast wanted to break out and attack Xia Ruofei several times, but it was still afraid of the flame. In addition, the two flying swords were very sharp and its defense was almost impregnable. The star beast couldn't find an opportunity to attack, so it was even more furious. Xia Ruofei was getting more and more stable. Not long after, he left a few more wounds on the star beast. In fact, Xia Ruofei had the chance to kill this star beast, but he didn't do so, because the forest was too big. He wandered around for a long time before he found a star beast. It wasn't easy to kill a star beast with thick skin and meat. If he kept this up, he wouldn't be able to break the record in the remaining time. Therefore, Xia Ruofei had intentionally held back. He wanted to replicate the previous successful experience and let the star beast escape so that he could call his friends to take revenge. This was the fastest way Xia Ruofei could think of to complete the task. This was the only way to maximize the effect of the array. The situation was developing in the direction that Xia Ruofei had predicted. The astral beast had gradually calmed down after a long time of attack. It began to realize that it was in danger because the flying sword had almost hit its vital parts twice. In addition, that seemingly ordinary little flame had made it feel a little scared. Therefore, after a stalemate of more than 10 minutes, this astral beast finally made the same choice as the last one. It roared unwillingly, then turned around and ran. Xia Ruofei pretended to chase after him for a while. The star beast was determined to escape and also exerted its speed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the dense forest. Xia Ruofei was just putting on an act. He didn't really want to chase after it and end its life. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly returned and set up the formation at the location of the battle. The next step was to wait. However, Xia Ruofei didn't stay where he was. He continued to explore in other directions. As long as it was within the range of his spiritual power, he would be able to detect the star beasts as soon as they came. Time was of the essence, and he had to race against time. It was obviously not the best choice to wait here like an idiot. He still wanted to find a few more star beasts. It would be best if he could set up the traps one by one seamlessly and directly reap the lives of the star beasts. However, the forest was huge and the density of astral beasts was low. Xia Ruofei looked around but did not see any other astral beasts. He only turned back when the location of the formation was almost out of Xia Ruofei's spiritual perception range. Fortunately, the fleeing astral beast did not make Xia Ruofei wait for too long. Perhaps there was a special way of communication between astral beasts. Xia Ruofei could not find a single astral beast in the forest for a long time. The fleeing astral beast only took about 10 minutes to return with 20 astral beasts. Xia Ruofei had already returned to the location of the formation and was hiding behind a huge rock. His Spirit power sensed that the star beast that had run away just now had returned with its companion to seek revenge. He was immediately invigorated. He stood up from behind the rock and went forward to meet the star beast. Soon, the astral beasts also noticed Xia Ruofei. They immediately let out fierce roars and increased their speed. They fanned out and surrounded Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not panic. He even had the time to confirm the number of astral beasts in this group and whether there were any terrifying high-level astral beasts mixed in. Soon, he confirmed that this group of star beasts, including the one that had just escaped, had a total of 21 star beasts, and all of them were intermediate star beasts. Xia Ruofei was relieved. He turned around and ran into the forest. How could the star beasts let Xia Ruofei go so easily? Hence, they increased their speed and chased after Xia Ruofei. Thus, the previous scene played out again. The 21 star beasts all rushed into the range of the trap and kill array. Their vision was suddenly blocked by the fog, and they suddenly became 21 headless flies. Xia Ruofei emerged from the forest. He could easily sense the exact location of the 21 star beasts in the array. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. This time, he didn't hesitate at all. Before the star beasts could even try to break the formation with force, he had already formed a hand seal and launched an attack on them. Moreover, he didn't want to save spirit stones at all. He directly adjusted the attack of the formation to the maximum, all in order to buy as much time as possible. Immediately, countless streaks of black light appeared within the formation, almost filling the entire space. 3313 A swift victory, too, as if they had a life of their own, these black lights found their targets. As soon as they appeared, their speed suddenly increased a bit, and they directly attacked the star beasts who were temporarily blind. Poochie sounds rang out continuously, and in an instant, the 21 star beasts were all struck by the black light. Immediately, the array was lit up with flames. These majestic star beasts were in a very sorry state. They had also come to the end of their lives. After a while, the last star beast also stopped wailing. It retreated a few times and then completely stopped breathing. Xia Ruofei didn't need to check if the astral beast was dead or alive, because he could see through the vision of the perceptual mirror that his mission progress had been updated to 37/100. It was 16 out of 100 just now, but now it was 37 out of 100, which meant that he had killed another 21 star beasts. In other words, none of the 21 star beasts were spared. They had all been killed by the trap and kill array. Xia Ruofei only gave himself half a minute to enjoy the joy. Then, he quickly removed the formation and put away all the formation materials. After throwing them into the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei continued to venture deeper into the forest in search of a new target. Xia Ruofei realized that this method was quite useful. The efficiency of hunting star beasts had increased a lot. In the following time, Xia Ruofei pushed himself to the limit. Soon, he followed the same pattern and killed 2 batches of 43 intermediate star beasts. His mission progress had reached 80 out of 100. If he wanted to break the record, he only had about 30 minutes left. He had to kill 20 intermediate star beasts within half an hour, or all his previous efforts would be in vain. In fact, Xia Ruofei was still very confident at the moment. The next few batches of intermediate star beasts he encountered were all more than 20. Therefore, as long as he could successfully find another intermediate star beast, defeat it, set up an array, and wait for it to call for reinforcements, there was a high probability that he could deal with it in one wave. Xia Ruofei continued to search in the forest. He estimated that he had walked more than 200 kilometers since he reached the second level of the Tower of Trials. Obviously, this forest was huge, so huge that it was beyond his imagination. Xia Ruofei's mind was running wild as he searched forward. The person he was most worried about was naturally Ling Qingxue. After all, Ling Qingshue's combat experience was close to zero, and danger lurked everywhere in the trial pagoda. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard a creak from his right. He immediately stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction of the sound. At this moment, Xia Ruofei no longer had any wild thoughts. He was highly focused because he had been maintaining his mental strength to scout the surroundings. However, he did not find anything unusual within the range of his mental strength. The sound was at most 100 meters away from him. The range of his mental strength was much larger than this. What was it? How did he escape the detection of spiritual power? There were too many questions in Xia Ruofei's mind. But he knew that now was not the time to get to the bottom of it. The most important thing was to find the source of the sound and confirm whether it was safe. Xia Ruofei's expression was grave. He stared at the place where the sound came from and explored to the right. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard another creak. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. His hair stood on end. Xia Ruofei was very confident in his sixth sense. He stopped in his tracks and retreated quickly. However, just as Xia Ruofei was about to retreat, a roar suddenly came from the direction of the sound. Xia Ruofei felt as if his heart had been stepped on just by hearing this sound. He didn't dare to look back. As he ran, he summoned the Xushuang flying sword and wanted to escape. He wasn't sure what was in the forest, but his sixth sense told him that it was an extremely dangerous guy. As expected, the moment Xia Ruofei stepped on the Xushuang flying sword, he heard a creaking sound, accompanied by the sound of a branch being cut. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to look back. Instead, he pushed the speed of the Xushuang flying sword to the extreme and agilely shuttled through the forest. His spiritual power was still in a scouting state, but he found nothing. If he only used his spiritual power to check, he would find that there was nothing behind him. Such a strange situation made Xia Ruofei even more nervous. As he flew forward, he saw an opening and quickly turned around to take a look. With one look, he was instantly shocked. About 10 meters behind him, a huge astral beast was fiercely chasing him. This astral beast was stronger than all the astral beasts he had encountered before. Its body was 3 times the length of an ordinary middle-grade astral beast, and the scales on its body exuded a dark blue metallic luster. When it opened its big mouth, 2 rows of fangs were extremely sharp, and the toenails on its claws were as sharp as daggers, exuding a cold aura. A high-level astral beast. Xia Ruofei suddenly had this thought. There was no doubt that this star beast that could escape his spiritual power detection and was obviously much stronger than a medium level star beast was most likely a high-level star beast. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself that his luck was too bad. He had been searching aimlessly in such a large forest and had encountered a high-level star beast. He felt that this was most likely the lair of a high-level astral beast. He had stupidly walked in step by step. If he hadn't been careful enough after hearing the creaking sound, he might have already died under the claws of a high-level astral beast. However, his current situation was also very dangerous. The speed of the flying sword had reached its maximum, but the distance between him and the high-level star beast was still slowly closing. Star beasts were already very fast, and the high-level star beast behind Xia Ruofei was even faster than the intermediate star beast. Therefore, even if Xia Ruofei used all his strength to drive the flying sword, he could not escape from this high-level star beast's pursuit. Most importantly, time was still ticking away. If he wanted to break the record, he did not have much time left. As Xia Ruofei fled through the forest, he racked his brain and tried to think of a countermeasure. If not for the Zhuchuang flying sword, even if Xia Ruofei used all his strength, he would have been caught up by the high-level star beast. Even so, the distance between the two was slowly shrinking. In other words, if he didn't come up with a practical and effective way, it would only be a matter of time before he was caught by the high-level star beast. As he had been exposed to the high-level astral beasts, Xia Ruofei could not take out the spirit map scroll. Astral beasts were highly intelligent. If Xia Ruofei had disappeared into thin air and there was an obviously man-made scroll on the ground, the high-level astral beast would definitely be interested in it. Time waits for no man. Xia Ruofei had been running for 3 minutes and thinking of a plan. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to take the initiative to change, and even take a little risk. Hence, as Xia Ruofei was running away, he waved his hand slightly and the center of the trap and kill array was sent into the grass. Xia Ruofei controlled his flying sword and flew past. The high-level star beast followed closely behind. The confinement killing array's core that was hidden in the grass did not attract his attention. Xia Ruofei controlled the flying sword and flew forward with all his might. Then, he changed his direction unknowingly and returned to the place where he had released the array core after going around in circles. Next, Xia Ruofei led the high-level star beast in circles in the forest. Every time they passed by the grass in the center of the trap and kill array, he would throw out some materials for the array. Even though the distance between Xia Ruofei and the astral beast was closing, he didn't panic. Instead, he tried his best to set up the formation. After more than 10 minutes, Xia Ruofei finally placed the last piece of material in place. 3314 High-level astral beast, 1. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and pushed the speed of the Zhuchuang flying sword to the maximum. However, after 10 minutes, the high-level star beast was still getting closer and closer. Now, it was only 2 to 3 meters away from Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's energy consumption was huge as well. Fortunately, he had the energy storage pearl and had stored enough energy. Otherwise, he would have been out of energy. Even so, Xia Ruofei felt a great sense of danger. That high-level astral beast must have used its maximum speed. Otherwise, at such a close distance, if it charged again and increased its speed, it would be able to attack Xia Ruofei directly. Fortunately, astral beasts didn't have any long-range attacks. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Of course, if the high-level star beast could really launch a long-range attack, he would definitely not care about anything else and hide in the spirit map space first. He was still quite confident in the spirit map scroll. He felt that even if the high-level star beast saw him hiding in the spirit map scroll, it would most likely not be able to destroy the scroll. After a series of difficult escape and detours, Xia Ruofei finally set up the trap and kill array. Under such circumstances, he was naturally unable to adjust the array. Fortunately, he had already set up the same array several times while hunting the intermediate star beast today. In addition, he had designed the array himself, so it could be said that he was very familiar with it. Even in such a high-speed state, the probability of making a mistake was very small. After setting up the formation, Xia Ruofei did not have time to think about anything else. He roughly determined the direction and plunged into the pre-set range of the formation. The high-level astral beast did not hesitate and followed Xia Ruofei closely. In fact, the high-level star beast was already infuriated. A golden core stage human cultivator could actually run so fast. In front of the star beast, which was known for its speed, it had been running for 10 minutes and still hadn't been caught. This was simply a disgrace to the star beast race, especially when it was a noble, high-level astral beast. Besides, this high-level astral beast did not know what the things that Xia Ruofei threw out occasionally were for. It thought that he had lost his way and thrown things randomly. Xia Ruofei and the high-level astral beast, one chasing and the other escaping, entered the range of the array in the blink of an eye. Xia Ruofei had already prepared the seal. As soon as he entered the range of the array, he immediately activated the trap and kill array. At this moment, the high-level star beast had also caught up. The timing was just right. After Xia Ruofei activated the formation, he immediately turned in the direction that he had calculated earlier. After the high-level astral beast was trapped in the formation, it suddenly felt that everything was white and it had lost track of Xia Ruofei. This sudden change made the high-level star beast even more furious. Originally, it thought that dealing with a human golden core stage cultivator would be easy. It didn't expect that this human cultivator could actually ride a flying sword in the trial pagoda. As a result, its speed advantage, which it was most proud of, was not fully displayed. Then, it inexplicably fell into an array and completely lost him. The high-level astral beast roared madly, and its huge claws slammed forward heavily. Suddenly, a cloud of dust flew up, and a large pit was smashed into the ground. After Xia Ruofei activated the formation, he immediately distanced himself from the high-level astral beast and paid close attention to its every move. Now that this high-level star beast was in the array, he could easily grasp its whereabouts. Xia Ruofei could not help but frown when he saw the high-level astral beast's angry attack, which had created a huge pit in the ground. The destructive power of a high-level astral beast was indeed extraordinary. The attack power of a medium-level astral beast was simply not on the same level. Although the star beast attacked randomly in the formation, once it hit the key nodes of the formation by chance, it would still cause damage to the formation. The first few times the formation trapped the star beasts, their attacks were relatively weak, and the formation had a major characteristic, that was, it could divide the attack power evenly between the various parts of the formation, so their attacks seemed to be insignificant. However, it was different for high-level star beasts. Each of their attacks was very destructive. The reason why the array could disperse the attack was also based on the characteristics of the array pattern. The array pattern of this array could not disperse such a high-intensity attack in a short time, and a part of the energy must have been directly used on the attack point. This way, it would be easy to damage the formation. Xia Ruofei arrived at the center of the formation as fast as he could. It was easier for him to control the formation there. In just a few dozen seconds, the high-level star beast's attack had already landed on the key nodes of the array 3 times, and each time it caused some damage to the array. Although it could still hold on for a short time, if it took a little longer, the high-level star beast was likely to escape. When the formation was damaged, Xia Ruofei would have no other trump cards and could only hide in the spirit map space. This was something Xia Ruofei did not want to see. He caught his breath and immediately formed a hand seal, activating the formation to attack the high-level star beast. In the face of such a terrifying opponent, Xia Ruofei did not dare to hold back at all. He did not care about the consumption of the formation at all. He directly attacked with the greatest extent of his power. If he did not do something ruthless, the formation would be destroyed immediately. By then, there would be no point in keeping so many spiritual stones. 3315 High-level astral beast. 2. The high-level astral beast's attacks sent stone fragments flying everywhere, but the formation only shook slightly. It was not damaged for the time being, so its field of vision was still a vast expanse of white. The visibility was very low, and it was surrounded by thick white fog. This made it even more anxious and restless, and it attacked even more fiercely. Of course, this high-level star beast thought that it was destroying everything along the way, but in fact, it had long been affected by the array and had been moving in a very small circle. This characteristic of a formation was very effective in trapping enemies. However, there were also some negative effects in this situation. The high-level astral beast was always in this area, so its attacks basically all fell on the nodes of the array in this area. In this way, the damage to these nodes would continue to stack. If the damage was stacked to a certain extent, it would inevitably have a great impact on the formation. This was the main reason why Xia Ruofei was so eager to attack. After the formation's offensive power was activated, black streaks of light appeared in the white mist. These streaks of light were more dense than ever before, almost covering the sky and earth, and there was no gap at all. The high-level astral beast immediately sensed the danger. It roared and waved its claws at a high speed. It was so fast that even Xia Ruofei could not see the high-level astral beast's claws clearly. All he could see was an impenetrable shadow. At the same time, the high-level astral beast had also shrunk its head and body, completely hiding within the defensive line formed by its claws. The crackling sounds continued to ring out. The black rays of light quickly arrived in front of the high-level star beast, but they were all swept away by the star beast's claws. The rays of light were all diverted, and none of them landed on the star beast. Xia Ruofei couldn't help frowning. He kept making hand seals and activating the formation to attack. Such a sustained attack naturally consumed a lot of energy. The pile of spirit stones that was as large as a small mountain was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Ruofei continued to maintain the array as he threw out a pile of spiritual crystals. This was an energy crystal that was purer than spirit stones. At the moment, Xia Ruofei's energy reserve was very sufficient. Even if the formation continued to maintain its maximum attack, it would consume a long time. However, the problem was that the attack speed of the black light was still not fast enough compared to the reaction speed of a high-level star beast. Therefore, the high-level star beasts were able to block all the sharp lights. Occasionally, one or two of them would slip through, but he could use his flexible body to easily avoid them. In other words, the continuous high consumption was in fact useless. Xia Ruofei frowned. After a while, he gritted his teeth and continued to activate the formation. His body flashed and followed a specific route towards the high-level astral beast. Since the black light could not be used for the time being, Xia Ruofei could only add fuel to the fire. If they were outside the array, he would not be so bold. A high-level astral beast was at the nascent soul stage. It was much stronger than Chen Nanfeng, the #1 cultivator in the world of cultivation. If they fought head-on, Xia Ruofei had no chance of winning. However, with the help of the formation, Xia Ruofei had more confidence. He could clearly observe the movements of the high-level star beasts, but the high-level star beasts were like blind and deaf, completely unable to see the situation around them. Xia Ruofei felt that it was not a problem for him to hide in the dark and play tricks. A few minutes later, Xia Ruofei was already near the high-level astral beast, but it was still unaware. Most of its attention was used to block the black light. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He made a hand seal, and the flying sword of the bent frost silently stabbed toward the high-level star beast. The angle at which Chu Shuang's flying sword pierced the high-level star beast was just behind it, aiming at the lower part of the star beast's ribs. The high-level astral beast was waving its front claws to block the black light, and the area under its ribs was open. As it neared the high-level star beast, the flying sword suddenly accelerated. The whistling sound reached the star beast's ears. And only then did it discover the crooked frost flying sword that had just appeared from the fog. The high-level star beast was both shocked and angry. It let out a furious roar and stomped its back foot, barely avoiding being hit in its vital parts. The flying sword of the bent frost stabbed into the hard scales on its back. With a ding sound and a few sparks, the high-level star beast was unscathed. The crooked frost flying sword couldn't even leave a mark on the star beast's body. However, the high-level star beast's hasty evasion of the curved frost flying sword had inevitably led to a gap in its defense. A black ray of light passed through the shadow of its claws and landed on its front leg with a swoosh. When Xia Ruofei had used the trap and kill array to kill the intermediate star beasts previously, the black light would cause a penetrating injury to the star beasts as long as it landed on them. However, this time, the target was a high-level astral beast, so the effect of the attack was not satisfactory. The jet black light had only pierced through less than an inch before its energy was exhausted and it disappeared. However, no matter what, it still left a small wound on the star beast's body, and scarlet blood was flowing out of the wound. The high-level astral beast let out a violent roar. It had almost completely gone berserk. A human cultivator in the golden core stage had actually injured it. What was this? It was like a person being bitten by an ant and losing a piece of flesh. It was simply unimaginable. The high-level star beast, which had entered a berserk state, was emitting a terrifying aura. It stomped its back hooves and charged at the black light. Then, it curled up its body to protect its vital parts and used the hardest scales on its back to withstand the remaining light. It launched a fierce attack in front of it without any care. The banging sounds were endless. Some of them were the sounds of the black light hitting the high-level star beasts, but most of them were the sounds of the high-level star beasts wantonly destroying. In just a few seconds, the high-level astral beast was hit 3 times by the sharp light. It also used its most destructive power, sending rocks flying and the formation on the verge of collapse. Because in this short period of time, one of the nodes of the formation had been attacked continuously and the damage was already very serious. Xia Ruofei's expression turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and continued to activate the array, launching his most powerful attacks. At the same time, he continued to control the bent frost flying sword to attack the high-level star beast. At this point, it all depended on who could hold on. If the formation collapsed first, even if the high-level astral beast was badly injured, Xia Ruofei would immediately escape. He would not take any chances. If the high-level astral beast couldn't hold on, it would lose its life. At this time, the first wound on the high-level star beast's body, which had been pierced by the black light, began to emit a small flame. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei's face revealed a trace of joy. It seemed that the black light's most powerful attack was still effective against high-level star beasts. He just didn't know how much damage these flames could cause to a high-level astral beast. When the high-level star beast saw the flames on its front legs, it couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, it also let out a mournful roar. Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened. It seemed that even high-level astral beasts had a natural fear of fire. Moreover, fire seemed to do more damage to them than physical attacks. Soon after, the high-level astral beast's back also began to burn. It screamed in pain, and the speed of its claws slowed down involuntarily. With the attacks weakened, the pressure on the formation was also greatly reduced. However, the node of the array, which had been attacked many times, was completely destroyed by such an attack. A hole appeared in the formation, and the white mist instantly dissipated a lot. The biggest headache for Xia Ruofei was that the damage to this node meant that its ability to trap enemies had been greatly reduced. Sure enough, the high-level star beast continued to screech in pain, and the effect of the array weakened a lot. It actually entered the depths of the array, close to the core of the array, and the violent attack still did not reduce. The closer he was to the core, the more important nodes he could see. Xia Ruofei saw that the high-level astral beast was not showing any signs of dying. Instead, it started to attack the more important nodes of the array. He could not help but feel a headache coming on. 33:16 A Pyrrhic victory and an unexpected joy. 1. Xia Ruofei could only try his best to maintain the formation's maximum attack. In fact, after some nodes were damaged, the formation's attack power had started to decrease. Fortunately, the high-level astral beast was also injured quite badly, especially the continuous burning of the flames, which continued to cause damage to it, and also made it continue to be in a weak state. At the end of the day, the only thing that mattered now was who could last longer. The critical points of the formation were being continuously attacked, and the damage was getting more and more serious. The flames on the high-level astral beast's body were also burning more and more fiercely, and its mournful cries echoed throughout the formation. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and continued to use the curved frost flying sword to stab the vital parts of the high-level star beast. Although the flying swords couldn't do much damage to the star beast, they could distract it and disturb it. At the same time, they could also stimulate the star beast's anger. No matter if it was a human or an astral beast, once they were overwhelmed by anger, their judgment would naturally not be as accurate as when they were calm. The black light continued to attack the high-level star beast because it was in a state Of fury, it was persistently attacking its surroundings, so its defense was naturally lax. As a result, even though the high-level astral beast's front claws were still moving like the wind, there were still many black lights that passed through the light curtain formed by the claws and landed on the high-level astral beast, leaving big and small wounds. Of course, more importantly, the wounds formed by the black light would burst into flames in a short time. The high-level astral beast's injuries were getting more and more serious, and its roars were endless. However, its attacks were gradually weakening. Of course, as the formation was damaged, its attack power was also constantly decreasing. In fact, the high-level astral beast had already thought of retreating when the battle had reached such a tragic stage. Unfortunately, they were in a trap and kill array. Not only could this array attack with a terrifying sharp light, but it could also trap the enemy. If this was an ordinary battlefield, the high-level star beast would have already abandoned its dignity and face and fled. But now that it was trapped in the formation, it had no place to escape. It could only continue to attack aimlessly in despair. Time passed by. This was the third time Xia Ruofei had added spiritual crystals to the formation. Under the despairing attacks of the high-level astral beast, the formation was becoming more and more broken. Finally, the high-level star beast couldn't hold on any longer. It let out an unwilling roar, and its huge body fell to the ground. At this time, there were already over 100 wounds of various sizes on his body. These wounds were all burning with raging flames, and he looked extremely miserable. As for Xia Ruofei's trap and kill array, even though it was still attacking, the black light had become much sparser. It was only about 1/5 of its peak. After the high-level star beast fell, the black light landed on the high-level star beast's body, which had been burned out of shape, without the star beast being able to resist. The high-level astral beast trembled a few times. But it could no longer stand up, let alone resist the attack. Xia Ruofei didn't let his guard down. He didn't come out of his hiding place and didn't even stop attacking the array. He continued to activate the array without caring about the energy consumption and released the weakened attack. The black light continued to fall on the high-level star beast. In the beginning, the high-level astral beast would continue to struggle, but soon, it could only twitch on the spot. After a few minutes, when the black light landed on the high-level astral beast, it could only move its claws. Its body could no longer move. Xia Ruofei finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was the most dangerous situation he had ever been in since he entered the Tower of Trials. Fortunately, the trap and kill array had a miraculous effect. In the end, he still managed to kill this high-level star beast. Although the high-level star beast was not completely dead under the support of its strong vitality, the result was already determined. On the first floor of the Tower of Trials, the original infant stage puppet was extremely powerful, but Xia Ruofei did not face it head-on. It was only when he left the first floor of the Tower of Trials that the original infant stage puppet rushed to the entrance of the tunnel. However, the two of them still did not fight face to face. Xia Ruofei entered the second floor of the Tower of Trials without any danger. But this time, he was being held back by a high-level astral beast. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to face it head-on. One had to admit that the power of the original level was indeed very terrifying. Without the help of the formation, it would be impossible for Xia Ruofei to kill a high-level star beast. The black light continued to fall on the high-level star beast. At this moment, there was not a single part of the high-level star beast that was intact. The flames had completely surrounded it. But it still did not move. It was obvious that it had already died. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel any joy. Although he had killed the high-level star beast, it was an out Pyrrhic victory. His trap and kill array had basically been destroyed after this battle. What made Xia Ruofei even more depressed was that from the time he ran away from the high-level star beast to the time he set up the trap and kill array and killed it by luck, the whole process had taken a lot of time. One had to know that what he lacked the most now was time. Xia Ruofei looked at the mission notification in his perceptual mirror and realized that he only had 3 minutes left to break the record. He could not help but smile bitterly. What could he do in 3 minutes? He would need at least 10 times the time to reforge the materials for a new set of the confinement killing array. Moreover, even if the confinement killing array was intact now, he couldn't kill 20 star beasts in 3 minutes. 3317 A Pyrrhic victory and an unexpected joy, too. Even if there were 20 star beasts, they were trapped in the formation, and it would be difficult for him to get rid of them all in such a short time. Not to mention, he still had to prepare the array, find the star beast, defeat it, set up the array, wait for the star beast to come for revenge, and then finally use the array to kill them one by one. Let alone 3 minutes, even 30 minutes was not enough. After all, it would take too much time to prepare the materials for the array again. As a result, even though he had killed a high-level star beast, he had lost the chance to break the record and pass the second test. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but want to sigh. Although he had encountered some setbacks in the beginning of the Tower of Trials' second-level mission, after he adjusted his strategy, it had been very smooth. Originally, he still had about half an hour left, which was enough for him to kill the last batch of star beasts, but the heavens didn't go as he wished, and he actually encountered a high-level star beast at the last moment. What was worse was that Xia Ruofei didn't even know that his spiritual power couldn't detect high-level star beasts of the original infant stage. That was why he almost ran into the lair of high-level star beasts. In the end, although he managed to kill a high-level astral beast, it didn't help him in his record-breaking mission at all. Xia Ruofei had no other choice. Even if he didn't want to give up, he had to accept the reality that he had no hope of breaking the record. Perseverance was a very valuable quality, but if one did it despite knowing that it was impossible, it was not perseverance, but stubbornness. Hence, when Xia Ruofei saw that there were only 3 minutes left, he was not in a hurry. Since he couldn't break the record, the remaining task of killing 20 star beasts wasn't that urgent. He would spend some time to prepare the materials for the formation and then slowly look for an intermediate star beast. According to the previous method, completing the task would be very easy. Therefore, it would not be difficult for him to pass the test on the second level and enter the third level. However, the extra reward for breaking the record would not be his. Xia Ruofei saw that the high-level star beast was curled up on the ground, not moving, so he stopped attacking. The high-level astral beast's body seemed to have shrunk under the blazing fire. There was also a slight crackling sound in the flames. It was the sound of the oil on the body of a high-level star beast burning. At this moment, Xia Ruofei saw that the high-level astral beast's claw moved slightly, but it quickly went silent. At this moment, a notification appeared in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the second level of the Tower of Trials. Killing an advanced star beast is the same as killing 100 intermediate star beasts. The mission will be considered complete. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. The mission was completed just like that? It seemed that even though the high-level astral beast was motionless before, it was not completely dead. It had only died just now, which was why the mission notification had appeared. Xia Ruofei subconsciously looked at the mission time on the top of his perceptual mirror and realized that he had completed the mission 2 minutes faster than the best record. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but widen his eyes. It turned out that his life and death battle was not in vain. In the end, he still broke the record and passed the test of the second level of the Tower of Trials. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. The designer of this mission was really a bit of a scammer. Since killing a high-level astral beast would allow one to pass the test directly, why didn't the mission description mention a single word about it? If he had known, Xia Ruofei would not have chosen to face the terrifying high-level astral beast. If he could choose again, Xia Ruofei would rather spend more time looking for intermediate astral beasts. At least it would be safer that way. However, when he was facing a high-grade astral beast, he was really fighting with his life. Even if he managed to kill the high-grade astral beast with the help of the trap and kill Array, it was mostly due to luck. Even though the process was somewhat tortuous, the result was good. Xia Ruofei also relaxed. At this time, a new notification appeared in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. The trial pagoda's 3rd floor is now open. You can follow the directions given and find the passage to the 3rd floor. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw an arrow on the map in his perception mirror. It was heading towards the right. Xia Ruofei tried to turn his body to the right and the arrow in the perceptual map started to move to the center. When Xia Ruofei's body turned to a certain angle, the arrow was pointing straight ahead and turned green. Xia Ruofei understood that the arrow was pointing in the direction of the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. At the same time, he also saw a circle of light on the map. This circle of light was surrounded by a halo, and the range of the halo would slightly change from large to small, and then from small to large. Again, as if it was breathing. This indication was already very clear. The position of that circle of light should be where the entrance to the passage was. Now that he had completed the mission on the 2nd level of the trial pagoda, Xia Ruofei naturally had to rush to the 3rd level. However, he was very curious. He had received the reward of the perceptual mirror. If the other cultivators who had entered the trial tower without the perceptual mirror had also completed the mission, how would they get the hint to find the passage to the next level? Xia Ruofei was just a little curious. He knew that the designer and the builder of the trial pagoda must have had other ways. When he saw Ling Qingxue and Chen Xian, he would just have to ask them. The most important thing now was to go up as much as possible. Only then would he have a chance to meet Ling Qingxue as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei would not have to worry about Ling Qingxue's safety all the time if he met up with her. Therefore, he put away the array materials as fast as he could and threw away some of the damaged materials. Then, he found a hidden place and hid the spirit map scroll. Xia Ruofei was preparing to enter the spirit map space and make use of the difference in the flow of time between the Archean realm and the time array flags to complete the materials needed for the trap and kill array. In addition, he had consumed a lot of yuan qi during the escape and the battle just now, so he needed to replenish it. Furthermore, when he was running at full speed, he had even used a portion of the elemental storage pearl's elemental energy, which had to be refilled. Xia Ruofei was still clueless about the third level, so he had to make all the necessary preparations. After all, the second level of the Tower of Trials was relatively safe. He did not know if he would have the time and opportunity to complete the preparations once he entered the third level. Therefore, he might as well do everything that could be done on the second floor, which could be considered as sharpening the knife without delaying the work of cutting wood. Just as Xia Ruofei hid the spirit map scroll and was about to enter the spirit map space, a third notification appeared in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. Congratulations, you've broken the time record for the Tower of Trials second level mission. At the same time, you're also the first Golden Core stage cultivator to kill a high-level star beast and complete the mission. You'll receive an additional reward. Since you have created 2 records at the same time, 2 rewards are available for you to choose from. You can only choose one. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mock, so there was only one reward for breaking 2 records. It was just an extra choice. This was too stingy. Although he was complaining, Xia Ruofei was still very concerned about the rewards he would receive. He quickly continued to read, wanting to know what the 2 rewards were. The push notification in the perceptual mirror flipped to another page, and 2 reward options appeared. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up after a quick glance. Then, he furrowed his brows slightly, looking conflicted. Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself, this reward setting is a bit too ridiculous. Isn't this making things difficult for us? 3318 The inevitable choice. 1. The words that appeared in the perceptual mirror provided Xia Ruofei with 2 rewards to choose from. First, he obtained the upgraded elemental storage pearl, which could store the elemental energy of an early nascent Soul Realm cultivator. Second, when you enter the third level of the Tower of Trials, you can be transported to the same small space as your companions who entered the secret realm at the same time. If Xia Ruofei had to choose between these 2 options, he would definitely choose the second one without hesitation. That way, he would be able to meet up with Ling Qingxue. The upgraded elemental storage pearl was naturally excellent. The amount of elemental energy an early, stage nascent soul cultivator could store was on a whole different level compared to that of a late, stage golden core cultivator. If Xia Ruofei could carry all the elemental energy of an early, stage nascent soul cultivator, it would be equivalent to having an endless amount of elemental energy. Even though this vital qi pool required him to slowly fill it up with his own vital qi, it was still extremely precious. If it was a battle between golden core cultivators, with the help of this elemental storage pearl, Xia Ruofei would be like a tiger with wings. Even if he were to face a late, stage golden core cultivator, he would be confident to fight. However, no matter how good the energy storage pearl was, if he could choose to meet up with Ling Qingxue earlier, Xia Ruofei would give up without hesitation. He would not be worried about the gains and losses at all. The problem was that the second reward option had additional conditions and explanations. There were mainly a few points. First, the so-called the same time period meant that as long as the cultivators who entered the secret realm within an hour before and after him were the same time period, they would be teleported to the same space. As for who would be teleported to the same space, that was random. In other words, every member of the team had fulfilled the conditions for the same time period. The probability of Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue being teleported to the same trial space was only 1 in 8. Second, if the randomly selected partner had not passed the second level of the Tower of Trials, or even the first level, he would be directly sent to the same space on the third level of the Tower of Trials as Xia Ruofei. Third, each level of the trial space had a corresponding trial mission, and the difficulty of the mission was related to the cultivation level of the cultivator who entered the small space. After the two of them entered the same trial space, the trial's difficulty would be based on the cultivation level of the person with the higher cultivation level, and would be doubled. These 3 conditions were the reason why Xia Ruofei was so hesitant. If he chose this reward, he would only have 1 in 8 chance of being transported to the same small space as Ling Qingxue. At the same time, the difficulty of the mission would also be doubled based on his cultivation level, because they would be in the same small space. He still wasn't sure if he would be lucky enough to be in the same trial space as Ling Qingxue, or if they would be teleported together. The trial space was huge. If the two of them were not teleported to the same place, it would take a lot of effort to find Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue would also be in great danger, because the difficulty of the mission was based on Xia Ruofei's cultivation level. Of course, there was also a high possibility that Xia Ruofei would not be paired with Ling Qingxue at all. Instead, he would be sent to the same training space with another person in the team. There was an even worse possibility, which was that Xia Ruofei was unfortunately transported to the same training space as the intermediate Golden Core cultivator in the team, such as the First Heaven Society's elder Shen Tianfeng. That meant that not only would he not be able to meet up with Ling Qingxue, but it would also increase the difficulty of his mission. By then, the difficulty of the mission would be set according to Shen Tianfeng's cultivation level. Xia Ruofei was in a dilemma. Logically speaking, he should have chosen the first prize, the upgraded elemental storage pearl. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. However, he did not want to let go of this opportunity to meet up with Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei had been worried about her safety every second they were apart. Now that such an opportunity was in front of him, how could he give it up so easily? As for doubling the difficulty of the mission, as long as he could find Ling Qingxue and meet up with her as soon as possible, Xia Ruofei would not have to worry about the difficulty of the mission. He was confident that he could complete it. Xia Ruofei was undoubtedly a calm and rational person. However, when faced with such a choice, he could not maintain his absolute rationality. Although he wasn't about to make his choice, the reward prompt had explained that there would be 2 passages at the entrance to the 3rd floor. If he entered from the left passage, it meant that he had chosen the first reward, which was the upgraded elemental storage pearl. Entering from the right passageway, he naturally chose the second reward. However, after hesitating for a while, Xia Ruofei had already made his decision. He no longer had any distracting thoughts, and directly entered the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei quickly set up a time formation at the Archean realm. Then, he entered the time formation to cultivate and recover his elemental energy. At the same time, he continued to replenish his elemental storage pearl. With the difference of 1,000 times in time flow, Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about the preparation work wasting too much time. After recovering and filling the energy storage pearl, Xia Ruofei took out all the materials for the formation and carved the materials that had been damaged by the high-level astral beast in the battle. Then, he carefully checked the entire set of components. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei drank some water from the spirit pool and meditated on the jade futon for a while. He replenished His consumed spiritual power and then left the spirit map space with a thought. He carefully put the spirit map scroll in his palm and then followed the arrow in his perceptual mirror's field of vision. He rode the Xushuang flying sword and flew at full speed in the direction of the third floor's passageway. 3319 The inevitable choice, too, he still didn't dare to fly too high, and was practically flying close to the ground. Even though he had already killed a high-level star beast, he still remembered the fear he felt when he flew up to the top of the tree. He didn't know how many high-level star beasts there were on the second floor of the Tower of Trials, and he didn't know if the sense of danger came from a high-level star beast or an even more powerful monster, since he had already completed his mission on the second floor. Xia Ruofei naturally did not want to cause any more trouble. His luck wasn't bad. From the place where he killed the high-level star beast to the entrance of the third level, he didn't encounter a single star beast along the way. He didn't even encounter a low-level star beast. Just like that, he arrived at the position of the light circle indicated by the perceptual mirror map without any danger. What Xia Ruofei saw was a huge green rock. Perhaps it was because Xia Ruofei had completed his mission, but there were two teleportation portals on the rock that were glowing with green light. Xia Ruofei was no longer unfamiliar with this kind of passageway. Whether it was the passageway they had entered this secret realm or the passageway from the first level to the second level, they all looked similar. Xia Ruofei glanced at the two-dimensional gateways. Different choices might lead to two different results in the subsequent exploration. However, he only took a deep breath and walked towards the right passageway without hesitation. When faced with the opportunity to meet up with Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei would rather be impulsive than lose this opportunity. Therefore, he had already made his choice before he left. At this moment, he would naturally not hesitate. When Xia Ruofei stepped into the passage, his mind was calm. He did not pray for the blessings of the gods and was randomly teleported to the same place as Ling Qingxue. She thought that he was a cultivator himself. As his cultivation level increased, he felt that the gods and demons in the legends might just be cultivators with high cultivation levels. After a moment of dizziness, the scenery in front of Xia Ruofei had completely changed. On the second floor of the Tower of Trials, it was an environment similar to a tropical jungle. All he could see were towering trees and lush vines. The range of his field of vision was not large, but in fact, the jungle was boundless. After stepping into the passage, what appeared in front of Xia Ruofei was a house with a small bridge and flowing water. The winding path led to a secluded courtyard. If he did not know that he was in the Tower of Trials, Xia Ruofei would have had the illusion that he had traveled back in time to the ancient times. This was obviously the house of a rich family in ancient times. Xia Ruofei was probably in the back garden of the house. He could see an antique pavilion, a flower bed full of flowers, a pond where koi fish swam, and even a small stage. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. This was the third level of the trial pagoda? He had once imagined that after he entered the third floor of the Tower of Trials, he would face a very harsh environment, such as a hot desert, deep mountains, and old forests where poisonous insects were wreaking havoc, but he had never thought that he would face such a peaceful and quiet house. Of course, the more peaceful he was, the more uneasy he felt. This was because although the moving garden looked very comfortable, there was also a hint of strangeness. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be on guard. He also released his spiritual power to check his surroundings. The stone road was just an ordinary stone road, and the plants in the garden were all common flowers and plants on earth. Although the material of the pavilions was very good, and some of them were even made of precious phoebes and non, they were still in the category of ordinary materials. Everything here seemed to have nothing to do with the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei had thought that he had entered a courtyard left behind by some powerful person. However, it seemed that the possibility was very low. This was because there was no trace of the cultivation world. Of course, he did not find any traces of the formation. All the signs pointed to the fact that this was an exquisite house. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look up. His heart started to beat faster as well. Could it be that he had been teleported to the same place as his companions? Would it be Ling Qingshui? In the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei saw the person who had arrived. His expression changed slightly, revealing a look of disbelief. He didn't even notice that his mouth was wide open. A soldier in a camouflage uniform walked out from behind the moon gate. There were still some grass crumbs on his face, and there were a few shocking bullet holes on his body. The blood stained the camouflage uniform red. Xia Ruofei stared at the familiar face and mumbled, "Who? Why are you here?" Xia Ruofei never thought that he would see Lin Hu had already sacrificed himself. In his memory, Lin Hu was undoubtedly a person who was deeply engraved in his heart, because Lin Hu had sacrificed his life to protect him. Xia Ruofei would dream of this scene many times in the middle of the night. Xuanji and Lin Hu were lying on the ground, glaring at him and shouting, "Don't come here to die. The sniper is watching me." Xia Ruofei watched as the sniper shot Lin Hu's arm and thigh. He had been a sniper before and knew that this was the most common tactic of snipers. They deliberately left the target alive so that once the other party's comrades came to rescue them, he could use the sniper rifle to take down them one by one. This was a good way to increase the success of the battle. 3320 The inevitable choice. 3. It was because of Lin Hu's roar that Xia Ruofei resisted the urge to jump up. In the end, he hid in the sniper's blind spot and watched Lin Hu sacrifice himself in front of him. Seeing Lin Hu again in such a situation, and in the state he was in before he died, Xia Ruofei's mind was in a mess. Lin Hu was still holding a Type 95 automatic rifle. He grinned at Xia Ruofei and said, "Are you Fei? You're doing pretty well now. Don't tell me you've forgotten me. I blocked a bullet for you before." Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with tears as he said in a trembling voice, "How could I forget you? You're my best brother and my best comrade in this life. I can forget anyone but you." "Who, I promised you back then that your mother is my mother. I've already brought your mother and sister to Sanshan. Now that your mother has recognized me as her godson, I'll take good care of them, is that so?" Lin Hu's lips curled up slightly as he said, "Kid, can you really take good care of them? I don't really believe it." "What do you mean?" Xia Ruofei was confused. "Who? I don't understand. My sister Qiao likes you so much, but you turn a blind eye to it and make her sad every day. Is this how you help me take care of my sister?" Lin Hu said with a dissatisfied look. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He was not a fool. He could naturally feel Lin Qiao's feelings for him. However, he would rather think that Lin Qiao's dependence on her brother had shifted to him after her brother's sacrifice. After all, he already had Ling Qingshui and Song Wei. He also had Monica overseas. Even Song Wei and Ling Qingxue didn't know about this. He really didn't dare to mess with any more girls. Lin, who had suddenly pointed this out today, and Xia Ruofei was caught off guard. Xia Ruofei was at a loss for words. I'm just joking. Lin, who grinned. You were like this when you were in the army. You liked to take everything seriously and couldn't tell if it was a joke. I remember back in the recruit company, there was an old squad leader who was teasing you, and you almost broke his head. A new recruit dared to hit the squad leader. You were the only scorpion in our regiment to shit. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. You still have the nerve to talk about me? Don't you know what kind of person you are? Who was the one who had secretly taken out the photo of the platoon leader's fiancé from his theory study notebook for everyone to admire? I remember you were punished by the platoon leader to copy the discipline order 100 times. How many nights did you stay up to finish it? Lin, who couldn't help but laugh out loud. The two of them sat down on the stone steps along the corridor and talked about some interesting things in their military lives. When they talked about the happy parts, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. The back garden of the house was filled with the laughter of the two. After a long time, Xia Ruofei sighed and said, Thank you for coming to accompany me for the past half an hour. I'm really happy to be able to talk to you about the past, but you should leave. Leave? Where? To? Lin, who was dumbfounded. Go to where you came from, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a sword light flashed, leaving a bloody wound on Lin, whose neck. 3321. A terrifying illusion. 1. Even though Xia Ruofei was already a cultivator, he was still an atheist. Especially after he started cultivating, he was even more convinced that there were no gods or Buddhas in the sky, and ghosts naturally did not exist. Even if some people could survive in the form of a spirit body, that was only possible under very special circumstances and coincidences. Moreover, it was impossible for a form of flesh and blood to appear. Therefore, after Lin, who appeared, Xia Ruofei hesitated for a short while due to the agitation in his heart. However, he quickly determined that this was an illusion. He had a deep understanding of arrays and naturally knew that arrays could not read everyone's mind, but they could make people, under the influence of the array, involuntarily hallucinate. Under the same array, everyone's hallucination would be different. Even though Xia Ruofei quickly confirmed that Lin, who was an illusionary figure and might even be his inner demon, he still sat down and chatted with Lin, who for half an hour. In the depths of his heart, he was very eager to sit down and have a long talk with Lin, who again, even though he knew that it was fake, he still used this precious time to talk to Lin, who about the past of his military career. When the Tsushuang flying sword light swept past Lin, whose throat, Lin, whose body turned into specks of light and dissipated into the air before blood could even spurt out from the wound. It was as if he had never been there. Xia Ruofei watched as his good comrade and brother disappeared just like that. Even though he knew it was fake, he still felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. This was the power of a formation. It could strike the weakest part of a person's heart and unconsciously affect their state of mind. Xia Ruofei even suspected that the garden, the pavilion, the bridge, and the flowing water were all just illusions. The problem was that Xia Ruofei had searched the area thoroughly and could not find any trace of the formation. And he had unknowingly been affected by the illusory formation. This meant that The person who had set up this formation was much more skilled than Xia Ruofei. Their skills were not on the same level. This made Xia Ruofei even more vigilant. This seemingly peaceful house was really full of danger. After the incident with the high-level star beast, Xia Ruofei could no longer trust the results of his spiritual power. So, he carefully used his naked eyes to search everywhere, trying to find any clues about the array. However, he could not find anything. After a short while, another set of footsteps could be heard. Xia Ruofei looked up. This time, it was his grandfather, who had passed away many years ago. Xia Ruofei's eyes turned red when he saw his grandfather's kind face. His parents had passed away when he was young, and he and his grandfather had always depended on each other. After his grandfather had passed away from illness, his longing for his grandfather had increased day by day. Even though he knew that this grandfather was just an image he had created based on his inner memories, he still could not control his emotions. "Xia Fei, how have you been all these years?" his grandfather called out with a smile. "I'm fine," Xia Ruofei sobbed. "Grandpa, I just miss you every day, silly child." His grandfather smiled and said, "Grandfather has always missed Xia Fei. Seeing that you're doing well, Grandpa is relieved." Xia Ruofei knew that he was running out of time, so even though he was full of admiration and wanted to jump into his grandfather's arms, after a few simple words, he said with tears in his eyes, "Grandpa, I'm sorry," he said. Then, he closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, sending the flying sword at his grandfather. His grandfather turned into specks of light and disappeared without a trace. Xia Ruofei's eyes were also filled with tears. Even though he knew it was fake, the feeling of stabbing his own family with his own hands still made Xia Ruofei feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. This formation was simply too vicious. He didn't even know when it would end, because people that Xia Ruofei was familiar with appeared in front of him one after another. There were his parents who had passed away a long time ago, his Chinese teacher who had been very good to him, and the old squad leader of the Lone Wolf Special Forces who had sacrificed his life. In the end, it was not just the people who had passed away that appeared. Even Lin, whose mother, and Lin Qiao appeared in front of him. Xia Ruofei's eyes became redder and redder, and the Zhuang flying sword in his hand became faster and faster. The figures that appeared later were pierced by the Zhuang flying sword and turned into spots of light before disappearing. When Xia Ruofei personally used the Zhuang flying sword to cut through the neck of the illusionary Song Wei, he couldn't help but explode with emotions. He raised his head and roared, "What other tricks do you have? Use all of them. Do you only know this dirty trick? So what if they're my family and friends?" Xia Ruofei roared as he manically controlled his flying sword to cut the surrounding flowers and pavilions. For a moment, the entire back garden of the house was filled with sword qi. All the flowers and grass were reduced to dust under the destruction of the sword qi. Even the thick gold Namu pillars were cut into several pieces by the flying swords. At this moment, the surrounding time and space seemed to freeze. The broken leaves and petals were completely still. In the air, the broken pieces of the Fibizhinan pillar were bent at an angle and were completely fixed in place. It did not collapse. A piece of soil that was originally flying towards Xia Ruofei was also completely frozen in place. 3322, a terrifying illusion. 2. Xia Ruofei gasped for breath as he looked at the scene. Immediately after, the earth trembled slightly, and everything in the house began to twist. To be more precise, the space became twisted. Except for Xia Ruofei, who seemed to be unaffected, all the other objects were twisted at a strange angle. After a few seconds, Xia Ruofei felt his vision blur. The garden disappeared, the winding path disappeared, the pond, the flower bed, the pavilion, and the bridge disappeared one by one. Then, Xia Ruofei seemed to have experienced the shifting of the stars and appeared on a sand dune. Xia Ruofei panted as he looked left and right. He found that his environment had suddenly become an extremely hot desert. Looking around, there was yellow sand in all directions, and he couldn't see the end at all. Xia Ruofei was surrounded by sand dunes that extended into the distance. From afar, they looked like waves, which was a spectacular sight. He also felt the heat all of a sudden. This extreme heat was not any lower than the desert on Earth. It was as if his breath was hot. In all fairness, the desert environment was really different from the comfortable garden just now. However, Xia Ruofei felt more at ease. He felt that he must have passed the test of the illusion, and only now could he see the true appearance of the trial pagoda's third floor. What he had just experienced in the courtyard was like torture from hell to Xia Ruofei. He was unscathed, but he had killed more than 20 of his closest family and friends. Even if they were all illusions, they looked exactly the same as real people, because of the illusion. This was a huge blow to Xia Ruofei's heart. Xia Ruofei knew that if he couldn't control himself at any moment, he might really become a hysterical lunatic. Now it seemed that he had passed the test of the illusionary realm. Both of Xia Ruofei's feet were stuck in the sand. He was not in a hurry to get up. Instead, he sat down and adjusted his breathing. He had used up a lot of energy just now. Now that he had really entered the small space of the Tower of Trial's third level, he might be in a dangerous environment. Naturally, he had to seize the time to recover. If Xia Ruofei was not a cultivator, he would not be able to withstand the heat of the sand. He would definitely be so hot that he would cover his butt and jump up. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the test of the illusory formation. You can now begin your journey on the third level of the Tower of Trials, a female voice said. The voice was a little mechanical, similar to the intonation of a machine reading subtitles. Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned, but he quickly closed his eyes and continued to adjust his breathing until he was in his best condition. Then, he strenuously pulled out his feet and jumped on the Xushuang flying sword. After a moment of silence, he chose a direction based on his feelings and flew straight in that direction. Xia Ruofei's top priority now was to find the companion who had been randomly selected and sent to the same small space. Of course, it would be best if the companion was Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei, you will control the Xushuang flying sword and fly in one direction. With the experience in the second floor of the Tower of Trials as a warning, Xia Ruofei did not dare to fly recklessly. He kept his altitude low so that the Xushuang flying sword was flying close to the desert. Standing on the flying sword, Xia Ruofei could see the desert stretching forward as if it had no end. He couldn't help but feel worried. This was only one direction. So one could imagine how big the third floor of the Trial Pagoda was. It was extremely difficult to find a single person in such a large area. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had to be on guard against any possible danger, such as lizards and rattlesnakes, that could survive well in the desert. If these terrifying people were to hide under the sand and attack Xia Ruofei by surprise, he would be in deep trouble. Xia Ruofei was at his wits' end, but he could not find any shortcuts. He could only use the stupidest method to search bit by bit. However, after flying for more than 10 minutes, he actually saw a small black dot in the distance. This small black dot should also be moving, but not as fast. It was also heading in Xia Ruofei's direction. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Then, he could not help but release his spiritual power to check. He could not see Jianjia clearly with his naked eyes. He could not even see if the black dot was a person. However, there was nothing in the desert to block his vision, so his field of vision was very far. Even though he could see the black dot, Xia Ruofei was still very far away from the moving black dot. Even his spiritual power could not cover such a large area. Xia Ruofei urged the Tsushuang flying sword to fly at full speed in the direction of the black dot. As they got closer, Xia Ruofei could see more clearly that the black dot was probably a person. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel excited, but at the same time, he was a little nervous. He was excited because he had finally met someone, and this person was summoned by him, so he still felt a sense of accomplishment. He was nervous because he was worried that the person who would be sent to this trial space wouldn't be Ling Qingxue. After all, this was only a 1 in 8 chance. Xia Ruofei continued to fly toward the black dot on his flying sword. As they got closer, Xia Ruofei could finally see clearly Shushu's light yellow T-shirt with a bow at the bottom. The pair of blue jeans accentuated the curves of her legs perfectly. She was wearing a pair of brown high-top marten boots. Xia Ruofei couldn't suppress his excitement because it was really Ling Qingshue's outfit. He was a little worried about his personal gains and losses, because the probability of 1 in 8 wasn't that high. Ling Qingxue had actually been matched with him. And this was something he couldn't believe. But seeing was believing, and Xia Ruofei had no choice but to believe. In fact, the Tsushuang flying sword had been flying at full speed. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei caught up to the small black dot and finally saw the Kasaya clearly. This person was Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei was very excited, but at the same time, he felt worried. Because he saw that as Ling Qingxue was moving forward, a few giant lizards were chasing after her. No wonder Ling Qingxue kept moving. She was in danger. Xia Ruofei flew to Ling Qingshue's side on his sword and shouted, "Qingxue! Run this way!" Ling Qingxue looked up at Xia Ruofei and smiled in surprise. She said loudly, "Are you Fei? You've really come to save me." Xia Ruofei shouted, "Don't be nervous. Run at full speed. Their speed isn't too fast, so you just need to maintain this speed and don't get stuck in the sand." Xia Ruofei shouted as he rode on the Tsushuang flying sword and chased after them. Finally, he caught up to Ling Qingxue. The flying sword of the twisted frost had already made a beautiful arc in the air as it flew towards the giant lizards. Ling Qingxue merely grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand. She panted as she said, "Ruofei, I'm so tired. I was still looking for the star beast just now, but I suddenly teleported here. What's going on?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I was the one who brought you here. This is the 3rd level of the trial pagoda. Don't worry. With me by your side to protect you, you definitely won't have any problems with your safety. I saw this giant lizard the moment I came out. I was almost scared to death." Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "Are you Fei, where have you been? Why can't I see you after I entered the secret realm?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "Me too. I couldn't see you once I entered. You don't know how worried I was. At this moment, the female voice rang out again. Congratulations to the two of you for entering the third level of the Tower of Trials. I'll now announce your mission. When Xia Ruofei heard the voice, his heart skipped a beat. He raised his eyebrows, and an idea came to his mind. 3323, passing off the fake as the real. 1. The mechanical female voice continued, the Tower of Trials' third-level mission is as follows. According to the rules, the mission will be based on the person with the highest cultivation level, and it will be doubled. Therefore, you need to kill 2 high-level star beasts. There is no time limit. But if you can complete the mission within 4 hours, you will receive a record-breaking reward. Ling Qingxue had obviously heard the voice as well. She looked surprised and asked, Are you au fait? This is the third level of the trial pagoda? Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and said, Yup. What's wrong? I've just entered the second level of the trial pagoda. Ling Qingxue blinked and said, I didn't even have time to look for a primary star beast before I suddenly couldn't help but come to this place. I thought something had happened. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've triggered a mission. I can teleport my companions to the same training space as me. However, it's all random. It could be Chen Xian's group, or it could be you. It seems like my luck is pretty good. The probability is 1 in 8. That's great. Ling Qingxue patted her chest and said, Now that I've met up with you, I don't have to be afraid anymore. Those puppets on the first level of the Tower of Trials were too scary. I was almost trapped in a dead end by them. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, You passed the first level of the Tower of Trials, which means you're quite strong. Even if I didn't teleport you together, you could have gone far with your own strength. By the way, Qingxue, did you get any rewards for passing the first level of the Tower of Trials? Ling Qingxue replied with a blank expression, I didn't. I was running away in a sorry state and spent a lot of time killing those puppets. Most of the time, I hid in a corner and only dared to launch sneak attacks. Oh. That might be because it took too long, so there's no reward. Xia Ruofei said casually, Let's go. Let's go look for the star beast. Ling Qingxue nodded her head. The two of them stepped on the yellow sand and walked forward. The yellow sand was very fine and soft, so their feet would sink very deep into it. Every step they took was very strenuous. However, Xia Ruofei did not fly on his sword. Instead, he supported Ling Qingxue and walked in a certain direction step by step. 2 sets of footprints were left in the desert, but they soon disappeared as the wind and sand swept past. Xia Ruofei asked casually, Oh right. Qingxue, what did you and Weiwei talk about? Why did their attitudes change all of a sudden? I still feel like I'm in a dream. Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment before she asked, Why are you suddenly asking this? I'm just bored. As far as the eye could see, there was only endless yellow sand. Who knew when they would be able to find the star beast? I'm free anyway. Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's been so long. Are you still going to keep it a secret? Of course I have to keep it a secret. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Don't ask about secrets that shouldn't be asked. You've been in the military, have you forgotten the confidentiality regulations? You don't know the answer either, do you? Xia Ruofei suddenly asked. At the same time, he stopped in his tracks and stared into Ling Qingxue's eyes. Ling Qingxue looked confused and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why did he speak so strangely?" "I don't know the answer." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Because I don't know the answer to this question, and you are just an inner demon born from my memories. Of course, you can't know the answer." As Xia Ruofei spoke, he had already taken a few steps back. At the same time, he had already released the Tsushuang flying sword. The flying sword floated in the air, its tip trembling slightly. It was still aimed at Ling Qingshue's vital points. Ling Qingshue's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Are you au fait? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't tell me you've been bewitched in the trial pagoda? I'm Qingxue. Don't you recognize me?" The smile on Xia Ruofei's face did not change at all. In fact, it became even more radiant. He said, "You are indeed very similar. Moreover, you appeared after the scene changed. You are indeed very deceptive. When I was in the house, the inner demon had transformed into Vivian's image. However, I was sure that I was in an illusion, and Vivian could not travel hundreds of thousands of miles to suddenly appear in front of me, so it did not affect me much. And you? You came to the moon with me, and there's a high chance that you're in the Tower of Trials. The environment suddenly changed, and you were in a critical situation, being chased by a giant lizard. In a moment of desperation, I really couldn't think too much. Everything was perfect, and I was almost fooled. It's a pity. The real can't be faked, and the fake can't be real either." Xia Ruofei's eyes were fixed on Ling Qingxue as he spoke. He paused for a moment before he continued, "Do you know why I was suspicious?" Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei and shook her head. "Are you au fait? It seems like you've been through too much." "I don't know what you've been through, but I'm really heartbroken that you've become like this. But it's okay. No matter what you've become, my love for you will never change. Let's not go into the mystic realm anymore and leave. When we return to Earth, I'll accompany you to see a doctor." 3324, passing off the fake as the real. 2. The performance is over. "Just listen to me," Xia Ruofei said. With a smile. Ling Qingshue's expression changed slightly. She sighed and didn't say anything else. However, the pained and uncomfortable expression on her face was still very on point. Xia Ruofei continued, "The biggest flaw was actually the mission prompt just now. When this voice first appeared, I subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but I didn't realize it. When she started to issue the mission, I finally noticed the flaw. Before this, it was always text that appeared in my perceptual mirror's field of view to prompt me about the subsequent mission. Why did it suddenly become a voice prompt?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "At first, I just thought it was a little abrupt, but after hearing about this mission, my suspicion became stronger. In fact, the method of issuing tasks had become somewhat unreasonable. The perceptual mirror was a magic weapon, and everything was reasonable to issue tasks through it. But how did this female voice appear, and why did it have to be changed to such an abrupt manner? You have to know that the person who set up such a large-scale trial environment must be a powerful figure with extremely high cultivation. How could he design such an online game, like artificial intelligence method, to hint me about the next mission?" Xia Ruofei continued. He then looked at the silent Ling Qingxue, smiled, and said, "At that moment, I began to suspect that I didn't actually escape from that terrifying illusory formation. It was just that the power of the illusory formation automatically increased when it couldn't do anything to me. My biggest obsession now is to meet up with Qingxue as soon as possible. So, the strengthened illusory realm was designed according to my obsession and created an extremely deceptive image. That's why I started to test you with words. I know that any image that appears in front of me is based on my memory. You and Wei Wei agreed to be my girlfriend at the same time. I only know the result, but I don't know the specific content of your conversation. So, as an inner demon created from my memory, you naturally can't understand the situation at that time. I'll say it again, I'm not a demon, Ling. Qingxue said angrily. I just didn't want to tell you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, if you had been like this from the start, I might not have been so sure. If you were really Qingxue, you might not have been willing to tell me when I asked you that question, but you definitely wouldn't have acted like a spoiled child. I really know Qingxue too well, which is why you, the demon in my heart, can be so vividly imitated. However, when it comes to some details, an array is an array after all, and it can't be truly passed off as the real thing. Once a flaw is exposed and you want to fix it. I don't know about others, but at least for me, it's impossible to fix it. I don't want to explain so much. Ling Qingxue closed her eyes and said, since you insist on thinking that I'm your inner demon, then do it. I can't beat you anyway. But don't forget what you promised Wei Wei before we left. If Wei Wei finds out that you killed me with your own hands, what will her reaction be? You're still a fake after all. The more you talk, the more you'll make mistakes. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I promised Wei Wei that I would do my best to protect Qingxue. That's right. However, if you were really Qingxue, you would never use this kind of method to retreat in order to advance. You're a straightforward person. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, Are you au fait? I'll just ask you one thing. If I'm really your inner demon, I'm born from your memories. Since you already know my personality and habits, how could I not know and even reveal such a big flaw to you? You have to know that I'm a human, not a machine. If I'm a human, I'll be affected by my emotions. I can't be like a computer program that follows a planned route without any chaos. Xia Ruofei clicked his tongue. Even at this time, you still haven't forgotten to shake my mind. You're really dedicated. However, if you really are Qingxue, you should know how determined I am. All of this is useless. If you really are Qingxue, you wouldn't have said a single word at this time. So, as long as you keep testing, you'll find more and more flaws. After all, even though you're an inner demon, you still have the desire to live. How could she keep acting like how Qingxue looked in my memory? With that, Xia Ruofei made a hand seal. The flying sword of the bent frost let out a crisp cry and flew towards Ling Qingxue at high speed. Ling Qingxue took a few steps back and said anxiously, Are you au fait? What do you want? How can I prove myself? Don't do anything stupid. Xia Ruofei didn't say anything, and the Zhuang flying sword didn't slow down. Ling Qingxue quickly dodged. Zhuang's flying sword cut through Ling Qingxue's arm, and fresh blood spurted out. In an instant, half of her arm was dyed red. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but let out a scream and covered her arm. Dark red blood continuously seeped out from the gaps between her fingers. Her face turned pale as she said, Are you au fait? You're really silly. Poochie. From another angle, the flying sword also made a big cut on Ling Qingxue's leg. Ling Qingxue let out a soft moan and fell to the ground. The blood dripped on the yellow sand, but was quickly buried by the yellow sand blown by the wind, leaving no trace. The curved frost flying sword flew in an arc and aimed at Ling Qingxue. Again. This time, the flying sword's target was her fair and slender neck. Ling Qingxue's face was pale. She supported herself with one hand and stared at Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, I'm really regretful. After we split up, I've been thinking of meeting up with you as soon as possible. On the first level of the Tower of Trials, I faced an entire town of puppets alone. At my most helpless moment, I dreamed of you being like a divine weapon that fell from the sky and coming to save me. Finally, I was suddenly teleported here, and at the most dangerous time, you appeared in front of me and killed those giant lizards. You were really like my guardian. I never thought that our reunion would actually sound my death knell. Xia Ruofei's heart could not help but tremble when he heard Ling Qingshua's tearful words. His heart, which was originally as hard as iron, could not help but waver a little. He couldn't help but say in his heart, what if I really made a mistake? What should I do? Could it be that I really have to kill her? A single misstep would result in eternal hatred. If I kill my lover with my own hands, how can I still have the face to continue living in this world? However, another voice in his mind said firmly, I can't hesitate. This was an inner demon. And it was the most powerful inner demon that had appeared so far. If you don't get rid of your inner demons, in time you will forever be lost in the third level of the trial pagoda. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with confusion for a few seconds before he regained his composure. He stared at Ling Qingxue, who was covered in blood, and said, don't waste your time. If you really are Qingxue, I'll kill myself on the spot after I kill you. I'll personally apologize to you. I'll protect you down there and won't let you get hurt. Ruofei, wake up. Ling Qingshua's eyes were filled with tears as she said, it's not too late to turn back now. Xia Ruofei grinned and said, actually, there's a very obvious flaw. Do you know? The mission issued by the female voice of the system was too unreasonable. Hunting high-level star beasts should be something that happened on the second level of the Tower of Trials. The third level's mission definitely wouldn't have anything to do with star beasts. Otherwise, the Almighty who designed the trial space is too weak. Without waiting for Ling Qingshua's reply, the flying sword whizzed towards the dazed Ling Qingxue. This time, it was really fierce, without the slightest hesitation. 3325 Mission begins. 1. Puqi. Chu Shuang's flying sword stabbed into Ling Qingshue's neck. Because the flying sword didn't have a hilt, it went straight through, leaving a shocking hole in her neck. Blood spurted out. When the Chu Shuang flying sword pierced Ling Qingshue's neck, Xia Ruofei's heart trembled. In fact, he wasn't absolutely sure. Other than the big and small illogical points he found, his strong intuition was the only thing supporting him. This was also an instinctive intuition of a cultivator with strong mental power when trapped in an illusion array. However, no matter how determined he was, Xia Ruofei could not be sure that Ling Qingxue was the demon in his heart that was born from the illusion array. A thought even flashed through his mind, if he had really lost his mind in an illusion formation, to the point that he had completely lost his mind and decided to kill the real Ling Qingxue, that would definitely be a tragedy. However, Xia Ruofei still followed his heart in the end. Without any hesitation, he took out the bent frost flying sword and dealt a fatal blow. The moment the flying sword pierced into Ling Qingshue's neck, Xia Ruofei could not help but close his eyes. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. If his mind was really affected and he made the wrong judgment, then he would kill himself on the spot. And follow Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue fell to the ground, the last bit of life in her eyes slowly disappearing. The world seemed to have suddenly become abnormally quiet. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Ling Qingshue's body on the ground slowly disintegrate into spots of light. The speed of the disintegration was getting faster and faster, and finally, her entire body disappeared. The spots of light also scattered with the wind, leaving no trace behind. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. His strong intuition was right. Ling Qingxue was the inner demon born from the illusory formation. In fact, he had to be decisive, because if he didn't kill them, he would be trapped in the illusionary formation forever, and he would be affected more and more deeply. He wouldn't be able to escape at all, and in the end, he wouldn't even be able to distinguish between the illusionary formation and reality, and would be completely lost in it. Perhaps he would still go on a mission with Ling Qingxue, or even successfully pass the final trial and welcome the greatest opportunity. Then, he would return to Earth and continue to climb to the peak of his cultivation. However, all of this was illusionary. In fact, he might have only spent a moment in the illusionary array, but he was already trapped to death. After Ling Qingshue's corpse turned into specks of light and disappeared without a trace, the yellow sand-filled environment also began to fall apart. What was presented in front of Xia Ruofei was like a 4D screen, slowly shattering. Everything came from an illusion and returned to an illusion. The real world was gradually revealed to Xia Ruofei. The flowing streams, the undulating mountains, the dense forest, the green grass. Everything here looked like a beautiful painting. The air was filled with dense spiritual qi, giving Xia Ruofei the illusion that he had entered a spirit map space. Even though it could still be the effect of the illusionary array, Xia Ruofei's uncomfortable feeling had disappeared. His instinct told him that the illusionary array had been broken and what was in front of him now should be the real environment of the third floor of the trial pagoda. Of course, just like how he judged that Ling Qingxue was an inner demon created by the illusory formation, Xia Ruofei was not confident in his own judgment. At this moment, a new notification appeared in Xia Ruofei's perceptual mirror. Congratulations, you've passed the preliminary test of the Tower of Trials, 3rd level. You're now qualified to accept the trial mission. Seeing this short line of words, Xia Ruofei's heart calmed down. The information provided by the perceptual mirror had never been false. Since the perceptual mirror had such a prompt, it meant that he had broken the illusion array. Xia Ruofei turned around and thought about it. She felt that it made sense. After all, Ling Qingshue's appearance at the end, coupled with the change in the environment, was too deceptive. He might have had many obsessions in his life, but in this secret realm, his greatest obsession was undoubtedly Ling Qingxue. The array had turned his greatest obsession into a demon in his heart, and this was naturally his last resort. The last method was ineffective, so the illusory formation naturally broke on its own. As Xia Ruofei calmed down, he began to worry about the gains and losses. The facts proved that although he was sent to the same trial space as his companion, they did not appear at the same place. In other words, the companion he sent to this space would also face the test of the illusory formation. Of course, he hoped that Ling Qingxue would have the 1 in 8 chance. However, at the same time, he was worried that Ling Qingxue would be defeated in the illusory formation. After all, Ling Qingshui had been living in a good environment since she was young. After she started cultivating, she had always been under Xia Ruofei's protection and had never experienced any setbacks. Her actual combat experience was pitifully little. It could even be said that it was almost zero. It was hard to train one's mind without going through hardships. If Ling Qingshui had encountered an illusory formation like the one just now, there was a high chance that she would have gotten lost inside. Xia Ruofei could even imagine that if Ling Qingshui had been trapped in an illusory realm, the final obstacle that would have appeared in the end might have been the illusory formation, creating an image of herself. 3326 The mission begins. 2. After going through so much hardship, it was hard for Ling Qingshui to calmly analyze the situation when she suddenly saw Xia Ruofei and the change in the environment. Even if she had her suspicions, she would not be as decisive as Xia Ruofei. Hence, Xia Ruofei hoped that Ling Qingshui would be randomly sent to the same place as him. At the same time, he was worried that Ling Qingshui would not be able to pass the so-called initial test. He was in a dilemma. Besides, Xia Ruofei noticed that the notification from the perceptual mirror only told him that he had passed the preliminary test and was qualified to accept the mission. However, the mission content had not been released yet. What did this mean? Xia Ruofei had a guess in his heart, and the answer was obvious. The most likely one was the companion who had been randomly teleported here. He was still trapped in the illusion, since the two of them had come to the trial space at the same time. The mission could only be issued after both of them had passed the first test. Xia Ruofei felt that his guess was more in line with the truth. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could not help even if he wanted to. This was because he had no idea where his companion was. He also didn't know how big the small space on the third level of the trial pagoda was. Even if he found his companion, Xia Ruofei felt that he would not be of much help. Once one fell into an illusory formation, even their six senses would be sealed, and they would have no sense of the outside world at all. They could only rely on their own strength to walk out. So, after passing the test of the illusory formation, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He did not know what else he could do now. After a moment of silence, Xia Ruofei decided to explore the third level of the Tower of Trials. It would not hurt to familiarize himself with the environment. As a result, he stepped on the Zhuxuan flying sword and flew in a certain direction at a moderate speed. At the same time, he constantly used his eyes and mental power to observe the surrounding environment. With the experience in the second level of the Tower of Trials as a lesson, Xia Ruofei did not dare to rely on his spiritual power to probe. Sometimes, seeing is believing. These 4 words were very reasonable. 4. Example, a high-level star beast could completely block Xia Ruofei's spiritual power detection. That was only the second floor of the Tower of Trials. After reaching the third floor, there might be even more powerful man-made creatures. It was obviously not enough to just rely on spiritual power to investigate. At the same time, Xia Ruofei tried to fly close to the ground. This was a habit he had developed on the second level of the Tower of Trials. Although flying close to the ground often required him to avoid obstacles and to be more focused, Xia Ruofei felt more at ease and did not have the fear of danger. The environment of the third level of the trial pagoda seemed to be a mountainous area. Although the terrain was uneven, the peaks were not very high. The vegetation here was very lush. Perhaps it was because of the rich spiritual energy, even the grass by the stream was full of vitality. In the flowing stream, Xia Ruofei even saw fish swimming freely. Even in such a peaceful environment, Xia Ruofei still maintained a high level of vigilance. However, after flying for more than 10 minutes, he did not encounter any aggressive creatures. Basically, the only living creatures he saw were the fish in the stream. The forest, the grass, and the hills were all full of life, but there were no other animals or people. There was a strange silence. Xia Ruofei frowned. He used his perceptual mirror to observe the fish in the stream, and realized that they were just ordinary fish. There was nothing special about them. In addition, the trees, grass, and shrubs were only growing better, and there was nothing unusual about them. They were just ordinary species, which were very common on Earth. On the third level of the trial pagoda, there must be existences similar to the puppets on the first level and the star beasts on the second level. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in making a single level for cultivators to train. But where was the opponent? Xia Ruofei had a feeling that he had no place to use his strength. It was as if he had punched cotton. At this moment, a notification appeared in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. The trial tower's third-floor trial mission: kill 30 intermediate level mirage beasts. 1. The difficulty of the mission is set according to the standard of 2 cultivators with high cultivation base in the small trial space, and it is doubled on this basis. 2. The trial pagoda's third level's record time is 2 hours. If you break this record, you will receive additional rewards. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei's spirit was lifted. The mission had finally been issued. In other words, the companion who had been sent to this trial space had also passed the test of the illusory formation. Could this person be Ling Qingxue? Xia Ruofei could not help but look forward to it. He couldn't make too many judgments based on the mission content because he didn't know what the so-called mirage beasts were. He didn't have an intuitive concept of how difficult it was to deal with them. He couldn't make a judgment based on the fact that there were 30 of them after the number had been doubled. Only when he really came into contact with the so-called mirage beast could he have a comparison. Otherwise, the numbers themselves would be meaningless. This was because the mission on the second floor of the Tower of Trials already required him to kill 100 intermediate astral beasts. This third floor mission only required him to kill 30 astral beasts after the number was doubled. This did not mean that the difficulty of the mission was lower than the second floor. In fact, according to normal logic, the missions would definitely be more difficult as one progressed. Hence, Xia Ruofei had no way of predicting the cultivation level of his partner who had been sent to this trial space. He did not even know if the criteria for this mission were set according to his or his partner's cultivation level. After all, there was a mid-stage golden core cultivator in the team who was stronger than him. The only thing he could do now was to find the mirage beast as soon as possible and try to deal with it. Of course, Xia Ruofei also had to find his partner as soon as possible. Whether that person was Ling Qingxue or not, the two of them could at least work together after they met up. This would be very helpful in completing the mission. Of course, Xia Ruofei naturally hoped that the person was Ling Qingxue. After accepting the task, Xia Ruofei perked up and increased the speed of the Zhushuang flying sword, hoping to find the mirage beast as soon as possible. However, he could only try his luck and fly in one direction. After all, he had no other information about the mirage beast except for the name mentioned in the mission. prompt. To be honest, even if he met the Mirage Beast face to face, he would not be able to recognize it. Fortunately, he still had the perceptual mirror, which could help him identify the items. This Mirage Beast was related to the mission, so the perceptual mirror should be able to identify it. Xia Ruofei stepped on the Tsushuang flying sword and crossed the mountains, rivers, and grasslands. He headed in the same direction and advanced quickly near the ground. Along the way, he constantly used his spiritual power and his physical eyes to observe. At the same time, he also paid attention to the notifications from the perceptual mirror. However, the Mirage Beast did not seem to be easier to find than the Star Beast on the second level of the Trial Pagoda. Xia Ruofei did not find anything along the way, and there was no hint from the perceptual mirror. Xia Ruofei was a little confused. Xuanji had broken the record in 4 hours. It seemed like a long time, but if he had to spend a lot of time looking for the Mirage Beast, the 4 hours would be used up very soon. As expected, the record was not so easy to break. Even if Xia Ruofei was full of fighting spirit now, he could not find an opponent and could only sigh helplessly. Then, something happened that surprised Xia Ruofei. As he passed by a bush, he habitually glanced at the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. Still, there was no information about the Mirage Beast. However, Xia Ruofei saw from the corner of his eye that there was a change in the mission notification bar on the top right corner of his vision. The original mission progress was 0/30. The last time Xia Ruofei looked at the perceptual mirror, there were no changes. But now, he was surprised to find that the mission progress had become January 30th. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but widen his eyes. Obviously, while he had not made any progress, his companion, who was randomly sent to this trial space, had already killed a middle-level Mirage Beast. 3327 The appearance of the Mirage Beast. 1. Although the difficulty of the trial mission was doubled, the two of them had completed it together. Therefore, if either of them killed the Mirage Beast, it would be counted as the mission number. Xia Ruofei's heart sank when he saw the change in the mission record. If Ling Qingxue was the one who was teleported here, even if she could pass the test of the illusory formation, it was unlikely that she could kill the Shin Beast faster than Xia Ruofei. Therefore, the companion who was randomly teleported with Xia Ruofei was likely to be an Aurus Core cultivator as well. It could even be an intermediate Aurus Core cultivator like Shen Tianfeng. After all, Xia Ruofei could not determine the difficulty of the mission based on the number of kills required. Hence, he was not sure if the standard of the number of kills was set according to his cultivation level or the cultivation level of his other companion. Of course, this was not absolute. After all, ever since he received the mission, Xia Ruofei had been searching for a long time in the trial space. However, he did not find the Mirage Beast. As for his other companion, if his luck was better than his, he might encounter the Mirage Beast first. Furthermore, he still did unknown know what the Mirage Beast was and what characteristics it had. Xia Ruofei could not be completely sure that Ling Qingxue was unable to kill the Mirage Beast. Perhaps one of Ling Qingxue's abilities could counter the Mirage Beast? However, the possibility of this happening was very small. Xia Ruofei was more or less disappointed. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, when he made this decision, he had already made a thorough analysis. The probability of Ling Qingxue being teleported together with him was only 1 in 8, which was actually very small. Furthermore, since they had already reached the third level of the trial pagoda and accepted the mission, the most important thing right now was not to think about whether or not their companion was Ling Qingxue. Instead, they should try their best to complete the mission as soon as possible and meet up with their companion. Whether or not this person was Ling Qingxue, if they completed the mission together, they would be able to look out for each other. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts. He accelerated the flying sword of the Zhuang and continued to search for the mirage beast. His companion had already broken through zero, so he couldn't fall behind. Even though they had completed their mission, if most of the mirage beasts were killed by their companions, Xia Ruofei would be embarrassed. A few minutes later, when Xu Shuang's flying sword flew past a small hill, Xia Ruofei suddenly saw a line of words in his perceptual vision. Middle grade mirage beast found. His spirit was instantly lifted. He quickly used his spiritual power to investigate, and at the same time, his eyes scanned the front. Then his expression froze slightly, because whether he used his spiritual power to investigate or observed with his eyes, he did not find anything that might be a mirage beast. In front of him was an ordinary hillside with ordinary vegetation, and the green grass swayed gently in the breeze. It was a quiet and peaceful scene. Xia Ruofei could not help but hesitate. The perceptual mirror would not lie. It meant that there was a mirage beast within its detection range, and it just happened to be the intermediate mirage beast required for the mission. However, why could he not detect it at all? Xia Ruofei's mind was racing as he scanned his surroundings again with his sharp eyes. Still, nothing. He had already stopped the Zhuang flying sword and was on full alert. After a moment's thought, Xia Ruofei took out a large amount of formation materials from the spirit map space. These were the materials for the set of trap and kill array that he had repaired. Then, he began to throw the formation materials at their specific positions. After setting up the array many times, Xia Ruofei had become more skilled. After a few minutes, the trap and kill array was set up. Xia Ruofei did not know anything about the invisible Shen beast. All he could do now was to strengthen his defense as much as possible and use all the means he could. Then, Xia Ruofei carefully explored the general direction pointed out by the perceptual mirror. The trap and kill array did not cover a large area. Very soon, Xia Ruofei had walked out of the array's range. However, the detection range of the perceptual mirror was not large. Hence, even if Xia Ruofei walked to the edge of the detection range of the perceptual mirror and wanted to return to the inside of the formation, it would be very fast. Especially if he was riding a flying sword, it would only take a few seconds. This gave him a lot of confidence. However, just as Xia Ruofei took another 7 or 8 steps forward, he suddenly felt his vision blur. Then, he was dumbfounded to find that the environment he was in had completely changed. It seemed that he was on an island. He could hear the faint sound of waves, and even the wind carried the unique salty smell of the sea. A few seabirds whizzed across the sea in the distance, and then spread their wings and flew high. Xia Ruofei's expression changed, but it was too late for him to retreat. He knew that he had probably been tricked. This very realistic illusion was most likely set up by the mirage beast that the perceptual mirror had detected. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had set up the trap and kill array in advance to lure the Shen beast into the array and destroy it. He didn't expect that he would step into the trap first. The most infuriating thing was that he had not even met the mirage beast before he fell into the illusion. Thinking about how his companion had just killed a mirage beast, Xia Ruofei frowned even more. This meant that his companion was very strong. 3328 The appearance of the mirage beast. 2. Xia Ruofei observed his surroundings with rapt attention, trying to find a flaw in this illusion from the angle of the array Dao. At this moment, a feeling of fear suddenly welled up in his heart. This was Xia Ruofei's natural sense of danger. His expression changed. Without hesitation, he stepped on his flying sword and flew into the sky. With a whoosh, a black shadow flashed under Xia Ruofei's feet and quickly disappeared into the void as if it had never been there. Xia Ruofei had been flying upwards and did not see the black shadow clearly. Of course, he had been constantly releasing his spiritual power to maintain a high state of alert. However, just like before, his spiritual power's detection had completely lost its effect, and he couldn't find any trace of the black shadow at all. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown. If that was a mirage beast, it would be much harder to deal with than a star beast. The task on the third floor of the trial pagoda only required the killing of 30 mirage beasts, even if it was doubled. If the middle level mirage beasts could reach such a level, it would indeed be difficult to kill 30 of them. Xia Ruofei's brain was spinning fast as he thought of a way to deal with the mirage beast. This mirage beast came and went without a trace, and it was best at setting up illusions. If there was no way to break it, it was possible that it would be trapped in this illusion for a long time. By then, not to mention 4 hours, even 20 hours would not be enough. In theory, if one wanted to see through the illusion, one must have a strong mind. From this perspective, Yang Lu, Mu Hua and the other older generation cultivators had an advantage over Xia Ruofei. Even Qin Xian had an advantage over Xia Ruofei. After all, they had cultivated for a long time and their minds were stronger. However, Xia Ruofei also knew that since the Almighty who set up the trial space had designed such a mission, it meant that there must be a way to deal with the mirage beast. He had to find a way as soon as possible. Everything was difficult in the beginning, but as long as the first mirage beast was killed, the rest would be much easier. Xia Ruofei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The mirage beast could easily set up illusions, but it did not seem to have any destructive power. That was why it had personally attacked Xia Ruofei. If that was the case, could he use the poison against poison? In other words, he had set up a small illusion array around himself. Once the Shin beast appeared, he might fall into Xia Ruofei's illusion array. As long as he could control the mirage beast, the next step would be much easier. Now, Xia Ruofei regretted setting up the trap and kill array in advance. The trap and kill array could not be used now. Otherwise, it would be more effective to set up a trap and kill array now than a simple illusion array. It seemed that he had been too cautious just now. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. However, it was a little troublesome to prepare the materials for the trap and kill array. However, it was relatively easy for Xia Ruofei to set up a simple illusion array. He knew that the mirage beast must be observing his every move in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to launch the fiercest attack. Therefore, he didn't dare to expose the spirit map space or take out the spirit map scroll. Thus, he could only prepare this illusory formation in the outside world. Fortunately, simple illusory formations were not too difficult for Xia Ruofei. Besides, he had mastered several illusory formations with decent power, so it was not too complicated to prepare. Xia Ruofei quickly took out the necessary materials for the formation from the spirit map space, mainly some blank jade talismans and spiritual stones. Xia Ruofei sat down on the spot and started to draw on the blank jade talisman. Of course, he didn't dare to let his guard down at any moment, so he could only multitask, drawing array runes and being on guard in case the mirage beast suddenly appeared. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was much stronger than before. It was not difficult for him to do two things at once. Although Xia Ruofei did not have a carving knife in his hand, he could still accurately carve the array patterns into the inside of the blank jade talisman. Among the illusory formations that he had mastered, the one he was currently inscribing was of medium difficulty and relatively powerful. The entire set of illusory formations only needed to inscribe 4 jade talismans. Xia Ruofei's fingers moved swiftly and many array patterns were carved on the blank jade talisman. After about 10 minutes, the entire illusory formation was completed. This speed was something that Xia Ruofei did not even dare to imagine before. The 4 jade talismans didn't seem to have changed on the surface, but if one used mental power to examine them, one would discover that they were already densely covered with mysterious array patterns. In these 10 minutes, the Shin beast did not appear even once. Xia Ruofei was worried that the Shin beast would come out to cause trouble at the critical moment of carving the array. But now, it seemed like he had worried for nothing. After Xia Ruofei checked the jade talismans, he waved his hand and threw them out. The jade talismans landed accurately in their respective positions. At the same time, Xia Ruofei threw out a simple array control core. The array patterns on it corresponded with the array patterns in the jade talismans. There was a groove in the middle of the control core, and an unused spiritual crystal was embedded in it. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy touched the core of the array and the array started to work. The energy of the spiritual crystal was drawn by the core and was continuously transmitted to the entire array through the array patterns. A ripple seemed to flash in the air. Xia Ruofei checked and knew that the formation had been successfully activated. He heaved a sigh of relief. He had to prepare 4 talismans and a control core in such a tight time. His efficiency was already extremely high. The entire process had only destroyed a blank jade talisman because his hand had trembled slightly. Everything else had gone smoothly, and he had not wasted much time. He was more worried that the mirage beast would not appear again. If the mirage beast wanted to trap Xia Ruofei and wait outside the illusion, Xia Ruofei would not be able to do anything to it. After Xia Ruofei had set up the illusion formation, he could only wait at his original spot. He deliberately made an anxious look, and at the same time, it seemed that his guard had relaxed a lot. The mirage beast had been observing Xia Ruofei's movements. After a while, Xia Ruofei immediately felt a gust of wind behind him. He instinctively leaped forward and turned his waist to look. In the air, a black shadow had rushed straight into the range of the illusion array that had just been set up. After entering the range of the array, the mirage beast's body suddenly froze. Xia Ruofei finally got a good look at the mirage beast. It looked quite cute and looked a bit like a rabbit, but its ears were shorter than a rabbit's. Its body was also furry. Compared to a star beast, it was much smaller and not fierce at all. If it was in the secular world, such an appearance would be very deceptive. At least, it could gain the love of a bunch of young ladies. However, Xia Ruofei had experienced the power of the Shin beast. He was still in the illusion and could not find any flaws. Hence, he did not dare to judge a book by its cover. He thought that this little guy looked harmless and let his guard down. After the mirage beast entered the illusory formation, its eyes were dazed, and its footsteps seemed to be drunk. Xia Ruofei didn't know what the mirage beast had experienced in the illusory formation. However, the theory of all illusory formations was similar. The scene that the people in the formation saw was actually based on their own judgment. Hence, Xia Ruofei had no way of knowing what the Shin beast saw in the illusory formation. However, he could see that the Shin beast's face revealed an extremely frightened look, and its eyes suddenly turned red. It originally looked like a rabbit, but when its eyes turned red, it became even more like a little white rabbit. At this moment, Xia Ruofei saw the scene in front of him start to crack bit by bit. The tropical island-like environment suddenly fell apart, and he was back to the small hill. Although the illusory formation was not very effective in trapping the enemy, the mirage beast was obviously immersed in the illusion and could not extricate itself. It could not maintain its own illusion and let Xia Ruofei escape easily. Xia Ruofei looked at the mirage beast in the array. The Tsushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword floated up at the same time and stabbed towards the mirage beast. 33-29 A narrow victory in the first battle. 1. The two flying swords whistled as they attacked the mirage beast. Not far away from the time Xia Ruofei trapped the Shin beast with the illusion array to when he decisively summoned the flying sword to attack the Shin beast, only 2 to 3 seconds had passed. However, the mirage beast's eyes had regained their clarity. This was indeed a monster that specialized in illusions. Although it was caught off guard and quickly fell into Xia Ruofei's illusion array, it was only a few seconds before it immediately broke through the illusion and broke free from the influence of the illusion array. The illusory formation was used to interfere with the trapped person's mind. Once the trapped person could see through all this, the illusory formation would naturally lose its power. Just like when Xia Ruofei had just entered the third level of the Tower of Trials, he could easily kill the inner demons that were created by the illusory formation. When he killed the last inner demon that was created in the image of Ling Qingxue, the illusory formation lost its power. The mirage beast was undoubtedly an expert in illusions, so it directly saw through the illusion array in just a few seconds. When its eyes regained their clarity, the Tsushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword had already arrived in front of it. The Shin beast's eyes were filled with fear, and at the same time, it looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that the Shin beast's deep eyes were like a bottomless pool. He felt as if his soul was about to be sucked in. At the same time, the mirage beast, which was standing not far away from Xia Ruofei, suddenly disappeared. His surrounding environment began to change again. The mountaintop with its clear waters was gone, and there was a sea of fire around him. The scorching flame seemed to want to swallow Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei knew that it was fake, but the burning feeling was so real that it could burn his soul. Fortunately, this terrifying illusion only lasted for a moment before it immediately fell apart. It came quickly and left quickly. Xia Ruofei immediately returned to his previous environment. At this time, he saw that the very cute mirage beast had already died on the spot. 2 flying swords were stuck in its body and were still shaking. It turned out that the mirage beast didn't have time to dodge at all. It only launched its strongest mental attack at the last moment and set up the illusion in an instant. However, even though it had disappeared from Xia Ruofei's sight, it did not have time to dodge. Xia Ruofei had lost his target, but he was experienced in not controlling the Tsushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword. Thus, the two flying swords relied on their inertia and stabbed the mirage beast to death. To Xia Ruofei, although it was an instinctive reaction, his choice was undoubtedly the best. In the field of vision of the perceptual mirror, the mission record was updated at once, and it became February 30th. Obviously, Xia Ruofei's partner in this small space had not gained any new gains for the time being. Xia Ruofei looked at the dead Shin beast on the ground and could not help but feel scared. When the illusion appeared in front of Xia Ruofei, he really felt the threat of death. It could be said that if the mirage beast had attacked him with this illusion from the beginning, he might have already died. The fact that an illusion had no offensive power was relative. A powerful enough illusion was enough to completely immerse the cultivator trapped in it. Once the cultivator died in the illusion, he would naturally not be able to survive. Even though his physical body was intact, his spirit body had already dissipated. Xia Ruofei guessed that the mirage beast would be hurt by such an illusion. Otherwise, it would have used it from the start. No matter what, Xia Ruofei was able to kill this mirage beast more or less due to luck. Especially at the last moment, the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword had killed the mirage beast by pure inertia. If there had been a slight deviation, Xia Ruofei would have been the one who died. This was Xia Ruofei's first encounter with a Shin beast on the third level of the trial pagoda. He finally had a more direct understanding of the mirage beasts. First of all, the mirage beast was naturally best at illusionary attacks. From the illusion that the mirage beast had set up before its death, it was clear that the mirage beast had high attainments in this area. Secondly, the mirage beast should also be stronger in terms of spiritual power. In fact, this was normal. After all, if it was good at illusion attacks, it would not be good if it had weak spiritual power. Besides, when Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to investigate, he could not find any trace of the mirage beast. This also meant that the mirage beast's spiritual power was not weaker than Xia Ruofei's. It was much stronger than the intermediate star beasts on the second level of the Tower of Trials. Third, although the mirage beast was also very fast, its physical defense was not high. The attacks of the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword could only leave 2 small wounds on the intermediate star beast at most, but the mirage beast would be killed directly. Of course, the mirage beast's attainment in illusions was too terrifying. If it was coupled with its fast speed and thick skin, it would lose to Xia Ruofei without even having to compete. Of course, such a situation would not happen, or else the Tower of Trials would have no meaning to exist. Even though cultivators spent their entire lives going against the heavens and bravely climbing to the peak, there was still a limit to a person's strength. If there was no mission that could be completed, what was the point of using it as a trial? 3330 A narrow victory in the first battle. 2. Even though the body of the mirage beast was relatively fragile, it was much more difficult to deal with than the star beast. Star beasts were like rough and thick-skinned boorish men. It was easier to deal with them if you found the right method. It was just like how Xia Ruofei used a trick to lure the enemy and then trapped and killed them with an array. This method was always tried and tested. However, it was unlikely to deal with the mirage beast in this way. Its physical defense was low, but you had to discover it first. They couldn't even be found. In addition, as long as they met, it could instantly set up an illusion, making it impossible for people to find their target. Hence, after an overall assessment, Xia Ruofei felt that the mirage beast was much more difficult to deal with than the star beast. No wonder the difficulty of the mission was doubled, and the total number of mirage beasts to kill was only 30. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself for a while and went over to study the body of the Shin beast at a close distance. He could not find any useful clues whether he used his spiritual power to investigate or simply flipped through it. He felt that it was just a small animal like a rabbit. If one had not experienced it for themselves, they would not have believed that such a cute little animal could be so terrifying. Xia Ruofei naturally tried to store the Shin beast's body into the spirit map space. He wanted to study it slowly when he returned. However, the result was just as Xia Ruofei had expected. There was no corpse at all. He kept it in his storage space. Xia Ruofei could only grumble a few words and then left the Shin beast's body behind. He walked back a little and put away the trap and kill array that he had just set up but did not use at all. Although the trap and kill array did not come in handy just now, Xia Ruofei felt that this array would be much more effective than the simple illusion array when dealing with the Shin beast. After all, the mirage beast was good at illusions, so the illusion array could only trap it for a few seconds. However, the trap and kill array was different. It would not be easy for the mirage beast to break out of it. Moreover, the body defense of the mirage beast was far lower than that of the star beast. Once they were trapped in the trap and kill array, they would basically die. Of course, the key to the problem was still how to lure the mirage beast into the array. Just like earlier, Xia Ruofei had only taken a few steps away from the trap and kill array. However, the mirage beast had set up an illusion and Xia Ruofei had no time to retreat. Moreover, the death trap array could not be set up as quickly as the illusory array just now. This was very contradictory. It was impossible for Xia Ruofei to set up a formation to wait for the prey as it was extremely inefficient. Moreover, if the number of mirage beasts was small, he might not encounter a single mirage beast even after waiting for a few hours. If that happened, he would have no hope of breaking the record at all. If he took the initiative to look for the mirage beast and encountered it, Xia Ruofei would not have time to set up the formation. Even if they were trapped in an illusion before setting up the formation, there would be many uncertain factors. After all, the area of the simple illusion array was very small and only covered a small area around Xia Ruofei. The trap and kill array was different. When Xia Ruofei was being chased by a high-level star beast, he could only run around in circles while setting up the array. This area was relatively large. Once he was trapped in the illusion, Xia Ruofei's perception of the real environment would be almost zero. It would be too difficult to set up a trap and kill array in a large area. As Xia Ruofei was thinking, he kept the illusory formation. Then, he put away the blue immortal sword and stepped on the bent frost flying sword to continue looking for the mirage beast. Regardless of whether he had a solution or not, Xia Ruofei had to find the mirage beast first. After all, the recording time waited for no one. Xia Ruofei did not know anything about the third level of the trial pagoda. He did not know where the mirage beasts would appear. The map that he could see through his sensory mirror was limited too. Hence, he could only fly in one direction based on his senses. Of course, with the lesson learned, Xia Ruofei did not dare to fly at full speed. He had experience and focused on the vision of the perception mirror. After all, it was difficult to detect the existence of the mirage beast with spiritual power and almost useless with the naked eye. However, the perception mirror was very useful in this situation as it could detect the mirage beast a little earlier. Xia Ruofei did not know how his unknown companion had killed the mirage beast. If the other party did not have a perceptual mirror, he should have encountered the mirage beast and killed it with his own strength. From the analysis of the battle with the mirage beast, Xia Ruofei could not completely rule out the possibility that her companion was Ling Qingxue. After all, the mirage beast's defense was actually very low. Ling Qingxue also had a flying sword in her hand. As long as she could resist the mirage beast's illusion attack, it was entirely possible for her to kill the mirage beast. However, Xia Ruofei was sure of one thing. Whether this companion was Ling Qingxue or not, as long as he or she did not have a treasure like the sensory mirror, the speed at which they killed the mirage beasts would not be able to catch up to his. As Xia Ruofei flew, he focused on the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. At this moment, a small stream appeared in front of him. In the murmuring stream, there were fish swimming happily. Colorful flowers bloomed on both sides of the stream, making the environment very beautiful. Xia Ruofei even thought that if this was not a trial space filled with danger, it would be a good choice for him to live here with Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. However, Xia Ruofei was only distracted for a short while. He immediately focused again. He knew how powerful the mirage beast was. He also knew that the safer and quieter the environment, the more dangerous it was. Xia Ruofei followed the stream and headed upstream on his sword. His main focus was on the perceptual mirror. Suddenly, a notification popped up in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. Beginner, level mirage beast found. Xia Ruofei could not help but be stunned. The primary mirage beast would not help him in completing the task. Should he go around here or get rid of it on the way? After pondering for a while, Xia Ruofei decided to try to deal with this elementary, level mirage beast. Even though there was a time limit to break the record, Xia Ruofei still needed more actual combat to increase his understanding of the mirage beast. He could also try more methods. In theory, a primary mirage beast should be easier to deal with, but he had a lot of experience in dealing with primary mirage beasts, which could also be useful when dealing with intermediate mirage beasts. Hence, Xia Ruofei stopped his flying sword and stepped into the grass in the west. The perceptual mirror still did not provide the exact location of the mirage beast, so Xia Ruofei still tried to use his spiritual power to find the mirage beast. At the same time, he also looked around with his naked eyes. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei found something. With his spiritual power. About 30 meters to his right, there was a relatively obvious spiritual power fluctuation. Xia Ruofei's spirit was lifted. This was probably the primary, level mirage beast. Perhaps the mental strength of the intermediate level mirage beasts was very strong, so Xia Ruofei's mental strength couldn't detect their existence. On the other hand, the primary, level mirage beasts were much weaker, so Xia Ruofei's mental strength came into play. He pondered for a moment and pretended that he had not discovered anything. He began to set up a trap and kill Array in the area behind him. 7 to 8 minutes later, the trap and kill array was set up. During this process, Xia Ruofei had been using his spiritual power to lock onto the highly suspected elementary mirage beast. The other party did not seem to realize that their position had been exposed, so they were still biding their time, as if waiting for Xia Ruofei to step into the trap. It seemed that the mirage beast was used to this mode of attack and had great patience. After Xia Ruofei set up the trap and kill array, he took a few steps back and completely hid within the array. Then, he quietly summoned the flying sword of the Xushuang and the blue immortal sword. He formed a sword gesture, and at the same time, his mental energy also took the blue travel immortal sword. Without saying a word, he quickly stabbed at the place where the mental energy fluctuation had just appeared. The flying sword let out a sharp whistle, and the grass and shrubs it passed by were cut off. It arrived at its target in the blink of an eye. The primary, level mirage beast finally realized the danger. It jumped out from its hiding place and turned into a black shadow. It dodged the flying swords, attacked deftly and pounced directly in Xia Ruofei's direction. 33-31 Experience 1. Hiding place and pounced on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei immediately felt the environment around him start to change. The water in the stream turned into a shocking pool of blood, and huge hailstones began to fall from the sky. The mountains and rivers next to it became distorted, and the originally peaceful environment was filled with sand and stones, as if the end of the world had come. Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared. He was not affected by the change in environment. He closed his eyes and followed the planned route. He took 3 steps to the right, then 5 steps back, and then 4 steps to the right. In the Mirage Beast's field of vision, Xia Ruofei had also disappeared mysteriously. The Mirage Beast had already entered the edge of the array while Xia Ruofei had hidden in the depths of the array. Under the effect of the array, it naturally lost its target. In fact, Xia Ruofei even had the time to feel the power of the Mirage Beast's illusion. Compared to the illusion of the middle-level Mirage Beast, it was obvious that it was better. The mid-level Mirage Beast could set up an illusion in an instant. It gave Xia Ruofei the feeling that in the blink of an eye, his surroundings had changed. The illusion of the primary Mirage Beast still retained a lot of the characteristics of the original environment. For example, the stream still existed, and the surrounding geographical features were only changed on the basis of the original environment. Of course, this looked very scary. If one was not mentally prepared and had never encountered a Mirage Beast before, it was inevitable that one would be flustered when they suddenly fell into an illusion. Xia Ruofei had already fought with a middle-level Mirage Beast, so he was fully prepared for the illusion created by a low-level Mirage Beast. In comparison, he felt that the illusion created by a low-level Mirage Beast was not as realistic. After the initial stage, Shin Beast stepped into the array, the trap array's effect was immediately activated. Not only did it lose its target, Xia Ruofei, but it also fell into the fog. No matter if it was moving forward or backward, it was surrounded by white fog. The Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword had also lost their target. The tips of the swords trembled slightly as they hovered in the place where the Mirage Beast had been hiding. Although the trapping effect of the trap and kill array was similar to that of an illusion array, the basic principles were very different. Therefore, after the primary Mirage Beast fell into the array, it completely lost its direction and began to charge left and right in the array. It looked ferocious, but in fact, it was falling deeper and deeper. Although Xia Ruofei could no longer control the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword to attack the Mirage Beast, the attack attributes of the trap and kill array itself were very strong, even more powerful than the attacks of the flying sword. Although Xia Ruofei was still trapped in the illusion created by the Mirage Beast, he could still use the array to attack the elementary level Mirage Beast. It was the same black light that had been used against star beasts. Xia Ruofei was already hiding in the safest place in the formation. After trying to find the Mirage Beast's trail to no avail, he decisively made a hand seal and activated the formation to launch an indiscriminate attack without caring about the cost. Streaks of black light appeared in every corner of the formation like a torrential rain, wreaking havoc on the entire formation. The mirage beast's vision was blocked in the array, and the indiscriminate attack of the black light almost covered the entire corner. Even if it found something, it was very difficult to avoid it. Unless it was extremely lucky and happened to hide in the eye of the formation in the blind spot of the attack. However, the probability of randomly barging in and stopping at the eye of the array was not much higher than winning the lottery. This primary mirage beast obviously did not have such heaven-defying luck, and its strength was indeed a little weak. In the face of the overwhelming attack of the black light, it had almost no ability to resist. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen black rays pierced through the body of the elementary, level mirage beast from all angles. The elementary, level mirage beast screamed. Not only did the dozen holes on its body that were pierced by the black light start to bleed, but a large amount of blood also spurted out of its mouth, nose, ears, and other places. Without any suspense, the elementary mirage beast fell to the ground and stopped breathing after a moment. The illusion in front of Xia Ruofei quickly faded, and the surroundings returned to the familiar environment. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the Tsushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword. Then, he walked to the place where the primary mirage beast died and squatted down in front of its body to observe it. The appearance of this low-level mirage beast looked basically the same as that of a middle-level mirage beast. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to tell the difference. However, Xia Ruofei had just studied the corpses of the intermediate-level mirage beasts. After comparing the two, he found a difference between the two. There was a tuft of hair with a cloud pattern between the eyes of both mirage beasts. The mirage beasts were basically snow white, so this tuft of cloud-like hair was particularly obvious. However, the hair of the low-level mirage beast was black, while the hair of the middle-level mirage beast was yellow. Xia Ruofei studied it briefly and tried to keep the mirage beast's corpse into the space. As expected, he couldn't put it in. Then, Xia Ruofei got up and checked the surroundings again. After making sure that there were no other mirage beasts, he recalled the trap and kill array while thinking. Clearly, the trap and kill array was still useful against the mirage beast, and it was very efficient. He just didn't know if it would be as useful when he encountered a middle-level mirage beast. After all, the illusion of a middle-grade mirage beast was more powerful and had a wider range. Xia Ruofei was not confident that he could set up a trap and kill array and successfully lure the enemy into the illusion before he was pulled into it. 3332 Experience 2. Mirage Beast's Trace Earlier. As long as he could find it early enough, he was confident that he could kill the intermediate mirage beast in the array, just like he did with the primary level mirage beast. It seemed that he still had to pay attention to the function of the perceptual mirror. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say in his heart, it would be great if the perceptual mirror could be upgraded. The perceptual mirror was undoubtedly very useful, but after reaching the third level of the Tower of Trials, the range of the mirror would be limited. The detection function would be limited to the field of vision. The map display function could display the entire small space of the first level of the Tower of Trials, but when it came to the third level of the Tower of Trials, the range was still so large. Compared to the vast third level of the Tower of Trials, a dozen acres of land was too insignificant. This disadvantage was already very obvious on the second level of the Tower of Trials. Xia Ruofei could only run around like a headless fly and could not see the entire small space. In addition, the detection function of the perceptual mirror did not seem to be enough for the monsters. On the third floor of the Tower of Trials, it could only give him a simple notification that a mirage beast had appeared in his field of vision, but it could not lock onto the specific location, nor could it provide more information about the mirage beast. In this case, although the sensory mirror could still be used, it would not be of much help to Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei also knew that it was already lucky to get the sensory mirror, which was similar to an external treasure. It was even more difficult to upgrade it. He could only see if there were any opportunities ahead. However, at least for the current task of killing the mirage beast, he could not count on it. He could only make do with it. After Xia Ruofei kept the trap and kill array, he chose a new direction. Then, he took out the Tsushuang flying sword and continued to fly close to the ground. When Xia Ruofei flew past a mountain stream and arrived at the top of a small waterfall, a notification finally appeared in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. Middle grade mirage beast found. It was still a simple sentence without any other useful information, including the specific location of the mirage beast, its strength level, strengths and weaknesses, etc. There was nothing. Xia Ruofei's spirit was still lifted. This time, it was a real middle-level mirage beast. It had been 40 minutes since he accepted the mission. It had been more than 20 minutes since he killed the middle-level mirage beast, by luck. In fact, it didn't take him much time to kill the primary mirage beasts, mainly because the distribution of these mirage beasts was irregular and he spent a lot of time searching. If he wanted to break the record, he would have to kill 30 mirage beasts in 4 hours. That unknown companion had killed a middle-level mirage beast before Xia Ruofei at the beginning. But he had not done anything until now. Obviously, it was mostly luck that he had killed it for the first time. That was why Xia Ruofei did not include his companion's contributions for the time being. In that case, it would be a very difficult task to kill 30 mirage beasts in 4 hours. In addition, he also found a difference between the mirage beasts and the star beasts. The mirage beasts did not seem to like living in groups. They seemed to be more used to being alone, so he used the previous method to attract a large number of mirage beasts and then kill them in one breath with the array. This method would not work. Therefore, Xia Ruofei treasured every chance to find a middle-level mirage beast. He stood still and quickly extended his spiritual power forward, searching inch by inch within the field of vision of the perceptual mirror, trying to find the trace of the middle-level mirage beast. Of course, his hands were not idle. He took out the materials for the array at the first moment and began to set up a trap and kill array in a relatively open space on one side of the waterfall. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power did not work. The intermediate Shin beast was obviously better at hiding than the beginner Shin beast and had a stronger spiritual power. Hence, Xia Ruofei could not find any obvious spiritual fluctuations. He also looked back and forth a few times with his naked eyes, but could not find the shadow of the intermediate Shin beast. On the other hand, the setup of the array was very smooth. In a short while, the trap and kill array was set up. This time, Xia Ruofei did not dare to leave the array. The last time Qianqian encountered a middle-level mirage beast, she had taken a few steps out of the array and fell into an illusion. She could no longer return to the array, causing the trap and kill array that she had painstakingly set up to become a decoration. Xia Ruofei was standing in the formation and had already simulated the next step in his mind. Then, he took out the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword. He controlled the two flying swords with his sword art and spiritual power, and stabbed them forward. It would only react when the mirage beast appeared within the scope of the perceptual mirror. The scope of the perceptual mirror was slightly larger than the human eyes, but it was still in a fan shape of nearly 180 degrees. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to use the same method he used to deal with the beginner-level mirage beast. However, Xia Ruofei had a clear target when he was dealing with the elementary-level mirage beasts. Now, he could only use the method of indiscriminate attack. Although the fan-shaped area was relatively small, the further one went, the larger the area. The Zhuang flying sword and the traveling jade immortal sword naturally couldn't cover the entire area. Thus, Xia Ruofei could only try his luck. At the same time, he tried his best to make his flying sword fly in a roundabout way to greatly increase his efficiency. The Zhuang flying sword and the blue travel immortal sword let out sharp howls and stabbed toward the fan-shaped area ahead. The grass, bushes, rocks, and even water currents were unable to effectively block the flying swords. The two flying swords cut through the air like a hot knife cutting through butter, their momentum unstoppable. Xia Ruofei stood in the formation, his eyes fixed on the fan-shaped area in front of him. He accurately controlled the two flying swords at the same time, directly sweeping them from close to far. In the loud sound of the waterfall, grass and stone fragments flew up, and some of the thinner trees also collapsed. The peaceful environment suddenly became a mess. In the midst of the chaos, a black shadow suddenly flew out from the bushes. Xia Ruofei was focused on the fan-shaped area in front of him. Although the grass, rocks, and branches blocked his vision, he still noticed the presence of the dark shadow. However, the middle-level mirage beast was taking the initiative to attack, and the flying sword was quite far away from it, so it didn't need to dodge at all. In addition, the speed of an intermediate mirage beast was much faster than that of a beginner mirage beast. Therefore, the moment Xia Ruofei saw that the black shadow was a middle-level mirage beast, the mirage beast's illusory formation had been completed. Xia Ruofei moved from the waterfall to a quiet training field. The weapon rack was filled with swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. There were also two huge stone locks on the ground. Apparently, they were used to train the body. Xia Ruofei already had some experience in dealing with the mirage beasts. Hence, no matter how realistic the illusion was, it would not affect him immediately. Moreover, he had already made a plan and had fully assessed the current situation. Xia Ruofei ignored the illusion and took 2 steps back. Then, he took 3 steps to the right and took 5 steps back again. Even though Xia Ruofei was in the illusion and was about to kick the stone lock, he was completely unmoved. He still strictly followed the original environment and the array as he stepped into the depths of the array. As expected, when Xia Ruofei saw through the illusion, he stepped on the stone lock, but it still passed through it. Then, he felt solid ground. Xia Ruofei simply closed his eyes and ignored everything that had happened in the illusion. He followed the route that he had rehearsed earlier and hid in an important eye of the trap and kill array in a few steps. The intermediate-level Shen beast did not expect Xia Ruofei to be completely unaffected. Just as it was about to change to a more powerful illusion, its front hooves had unknowingly stepped into the range of the array. 33 Victory, 1, Beast. It turned pale with fright and subconsciously retreated. However, under the effects of the array, all directions were already in chaos, and the more it retreated, the deeper it sank. This was how a trap array worked. Once one was trapped in it, it was impossible to get out. At this time, Xia Ruofei was still in the illusion created by the intermediate, level Shen beast. However, the illusion could not change directions. It only affected people's minds and caused them to think that their environment had changed. The higher the level of the illusion, the more realistic the environment would be. The most powerful illusion was that even if the trapped person knew that everything was fake, they still couldn't resist it and couldn't help but sink into it. For example, the mid-level Shen beast that Xia Ruofei had killed earlier had released its strongest illusion before its death. Xia Ruofei knew that this was an illusion created by the mirage beast. However, if he stayed for a little longer, he would still die in the illusion of the heat. This was the terrifying part of the illusion. This level of illusion had a limited effect on Xia Ruofei. Although he could not see through the whims, he could still maintain his consciousness. Xia Ruofei decided to close his eyes. He was already aware of his surroundings, so it was easier for him to control the formation if he closed his eyes. As soon as the mid-grade Shen beast fell into the trap array, Xia Ruofei could sense that the array had been activated. There must be various energy fluctuations. As the controller of the array, Xia Ruofei could at least know that the mid-grade Shen beast had fallen into the trap array even if he could not accurately determine its location. Hence, Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and continued to activate the array with his hand seals, directly activating the maximum attack power of the array. Xia Ruofei had just dealt with a low-level mirage beast and was very experienced. He did not hesitate and attacked without caring about the cost. He also wanted to see how big the gap was between an elementary and intermediate mirage beast. If the black light of the trap and kill array could deal with the intermediate mirage beast, then he would have an effective method and naturally have more confidence in completing the next task. Streaks of black light shot out from the core of the spell formation and blotted out the sky and covered the earth, almost enveloping the entire spell formation. There were only a few positions that avoided the attack of the black light. Xia Ruofei's position was one of the key positions. In theory, the middle-level mirage beasts trapped in the array also had a chance to step into the array but the probability was very, very small. Of course, even if the mid-level mirage beast saved the galaxy in its previous life and stepped into the eye of the array with unbelievable luck, it did not know about it at all. Moreover, the attack of the black light looked fierce, and it passed through the eye of the array. If it did not know in advance that it was the blind spot of the attack of the black light, no matter how strong its mental strength was, it would not be able to help but avoid the attack. Once it left the eye of the array, it was impossible to go back. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was not worried that the limited array cores would become a sanctuary for the intermediate-level mirage beasts. On the contrary, he was worried about whether the attack power of the trap and kill array was enough to kill the middle-level mirage beast. After all, although the physical defense of a mid-grade mirage beast was weak, its speed was still very fast, even not weaker than that of a star beast. As for the middle-level mirage beast, the trap and kill array was filled with white fog, so when the black light appeared in his sight, it was actually very close. This trap and Xia Ruofei's black light attack was also carefully designed. When it was just released, its speed was not particularly fast. The main thing was that it was basically silent. Only after flying for a period of time, when it was basically within the vision of the trapped person, would it suddenly accelerate, making it impossible to guard against. Seeing this, the middle-level Mirage Beast was naturally shocked. With its snow-white fur, it suddenly exerted its speed to the extreme, twisted its small body, and avoided 8 black lights in the air. However, the 9th ray of light followed. At this time it was already exhausted. Its body was in the air and had no place to borrow strength. It could only twist its waist with all its strength to dodge. Even though it managed to dodge, the black light still grazed past its snow-white fur. Suddenly, a cloud of green smoke rose and the white fur on the middle-level Mirage Beast began to burn. The middle-level Mirage Beast was so angry that its eyes almost popped out. Taking advantage of the opening when the black light attacked, it fell to the ground and kept rolling, trying to put out the fire. Unfortunately, the flames produced by the black light were not ordinary flames. Once this flame burned, it was like maggots in one's bones. No matter if it pounced, rolled, or even hid in the water, it would still burn more and more. It could be said that as long as it came into contact with a spark, it would be very difficult to extinguish it. The only way was to hold on until its energy was exhausted. The flame on the Mirage Beast's body was getting stronger and stronger. It let out a shrill scream. While it was rolling, the next wave of black light attacks came. This time, the Mirage Beast was no longer as agile as before. Several black lights drilled into the Mirage Beast directly. Compared with star beasts, the body of a middle-level Mirage Beast was indeed very fragile. It was only a little stronger than the body of a beginner-level Mirage Beast, but there was a limit to its strength. Therefore, the black light penetrated the body of the intermediate-level Mirage Beast without any resistance, leaving a shocking wound. 33-34 Victory, 2, and the fragrance of roasted meat wafted up. Xia Ruofei could no longer see the condition of the intermediate-level Shen Beast. As long as he opened his eyes, he would find himself still in the martial arts practice field. However, when he opened his eyes to take a look, he realized that the illusion created by the intermediate-level Mirage Beast was not as stable as before. This feeling was similar to the illusion created by the beginner-level Mirage Beast. With Xia Ruofei's strength, he could already see some unreal and unreasonable places. This was the illusion becoming unstable. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. Although he could not see the battle, he knew that the intermediate-level Shen Beast must have been injured and could not maintain the stability of the illusion. He formed a hand seal and continued to activate the strongest attack of the array. This kind of indiscriminate attack was an unreasonable method, but as long as the opponent was trapped in the formation, and his side did not care about the consumption, it was really a headache to defend. There was basically no solution. The middle-level Mirage Beast here was already an arrow at the end of its flight. There was a constant stream of black light that entered its body that was already stained with blood. The vitality of the middle-level Mirage Beast was also fading rapidly. Finally, Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. He realized that the illusion of the martial arts practice field had disappeared. Without the influence of the environment, Xia Ruofei quickly found the location of the mid-grade Shen Beast through the array. Hence, Xia Ruofei adjusted his attack as he flew through the array. All the black rays were no longer an indiscriminate attack that covered the entire array. Instead, they were focused on the middle. Grade Shin Beast. Suddenly, the black light around the middle, level mirage beast became denser. At this moment, it was already on the verge of death, so how could it withstand so many attacks? A few seconds later, the intermediate, level mirage beast was beaten into a sieve. After twitching a few times, it finally contributed a kill to Xia Ruofei's task. Xia Ruofei looked at the mission data that had jumped up in his perceptual mirror and finally felt relieved. At this moment, the mission completion rate was March 30th. There was still no new kill count for the unknown companion. It had been almost an hour since Xia Ruofei had received the mission, but he had only completed 1/10 of the mission. If he wanted to break the record, a quarter of the time had already passed. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He briefly checked the body of the middle, level mirage beast and then quickly began to collect the materials for the array. He was ready to hurry and continue to find other mirage beasts. However, just as he was about to put away a small part of the materials and was ready to continue, he looked up and a line of notification suddenly appeared in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. Middle grade mirage beast found. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be slightly shocked. He didn't expect another Shin beast to appear here. If he had known, he wouldn't have removed the array so quickly. Xia Ruofei stood still and did not dare to move. He waved his hands continuously and set up the part of the formation materials that he had just collected. Now, Xia Ruofei's understanding of the trap and kill array was getting deeper and deeper. After so many times of practice, he was quite familiar with the technique. With a bitter smile, he found that the position of the mirage beast found by the perceptual mirror was roughly in the direction where he had just collected some of the array materials. This meant that if Xia Ruofei continued to set up the array, he might step into the attack range of the mirage beast. If he fell into the illusion and the array was not fully set up, it would be very dangerous. This was a bit of a scam. It seemed that the Shin beast had just moved nearby. Otherwise, when Xia Ruofei collected the materials, the perceptual mirror would have discovered the traces of the Shin beast. It was fine if they were closer, as Xia Ruofei could use his spiritual power to retrieve the materials and set up the formation. However, if the distance was too far, even though it was still within the range of his spiritual power, the accuracy would inevitably be reduced if he used his spiritual power to lift the materials and set them up. To set up an array, especially such an exquisite trap and kill array, the requirement for precision was very high. This meant that Xia Ruofei had to face the direction where the mirage beast might be hiding and walk at least a distance forward before he could set up the array. He muttered to himself for a moment, then continued to walk forward at a steady pace. As he walked, he inadvertently threw out the materials for the array, gradually restoring the array that had just dismantled. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was still a little nervous. However, his rationality told him that this was the safest way. Furthermore, he must not show any signs of abnormality. Otherwise, it would be difficult to restore the array. Therefore, even though he was a little nervous, he did not show it on his face. Xia Ruofei had encountered the mirage beast a few times and had some experience. He knew that the intelligence of the mirage beast was much higher than that of the star beast. After all, the mirage beast was good at illusions and knew how to ambush the enemy. Therefore, Xia Ruofei only paused for a moment and then walked forward as if nothing had happened. He did not want the mirage beast to realize that he was already on alert. This way, the mirage beast would let down its guard and most likely would not launch an illusion attack immediately. After all, the illusion was supported by spiritual power. Naturally, the closer Xia Ruofei was, the better the effect. Xia Ruofei was also taking a gamble. He was betting that the Shen beast would try to get closer. This way, he would have a chance to restore the formation. Xia Ruofei's expression was relaxed, but his heart was tense. Unconsciously, he had walked more than 10 meters forward. If his judgment was correct, he should have entered the attack range of the Mirage Beast at this moment. However, it was still quiet in front of him, and the illusion had not come. At this moment, Xia Ruofei still had the most important formation material to set up. This material was at the furthest point and he had to move at least 5 meters forward. Xia Ruofei was under great pressure with every step he took. Once the Shen beast suddenly attacked, he would not be able to hide in the array. As long as he fell into the illusion, he would be attacked passively, just like the Shen beast that was trapped in the trap and kill array. Besides, Xia Ruofei knew the most powerful attack of the Shen beast. Once he fell into the illusion and could not escape, and the Shen beast launched its strongest attack, creating a sea of fire illusion, Xia Ruofei would have no other choice but to hide in the spirit map space. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xia Ruofei would definitely not want to reveal the spirit map, especially since the Mirage Beast was man-made. Perhaps there would be an expert who could understand what was happening here through the Mirage Beast's perspective. Under such circumstances, Xia Ruofei was naturally even more unwilling to reveal the spirit map. Xia Ruofei felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to reach the best position, he suddenly felt the space around him start to distort. Xia Ruofei knew that this was not good. He knew that the Mirage Beast had launched an attack. The slight distortion of space was a sign of the illusion. The process would be very short. As expected, Xia Ruofei started to feel the stars moving in the illusion. He gritted his teeth and threw away the materials in his hand. Then, he closed his eyes and retreated. At the same time, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had already wrapped around the formation material. As he was not able to move far enough, he could only use his spiritual power to lift the formation material and place it in the designated position. At this moment, accuracy was secondary. Xia Ruofei had to take the risk. After setting up the death trap array, he would be able to take the initiative. If the formation could not be activated due to the lack of precision in the control of his spiritual power, Xia Ruofei would be in a passive position. He would have no choice but to hide in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei retreated as fast as he could, but his spiritual power was able to keep the materials away from him and fly towards the designated location. The last few meters were covered in a flash. Xia Ruofei stopped and put the formation material down with full attention. At this moment, Xia Ruofei, who was standing beside the core node of the formation, suddenly felt that the formation patterns of the entire formation had started to connect. The energy emitted by the spiritual crystal was flying along the path formed by the formation patterns. The trap and kill array had been successfully set up. 33-35 Encounter 1. At this time, the scene in front of Xia Ruofei was completely different. The illusion set up by the Mirage Beast had taken effect. He seemed to be on a deserted island. The salty sea breeze blew from time to time, and he could hear the faint sound of waves hitting the shore. Xia Ruofei was already mentally prepared for such a situation, so he was not moved at all. In fact, he was already very confident when he successfully set up the trap and kill array. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was standing at the eye of the array. It could be said that he had a lot of support. Therefore, he just stood there without moving. At the same time, Xia Ruofei pretended to be flustered. He released the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword to kill the Tao Wu. Of course, because the illusion had already begun to take effect, Xia Ruofei could not find the location of the mirage beast. The two flying swords could not find their target. Xia Ruofei did not expect such an aimless attack to kill the mirage beast directly. His purpose was still to lure the enemy in. The Shin beast was not within the range of his trap and kill array. If the other party did not take the initiative to attack, the illusion would not be able to do anything to Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei had no way to deal with the Shin beast. The longer the stalemate lasted, the more disadvantageous it would be for Xia Ruofei. After all, he had the ambition to break the record and pass this trial. Considering the high intelligence of the mirage beast, Xia Ruofei simply pretended to be in a panic after falling into the illusion. He looked around in a daze and used the Xushuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword to attack. The mirage beast was indeed fooled. After a short while, the middle-level Shin beast flew out of its hiding place and rushed towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was in the illusion and naturally did not notice it. He only realized it when the mirage beast came close to him. However, Xia Ruofei was already prepared. As soon as the mirage beast appeared, he struck the seal that he had already prepared at the control core of the array. The trap and kill array was activated in an instant. The middle-level Shin beast was about to reach Xia Ruofei and felt that its prey was close at hand. However, in the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei had strangely disappeared. At the same time, it also realized that it was surrounded by a thick fog. The mirage beast suddenly fell into the trap and kill array, and because it had rushed forward too fiercely, when the array was activated, it had already fallen very deep. The tables had turned in an instant. Xia Ruofei did not give the mirage beast any time to react. He checked the waves sent back by the array. After confirming that the mirage beast was trapped, he did not hesitate to make another hand seal and directly activated the attack mode of the trap and kill array. Xia Ruofei, who had accumulated a lot of experience, would not miss this opportunity. He decisively activated the array to its maximum power. Another wave of black light almost filled the entire area of the trap and kill array. There was no suspense after that. The fate of the middle-level mirage beast could no longer be changed. In just 5 minutes, the middle-level mirage beast was on the verge of death. Its body was still burning with flames, and the air was filled with the fragrance of roasted meat. He was already injured and on his last breath, so the illusion was naturally unable to be maintained. Xia Ruofei's figure appeared in front of the mirage beast. He glanced at this very cute mirage beast and then with a thought, the Xushuang flying sword flew over at an extremely fast speed and directly cut off the head of the mirage beast. The mission progress in the perceptual mirror immediately jumped to April 30th. That unknown companion of his didn't have any other achievements after killing him. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he had to rely on himself to break the record. As long as he could kill the remaining 26 mirage beasts within the time limit, the record would still be his. However, this way, even if his companion only killed 1 mirage beast, he would get the same reward as Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei felt that he had lost out. Of course, if that companion was really Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei would not be unhappy. On the contrary, he would definitely agree with her. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. There were only about 3 hours left. Every second and minute was precious. Hence, he quickly checked again and began to pack up the formation materials. With the previous experience, he was even more cautious now. After keeping the materials, Xia Ruofei randomly chose a direction and continued his search on the bent frost flying sword. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 2.5 hours. When there was less than half an hour left, Xia Ruofei had already killed 25 mirage beasts. In the trial space on the 3rd floor of the trial pagoda, the number of mirage beasts seemed to be more than the star beasts on the 2nd floor. So, in the past 1 or 2 hours, he had found and dealt with 25 mid-grade mirage beasts. If Xia Ruofei was the only one to complete the task this time, theoretically, he only needed to complete half of the number of mirage beasts, which was 15. According to the number of mirage beasts he had killed, he could have completed the task long ago. However, he had chosen the mode this time, so he had to accept it even if he had to pinch his nose. And what if that companion was Ling Qingxue? In fact, Xia Ruofei had killed 25 mirage beasts, while the companion he had not met had only killed 4. So, the two of them had killed exactly 29 mirage beasts together. They were only one intermediate level mirage beast away from breaking the record. 33-36 encounter, 2, and there was still nearly an hour left. Xia Ruofei finally heaved a sigh of relief. He finally had more time this time. When Xia Ruofei first received the task, he felt that it was really difficult to find a mirage beast on the 3rd level of the trial pagoda. Later on, as he became more and more proficient in using the trap and kill array to deal with the mirage beast, his luck seemed to be getting better and better, and the speed of finding the mirage beast was getting faster and faster. Based on the speed just now, this trial mission would be completed in 20 minutes at most. This had greatly increased the time needed to record it, directly cutting it down by about 40 minutes. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was in a good mood. At the same time, he was already looking forward to the rewards that he would receive next. He checked it out of habit. Just as he was about to put away the materials for the trap and kill array and continue to look for the mirage beast in another direction, he suddenly saw a figure appear about 800 meters to his right in front of him from the corner of his eye. Xia Ruofei immediately stopped collecting the trap and kill array and looked into the distance with excitement. Very soon, Xia Ruofei could not help but sigh. Even though he was still quite far away, he was too familiar with Ling Qingxue and knew her too well. So, just by looking at the figure from afar, he could already tell that the figure was not Ling Qingxue. As for whether it was his other companions who had been randomly teleported to this small trial space, he needed further verification. Not only did Xia Ruofei stop collecting the formation, but he also put back the only set of formation materials that he had just collected. Then, Xia Ruofei stared at the direction of the person. The other party had obviously noticed Xia Ruofei as well. He slightly changed his direction and flew straight towards them. As the distance between them closed, Xia Ruofei's hope was slowly extinguished. He could already see the other party's face clearly. It was indeed not Ling Qingxue, but Elder Shen Tianfeng of the First Heaven Society. Shen Tianfeng was a veteran elder of the First Heaven Society. He was a mid-stage golden core cultivator and his cultivation was very close to the late-stage golden core. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. The probability of 1 in 8 was still too small. This time, things did not go as he wished. He even sacrificed the opportunity to upgrade the energy storage pearl. In the end, he did not bring Ling Qingxue here. Instead, he brought Shen Tianfeng along. However, no matter what, he was an elder of the First Heaven Society, and he was only a few steps away from completing his mission. This was all thanks to Shen Tianfeng's help. Although Shen Tianfeng's cultivation was much higher than Xia Ruofei's, his actual strength was probably not much stronger than Xia Ruofei's. If this task was used as a test, Shen Tianfeng would obviously fail. Out of the 29 intermediate-level mirage beasts that were killed, only 4 were killed by Elder Shen. The rest were completed by Xia Ruofei alone. But no matter what, he had made a contribution, and there was a 1 in 8 chance of meeting him. It could only be said that it was fate. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not stand still. Instead, he quickly walked up to them. Shen Tianfeng walked up to Xia Ruofei and asked in surprise, "Fellow Taoist Xia, I saw someone here from afar, so I came over to take a look." "It's you, my brother." "Nice to meet you, Elder Shen." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Hello, hello." Shen Tianfeng smiled and said, "Taoist Xia, how did you get here?" "Just a second ago, I was still painstakingly searching for the star beast, but suddenly, it was as if the stars had shifted, and I arrived in this new space." "It's a long story." Xia Ruofei said, "Elder Shen, you must have encountered an illusionary formation the moment you entered. Right? Isn't that so?" Shen Tianfeng said, "I was not careful and almost fell for it. Fortunately, I have some experience in dealing with illusionary formations, so I passed through it without any danger." Then, Shen Tianfeng said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, after I broke the illusory formation, I received a mission to kill the mirage beast. As soon as the illusory formation was broken, a stone tablet appeared in front of me. It was the same as the one I received on the second level of the Tower of Trials. On it was written the mission for this trial. Only then did I know that I had already reached the third level of the Tower of Trials, but I clearly didn't complete the mission on the second level." Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed as he said, "Elder Shen, this has something to do with me. When I completed the second level of the Tower of Trials, I triggered a hidden reward. I can randomly send one of my companions to the same small space on the third level of the Tower of Trials. I didn't expect to disrupt the rhythm of Elder Shen's completion of the mission. I'm really sorry." If Shen Tianfeng had completed the second level's mission normally, he would have been able to get a reward. Now that he was halfway through the mission and was directly sent to the third level, the second level's mission reward was naturally gone. Therefore, Xia Ruofei should still express his apology. After all, he had only wanted to meet up with Ling Qingxue as soon as possible, but objectively speaking, he had affected Shen Tianfeng. Shen Tianfeng waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia's words are too serious. I've been doing the second level of the Tower of Trials for a long time. Those star beasts are not easy to deal with. I'm still far from completing my mission. Moreover, if he encountered a high-level star beast, he might even lose his life. To be able to directly experience the third level of the Tower of Trials, I have to thank fellow Taoist Xia. I don't dare. It's my fault that you didn't get the reward for the second level mission. It's already very good that you don't blame me." Xia Ruofei said. Shen Tianfeng laughed and said, but fellow Taoist Xia is indeed very powerful. He completed the second level of the Tower of Trials so quickly and even got a hidden reward. Besides, the third level of the Tower of Trials should require both of us to work together, right? I've just checked the mission stone steel and found that the mission is almost completed. Then, Shen Tianfeng took out a small stone tablet from his storage treasure. The mission content of the third level of the trial pagoda was recorded on it, and it would also update the mission progress in real time. Xia Ruofei's perceptual mirror showed the same mission progress. 29/30. Shen Tianfeng smiled bitterly and said, I'm ashamed to say this. In this mission, more than half of it was completed by fellow Taoist Xia. The mirage beasts that I killed were not even a fraction of what fellow Taoist Xia did. If I can break the record and complete this mission, then I'll be taking advantage of fellow Taoist Xia. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Elder Shen, you're too kind. We're here to explore the mystic realm together. Of course, there's no distinction between us. We can't talk about who's benefiting from who. Shen Tianfeng took 2 steps closer and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xia is truly magnanimous. In fact, fellow Taoist Xia's help was also indispensable in our lunar expedition this time. On the third level of the trial pagoda, fellow Taoist Xia's performance was still so amazing. His future was bound to be boundless. In addition, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Xia will be the one with the biggest stake in this exploration of the secret realm. Shen Tianfeng paused for a moment before he continued, if the missions on the first 2 levels are different in terms of cultivation level, then the difficulty will be different. However, the stone tablet clearly states that the missions on the third level are set according to the cultivation level of the person who is higher, and the number will double based on that foundation. However, fellow Taoist Xia was still able to complete it so outstandingly. I'm truly ashamed of my inferiority. Elder Shen, you flatter me. Xia Ruofei said, I'm just lucky to have some skills in dealing with the mirage beasts. If it were star beasts, I might not be as efficient. Shen Tianfeng replied, Taoist Xia, speaking of star beasts, I did discover some secrets on the second level of the Tower of Trials. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to explore it further. Oh? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. What secret did Elder Shen find out? If you don't mind, can you tell me a little? Of course, no problem. Shen Tianfeng looked around. Although there were only the 2 of them, he still lowered his voice and said, I'm on the second level of the trial pagoda. As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer, and Xia Ruofei could not help but pay attention. At this moment, Shen Tianfeng suddenly burst into action. A flying sword appeared in his hand, and he threw it at Xia Ruofei, who was a few steps away. Under the effect of his mental strength, the flying sword was extremely fast. With a sharp whistling sound, it arrived in front of Xia Ruofei in the blink of an eye. 33:37 People die for money. 1. Flying sword was in front of him, his body moved half an inch sideways and dodged the sword. At the same time, his feet seemed to be installed with springs. His body was pulled up from the ground and he retreated 5 meters away. After Shen Tianfeng's attack missed, he did not rush to chase after Xia Ruofei. Instead, he had a playful look on his face. He smiled and said, You're quite vigilant. It was no wonder that he could rise to fame in the cultivation world in such a short time. Xia Ruofei, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Obviously, Shen Tianfeng, who was close to the advanced stage of the Golden Elixir Realm had already regarded Xia Ruofei as a meal. If this sneak attack was successful, it would save him a lot of trouble. However, since it did not succeed, he did not care much. Anyway, in his opinion, the difference in strength between the two of them was huge. It would just take a little more effort to get rid of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei looked at Shen Tianfeng and asked, calmly, why? Shen Tianfeng shrugged and asked, what do you mean why? We're companions, and we've come to this secret realm together. Why did you attack me? Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. Shen Tianfeng laughed exaggeratedly. He pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, I didn't expect you to ask such a naive question. From this point of view, you really are a rookie in the cultivation world. What else do you think? People die for wealth, birds die for food. It's said that you're the direct disciple of a nascent soul. Old monster. On Earth, everyone was afraid to attack you and didn't dare to touch you easily. But what was this place now? There's only the two of us in this trial space. Even if I kill you, who would? No? Just this? Xia Ruofei asked in surprise. Shen Tianfeng said, Xia Ruofei, don't you know? Everyone's test in the tower of trials is completed in a separate small space. If you can't leave the secret realm by then, it must be that you died in there, because you were not strong enough. Who would suspect me? Who in the world of cultivation doesn't know that you're rich and imposing? Any cultivation technique or recipe could be exchanged for a large number of spiritual stones. This was only the part that was exposed. What about the other parts that no one knew? I think if it wasn't for the name of the Yuanying stage-old monster master behind you, you would have been killed by those Jiedon stage masters in minutes. However, I'm still the lucky one. You actually courted death by coming up with some hidden reward and teleporting yourself to the same small space as me. It would be inappropriate if I didn't accept this gift that was delivered to my door. So, I've decided to kindly accept it. Xia Ruofei nodded. Shen Tianfeng, you're so direct. You're much better than those hypocrites. Ha ha ha. Shen Tianfeng laughed proudly. Do you have any last wishes? As long as it doesn't expose the fact that I killed you, I can consider helping you achieve it. But in exchange, I hope you can be quick and tell me the secret of your rapid increase in cultivation and your cultivation resources. Don't hide it, since you can't bring it underground anyway. It's better to be quick and fulfill my wish. When I break through to the late stage of the Oris core stage, in the future, I'll definitely burn more paper money for you. Xia Ruofei's mouth twitched and he said, Shen Tianfeng, it seems like you've got me, he said. Cut the crap. There's no point in stalling for time. Shen Tianfeng's expression turned cold. It's impossible for anyone to come out and save you in this small trial space. Even your legendary master. Whether he's at the nascent soul stage or the immortal soul stage, or even an old monster who's about to ascend, can't do anything. Besides, you can't leave this small space before you finish the trial mission. So, you can't escape. Just accept your fate. Shen Tianfeng then grabbed his flying sword with his spiritual power and said coldly, since you don't have any last words, I'll send you on your way. All the treasures you have must be in your storage treasure. After you die, this storage treasure will become ownerless. At that time, I'll help you make good use of these cultivation resources. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Tianfeng waved his spiritual power, and the flying sword whizzed toward Xia Ruofei again at a speed that was even faster than the sneak attack. There was only a distance of 5 to 6 meters between the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword had already arrived in front of Xia Ruofei's face. With a thought, Xia Ruofei summoned the flying sword. He stepped on the flying sword and activated the sword technique. Then, he turned into a shadow and disappeared. Shen Tianfeng was stunned when he saw this. Xia Ruofei didn't fly too far away. He stood on the Zhushuang flying sword that was about a foot off the ground. He floated in the air and looked at Shen Tianfeng calmly. Shen Tianfeng pointed at Xia Ruofei and was dumbfounded. After a long while, he muttered, "Sword kinesis, flight. You can actually ride a flying sword in this small space. You. How did you do that?" When Xia Ruofei first entered this place, he could not ride a flying sword as the rules of this world were very different from the outside world. Even now, he could only use his spiritual energy to wrap the blue travel immortal sword and attack like Shen Tianfeng, using the flying sword as an ordinary weapon. 3338 People die for money, too. It wasn't until he obtained the flying sword of the Zhushuang and learned the laws of sword control in this space that he regained one of the iconic abilities of Golden Core cultivators, Qi sword control ability. Shen Tianfeng obviously did not have such an opportunity. Therefore, even though his cultivation was infinitely close to the late stage of the Oris Core stage, he still could not ride a flying sword here. This was also when he saw Xia Ruofei actually fly up on his sword. The reason for his shock. Xia Ruofei controlled his flying sword and hovered about 10 meters away from Shen Tianfeng. He looked down at Shen Tianfeng and asked, "I have one last question. Was it your own idea to attack me so decisively, or was it your sect leader Chen's idea? Don't tell me Chen Xian ordered you to do this?" Shen Tianfeng recovered from his shock. He looked a little pale as he stared at Xia Ruofei and said, "I've already tried to overestimate your ability, but I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. I won't hide it from you. Just now, I've already deduced the possible reason why I came to the third level of the trial pagoda. It wasn't until the moment I saw you that I realized that this matter was related to you. It was also at that moment that I decided to kill you. Sect leader Chen didn't order this. As for our young sect leader, he didn't order this. Moreover, after entering the secret realm, I couldn't contact him anymore, so naturally, I didn't conspire with him." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I'm relieved. Otherwise, I'll go on a killing spree once we're out. To be honest, I'm quite close to Brother Chen Xian, and I don't want to fall out with him." Shen Tianfeng was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Xia Ruofei, don't tell me you think that you can escape from me just because you've mastered the technique of sword kinesis flight in this trial space. If that's what you really think, then you're too naive. It's just a little more effort, the final result will not change." With that, Shen Tianfeng did not hold back anymore. He waved his hands in the air, and the flying sword suddenly drew an arc in the air and stabbed toward Xia Ruofei again, at a faster speed than before. At the same time, Shen Tianfeng stomped his feet and flew toward Xia Ruofei. He struck out his palms across the air and pressed down with the force of thunder. Xia Ruofei stepped on the Zhushuang flying sword and dodged nimbly. Shen Tianfeng's attacks missed one by one. The distance between the two was still 5 to 6 meters. Shen Tianfeng said coldly, "Xia Ruofei, give up. It was meaningless for one to only know how to ride a flying sword in this small space. You don't even dare to fly high. It would be even more difficult to shake me off. You should know. That sword kinesis, flight, consumes a lot of vital energy. I don't believe that your yuan qi is inexhaustible. Xia Ruofei smiled. You're right. In terms of vitality storage, it's hard to find someone who can surpass me in the cultivation world. Shen Tianfeng snorted and said, what's the point of being garrulous? I can still say that my cultivation has already broken through to the original infant stage. Was there any meaning to it? Xia Ruofei, I'll tell you one last time. If you obediently hand over all your cultivation resources, especially the secret of your rapid increase in cultivation in a short time, I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. In fact, if the content you tell me is valuable, I can't rule out the possibility of sparing your life. However, if you continue to resist, then when I catch you, I'll definitely let you taste the cruelest punishment and let you slowly die in the most bitter pain. This Chen will do as he says. Xia Ruofei pouted and said, isn't this a trick to trick children? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? You dare to let me leave the secret realm? Aren't you afraid that when I return, I'll find Master to take revenge for me? Shen Tianfeng's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked a little embarrassed. However, his expression quickly returned to normal, and he said indifferently, there are many times when death is an easy thing, but living is very difficult. It's already a great mercy for me to let you die without any pain. Shen Tianfeng knew that even an ant would not be able to survive. Xia Ruofei would not give up so easily, especially after he had mastered the method of sword kinesis, flight. So, after he finished speaking, he immediately used his spiritual power to control the flying sword and launched an even fiercer attack on Xia Ruofei. However, his spiritual power was not as good as the sword control technique. So, even though his cultivation was much higher than Xia Ruofei's and his swordsmanship was also very exquisite, Xia Ruofei could still dodge it easily. For a moment, Shen Tianfeng could not do anything to Xia Ruofei. When Shen Tianfeng saw that Xia Ruofei could ride a flying sword in the trial space, he already knew that it was impossible to end the battle quickly. However, he was still very confident. This was mainly because sword kinesis flight consumed a lot of vital qi, especially when it came to high-intensity dodging and evading. With Xia Ruofei's cultivation at the early golden core stage, he should not be able to hold on for long. Shen Tianfeng did not know that Xia Ruofei had an elemental storage pearl. In terms of elemental energy storage, Xia Ruofei was not inferior to Shen Tianfeng. In fact, he was far better than him. If he really had to wait until Xia Ruofei ran out of energy, Shen Tianfeng would probably start to doubt his life. Of course, Xia Ruofei had no intention of using the sword kinesis flight to escape. He retreated as he fought, slowly moving towards the direction of the trap and kill array. Shen Tianfeng did not notice the formation that Xia Ruofei had set up in advance. It was meant to deal with the intelligent Shen beast. Xia Ruofei had even camouflaged the formation. Before the formation was activated, it was difficult for ordinary people to notice anything unusual in this area. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei did not set up this formation in front of Shen Tianfeng. He had not had time to collect it after killing a Shen beast. Naturally, Shen Tianfeng was even more defenseless. Xia Ruofei stepped on the Zhushuang flying sword and used the terrain to dodge the attacks. He had been dodging and running all this time and had not taken the initiative to attack. This was also in line with Shen Tianfeng's judgment. In his opinion, the difference in strength between Xia Ruofei and him was too big, and it was impossible for Xia Ruofei to attack him. It was also because of this that Shen Tianfeng only wanted to exhaust Xia Ruofei's vital qi as soon as possible so that he could kill him. He did not have much preparation at all. If he was on guard, he would at most be on guard against Xia Ruofei's life, an death struggle. After all, if the legends were true and Xia Ruofei really had a master in the original infant stage, he might have left some life-saving means for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei retreated as he fought and soon entered the range of the trap and kill array. Shen Tianfeng also chased after him without hesitation. Xia Ruofei maneuvered the Zhuchuang flying sword nimbly and increased the speed. The distance between him and Shen Tianfeng was suddenly more than 10 meters. Shen Tianfeng was not shocked. Instead, he was happy because Xia Ruofei's actions would not help him escape at all. Instead, it would consume more primordial qi, and it would only make the final moment come faster. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry and just stayed far away. Little did he know that after Xia Ruofei turned a few times, he suddenly struck out a seal that he had prepared earlier. The trap and kill array was instantly activated. Shen Tianfeng could still see Xia Ruofei's figure, but in the next second, he was suddenly shrouded in thick fog. His visibility dropped to the point where he could barely see his fingers. Shen Tianfeng was experienced in actual combat. How could he not know that he had fallen into Xia Ruofei's trap? He knew that this was bad. Then, he gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to the limit. However, he did not retreat blindly. Instead, he pounced at Xia Ruofei's position according to his memory. However, after the formation was activated, the entire area covered by the formation was in a mess. Shen Tianfeng thought that he was going to Xia Ruofei's position, but in fact, he was in the opposite direction and had fallen into the depths of the formation. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had been paying attention to the situation inside the array. When he saw that Shen Tianfeng was deeply trapped in the trap and kill array, he could not help but sigh. They had finally come to this. 33-39, Chapter 18-17, Fight to the Death, 1. After all, Shen Tianfeng was an experienced mid-stage golden core cultivator. His cultivation was infinitely close to the late-stage golden core. Naturally, he was not comparable to those puppets, star beasts, and Shen beasts. He immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap array. Although Shen Tianfeng did not specialize in array Dao, he had done some research, and he knew that he would only sink deeper and deeper if he blindly rushed in. Therefore, he quickly stopped and focused his attention on defense. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to check the situation of the array, hoping to use his knowledge of arrays to find a flaw in the array. He had always treated Xia Ruofei as a fish on an anvil. He thought that Xia Ruofei would not be able to escape under such circumstances. However, he did not expect that the cooked duck could not only fly, but also bite him. This bite really made him feel pain. In fact, Xia Ruofei was standing not far away from Shen Tianfeng. However, he was in the eye of the array, while Shen Tianfeng was in the trap array. Even if Xia Ruofei was close, he could not see him. Xia Ruofei looked at Shen Tianfeng's ashen face and felt very complicated. Of course, he knew the cruelty of the cultivation world. In fact, wasn't the secular world the same? The law of the jungle was the same everywhere. However, the secular world had established rules and laws to restrict them, while the cultivation world was more dependent on strength. However, this was the first time Xia Ruofei had seen a cultivator reveal their true nature. He had no grudges with Shen Tianfeng. On the way to the moon, they had lived in the same small spaceship for so many days. Xia Ruofei felt that the exploration team should have formed a good friendship, including Shen Tianfeng. However, with enough benefits, Shen Tianfeng could forget about all these. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was not an easy person to deal with. If people showed him respect, he would show them respect. However, if someone had already started to take his life, he would not be much more merciful. Moreover, Shen Tianfeng was an elder of the First Heaven Society. Now that the two of them had become mortal enemies, it did not matter who was right or wrong. What was important was that if Shen Tianfeng made it out alive, Xia Ruofei would face endless trouble. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Chen Xian. If he turned against the First Heaven Society, even Chen Xian would be in a difficult position. Therefore, the moment Shen Tianfeng revealed his killing intent towards Xia Ruofei, the outcome was already decided. One of the two had to stay in this trial space forever. Xia Ruofei believed from the beginning that he would not be the one who was left behind. Now, he was standing not far from Shen Tianfeng. He looked at him silently for a few seconds, then said, "Elder Chen, you've said so much just now, but there's one thing that reminded me. Killing people in this small space is really undetectable. When we go out, everyone will think that I was killed because I was not strong enough and won't suspect me." Shen Tianfeng looked around. Under the effect of the formation, Xia Ruofei's voice seemed to be coming from all directions. Shen Tianfeng could not find Xia Ruofei's location by his voice. He shouted with a ferocious expression, "Xia Ruofei, I admit that I underestimated the enemy. I didn't expect you to have a backup plan." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "I've always been a cautious person. Sometimes, I'm even too cautious." However, it turned out that being overly cautious was better than being careless. If I hadn't been careful today, I'm afraid I would have died on the spot. Xia Ruofei's words were naturally somewhat exaggerated because he had the spirit painting scroll as his last life-saving measure. However, in terms of strength, Shen Tianfeng was much stronger than Xia Ruofei. Without the help of the formation, Xia Ruofei would not be able to defeat Shen Tianfeng. If he had to hide in the spirit map space, it meant that the situation was very serious. He would lose the initiative and Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that he would be able to hide the spirit map scroll without Shen Tianfeng noticing. In fact, the possibility of this was almost zero. Shen Tianfeng was an experienced cultivator. As long as he saw a spirit map scroll, he would definitely not treat it as a rare item like the nascent Soul Realm puppet on the first floor of the trial pagoda. With Shen Tianfeng's experience, he could definitely tell how precious the scroll was. He could even guess that Xia Ruofei was most likely hiding in the scroll space. In that case, Xia Ruofei would be trapped in the space forever. On the other hand, Shen Tianfeng could study the spirit map scroll anytime and anywhere. One day, this last protective barrier would also be broken. Therefore, the trap and kill array that Xia Ruofei left behind was a stroke of genius. Now, the situation had been completely reversed. Shen Tianfeng sneered, "It's too early for you to be happy. It was just a trap array. It can make you so full of yourself? If you want to kill me, just relying on this formation is not enough. When I find a flaw and break through the formation, you'll know what despair is. Until now, Shen Tianfeng only felt that he was slightly passive, but the overall situation had not changed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Feel despair? I'll give you this opportunity. You'll feel it soon." At this time, Shen Tianfeng's body burst out and he pounced towards his right side. He deliberately made Xia Ruofei talk more. In fact, he was trying to find Xia Ruofei's true position. It was only when he thought that he was certain that he suddenly launched an attack and wanted to catch Xia Ruofei off guard. 3340 Chapter 1817, Fight to the Death. 2. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Shen Tianfeng run to the other side. He said, "I'm talking to you. You're being a little disrespectful if you're not concentrating." Shen Tianfeng's body froze and he stopped in a daze. He knew that his judgment was wrong. Otherwise, how could Xia Ruofei be so calm? Shen Tianfeng snorted and said, "Don't be so smug. Watch how I break the formation." With that, Shen Tianfeng took out a black ball from his storage space and looked around. Then, he gritted his teeth and threw the black ball to his left. After the black ball fell to the ground, it let out a violent explosion, followed by a series of crackling sounds, and raging flames began to spread in that direction. Shen Tian had obtained this black ball when he was exploring the ancient ruins. He had only obtained 4 of them, and he had used one for an experiment. Now, he only had 3. Shen Tianfeng did not know the name of this black ball, but it was extremely powerful. It was much stronger than the energy-gathering bombs in the secular world. Moreover, the flames after the explosion were also different from ordinary flames. They could reach a high temperature of several thousand degrees and could even melt rocks. If they were used to break the array, they could also greatly expand the scope of the destruction. As long as the basic materials of the array were destroyed, the array would naturally collapse. Although the black ball had landed in the air and did not cause any damage to the formation, Xia Ruofei was still shocked by the explosion. This was the biggest difference between cultivators and monsters. And puppets, especially old-school cultivators like Shen Tianfeng. He always had some life-saving trump cards and means that were impossible to guard against. Xia Ruofei did not know how many of these black balls Shen Tianfeng had. If there were a lot of them, it would be a little troublesome. As long as there were enough of them, they could even turn the entire formation into a sea of fire. Most of the materials used to set up the formation were jade stones, wood, and other objects. It was possible that they would be destroyed in a day if they encountered such an attack. This method of breaking the formation was a little unreasonable and without any technical skill, but the effect was very good. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not know if Shen Tianfeng had any other strange treasures besides this black ball. After all, he was a veteran cultivator in the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. His accumulation could not be underestimated. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to end the battle quickly. With a thought, he formed a hand seal and the attack mode of the trap and kill array was immediately activated. The black rays that had worked against star beasts and Shen beasts started to shoot at Shen Tianfeng from all directions. Without the influence of the illusion, Xia Ruofei did not need to launch an indiscriminate attack. He could focus all his attacks on Shen Tianfeng. This way, the black light seemed to be more concentrated. Shen Tianfeng was worthy of being an expert in the First Heaven Society, whose cultivation was second only to Chen Nanfeng. Although his vision was severely blocked, he still dodged the black light as soon as it appeared. However, these rays of light were too dense. They were simply airtight, and they were shooting from all directions as if they would never stop. Shen Tianfeng soon felt that his strength was not in his heart. At this moment, he was extremely flustered because he did not expect this trap array to have a hidden killing move. This was no longer a single trap array, but a high-level array that could trap and kill. Shen Tianfeng did not know how Xia Ruofei was able to set up such a high-level array. It would be fine if the array flags were given by the elders of the sect, but if it was set up by him, his array skills would be shocking. If Shen Tianfeng knew that Xia Ruofei was not the only one who had set up the trap and kill array, he would be even more shocked if he found out that Xia Ruofei had created the array after he had mastered a lot of knowledge about arrays. Now, Shen Tianfeng had no time to care about anything else. He could only try his best to dodge and think of countermeasures. It was not a good idea to just dodge. Shen Tianfeng soon found that the space for him to dodge was getting smaller and smaller. If he did not make any changes, he could be hit by the black light at any time. Shen Tianfeng had no choice but to take out a Dharma treasure from his storage space. He hesitated for a moment before opening it. Although he was reluctant to do so, his life was more important. This long magic treasure was like an umbrella when it was opened. And it directly opened. The black light landed on the umbrella-shaped magic treasure and made a clattering sound. Upon closer inspection, only a few small marks were left on the magic treasure, and there was almost no damage. This way, the pressure on Shen Tianfeng was greatly reduced. At least half of his body did not need to worry about defense for the time being. Shen Tianfeng dodged the black light coming at him from the front and waved his flying sword to cut the light away. He seemed to be at ease. Xia Ruofei saw this and knew that the black light would not be effective for a while. However, Xia Ruofei did not reveal himself rashly. Instead, he continued to increase the power of the formation. The black rays of light became even more concentrated and almost covered the entire sky. After Shen Tianfeng flicked away one of the black rays, he could not help but laugh. Xia Ruofei, what else do you have? If that's all you have, then I'm sorry, but it's impossible to kill me. Xia Ruofei crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at Shen Tianfeng, who was shouting in the formation. He had no intention of attacking or showing his face. In fact, this was still Xia Ruofei's cautious approach. He was also worried that Shen Tianfeng had other tricks up his sleeve, so he did not reveal himself rashly. In addition, he also hoped that the black light could consume Shen Tianfeng's vital qi as much as possible. 2. Xia Ruofei, the formation would only consume a few spiritual stones to maintain this level of attack. In his spirit map space, there was already a small mountain of ordinary spiritual stones. Usually, when he cultivated, Xia Ruofei would think that the energy of the spiritual stones was too low. He would usually use spiritual crystals or even origin crystals. So he did not really care about the consumption of spiritual stones. Xia Ruofei only needed to pay a few spiritual stones, but Shen Tianfeng had to maintain a high state of concentration. Moreover, it took a lot of energy to dodge the black light. Hence, Xia Ruofei became very patient. He was waiting like a leopard lying motionless in the grass. It might be that he had found his prey. Xia Ruofei was waiting for Shen Tian to be unable to continue releasing his vital qi. Shen Tianfeng naturally knew that he would be in a very passive position if this continued, but he had no choice now. He had to concentrate on dealing with the black rays coming from all kinds of tricky angles. He had no time to study the array and find its flaws. His vital Qi was being consumed without him realizing it. Shen Tianfeng was also complaining in his heart, but he could not think of any good ideas. Xia Ruofei looked coldly at Shen Tianfeng, who was starting to lose his balance. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. He also took out the Zhuang flying sword and the blue immortal sword. The blue traveling immortal sword circled to the front of Shen Tianfeng and attacked him at full speed, with a terrifying momentum. To Shen Tianfeng, this kind of attack was easy to defend. The flying sword he controlled, with his spiritual power, also floated up and intercepted the blue immortal sword. However, the frontal attack was only a feint. The real killing move was hidden on the Zhuang flying sword. The flying sword silently sneaked behind Shen Tianfeng, and only accelerated when it was very close. Shen Tian saw the Zhuang flying sword coming from behind him and couldn't help but shout. Because the Zhuang flying sword was very stealthy and Xia Ruofei deliberately controlled it, Shen Tianfeng did not notice it at all. When the Zhuang flying sword also attacked him, it was already too late for him to dodge. 3341 Dead End 1. Shen Tianfeng's reaction was already considered extremely fast. Moreover, an experienced cultivator like him usually had an extraordinary sense of danger. However, the situation at that time was too complicated. He had to dodge the omnipresent black light and was distracted by the sudden attack of the blue travel immortal sword. So when he realized the danger was coming, it was already too late. Shen Tianfeng roared and dodged with all his might, almost twisting his body into a fried dough twist. At the same time, he tore off a jade pendant from his chest and crushed it without hesitation. Instantly, a light screen rose up and enveloped him inside. It was obvious that the jade pendant was a one-time use defensive magical treasure. The next moment, the Zhuang flying sword stabbed the light curtain. Due to the obstruction of the light curtain, the speed of the flying sword was slightly slower. However, Xia Ruofei had also used all his strength in this attack. The light curtain couldn't completely block the flying sword and only slowed it down a little. Soon, the Zhuang flying sword broke through the light curtain and stabbed towards Shen Tianfeng. It was because of this short delay that Shen Tianfeng's body was twisted at an angle. The attack of the Zhuang flying sword was slightly off. It did not directly pierce through Shen Tianfeng's heart, but through his shoulder. Shen Tianfeng cried out in pain and covered the wound on his shoulder as he retreated. Although there was a hole in the light curtain, the other parts were still in effect, which gave Shen Tianfeng a chance to catch his breath. The dense light curtain blocked most of the black light. He turned his head and stared at Xia Ruofei, shouting, "I didn't expect that. You're already so strong." Even an intermediate Oris core cultivator was only at this level. Xia Ruofei, I've really miscalculated this time. I've underestimated you. So you've been pretending to be a pig, to eat a tiger. Shen Tianfeng finally felt Xia Ruofei's true strength from the attack of the Zhuang flying sword. If Xia Ruofei was just an ordinary, early-stage golden core cultivator, Shen Tianfeng's one-time protection Dharma treasure would be able to block it. Although the attack of the flying sword was related to the grade of the flying sword, the strength of the cultivator controlling the flying sword was more important. Without enough strength, no matter how good the flying sword was, it would be useless. Just like Shen Tianfeng, he could not control the flying sword in the trial space. He could only control the flying sword with his spiritual energy, just like how Xia Ruofei controlled the blue travel celestial sword. Naturally, the power of the flying sword would be greatly reduced. A child holding a treasured knife that could cut iron like mud might be able to hurt an adult who did not know martial arts. However, when facing a martial arts master with his bare hands, he would definitely not even be able to touch the corner of the other party's clothes. Moreover, it was very likely that he would hurt himself. Therefore, from this simple stab of the Tsushuang flying sword, Shen Tianfeng could clearly feel that Xia Ruofei's strength had far exceeded that of an early golden core cultivator. If it was an ordinary intermediate stage golden core cultivator, he would not be able to gain an advantage over Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not say a word. He controlled the Tsushuang flying sword and continued to attack Shen Tianfeng. At the same time, he did not forget to maintain the black light of the trap and kill array. Even though the black light could not break through the protective light shield in a short time, Xia Ruofei knew that this kind of one-time protective magical equipment had a time limit. Once the effective time was over, the protective shield would disappear without him having to do anything. Moreover, the more attacks it endured, the greater the consumption of the protective shield, and naturally the shorter the time it could be maintained. Therefore, he didn't stop the attack of the black light. The attack of the Tsushuang flying sword used the noble sword technique, and the angle of the attack was extremely strange. It was like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no trace. Even though Shen Tianfeng was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still struggling to deal with it. Shen Tianqi knew very well that he would die if this continued, so he could not help but feel very anxious. He had used up most of his trump cards, but he had completely lost the initiative since he was trapped in the formation. The flying sword pierced through the protective light curtain again. Shen Tianfeng controlled his flying sword in time and swept it away. At the same time, he jumped to the side and shouted, "Xia Ruofei, how about we each take a step back? If you stop now, you will gain the friendship of the First Heaven Society. And I will never attack you again. I can swear on my inner demon. If I go against my oath, I'll die from chi deviation. Now, we are only missing a mirage beast for our mission. It's not worth it to waste time here. As long as we kill another mirage beast as soon as possible, we can break the record and complete the task. At that time, both of us will get rich rewards. Why do you have to fight me to the death?" Xia Ruofei sneered. "Shen Tianfeng, I wanted to cooperate from the beginning. It was you who suddenly tried to kill me. Otherwise, we would have completed the mission together and received the reward to go to the 4th level. Now that things have gone south and the defeat is certain, you want to cooperate? What were you doing earlier?" Shen Tianfeng saw that the attacks of the Tsushuang flying sword and the black light were getting fiercer and fiercer. He couldn't help but shout, "Xia Ruofei, I was blinded by greed. I can apologize to you. If an apology is useful, why do we need the police?" Xia Ruofei said a cliché line and then waved his hand. The Tsushuang flying sword pierced through the light curtain from an unimaginable angle. 3342 Dead End 2. This time, Shen Tianfeng's reaction was not fast enough. He managed to avoid getting hit in his vital parts, but his arm was pierced through and blood flowed out. Shen Tianfeng groaned in pain and shouted, "Xia Ruofei, do you really want to fight to the death? Is there any room for negotiation between us?" Xia Ruofei sneered and asked, "Don't think that you've got me." Shen Tianfeng said hatefully, "I've been cultivating for more than 200 years. And I still have some trump cards. Even if you can kill me, this precious array will be destroyed. At that time it will be a lose-lose situation. Shen Tianfeng had always thought that the trap and kill array was given to him by Xia Ruofei's master. It would be a great loss if such a precious array was destroyed. What he didn't know was that Xia Ruofei had designed this formation himself. If Xia Ruofei wanted to and had enough time, he could make a whole new set without any cost. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Since First Elder Shen still has a trump card, then quickly use it. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to do so later." With that, Xia Ruofei controlled the Zhuang flying sword to draw an arc again and stabbed towards Shen Tianfeng's head. A few large holes had already been pierced through the light barrier by the flying swords, and its defensive power had been greatly reduced. Many of the black beams were able to drill through the holes. However, Shen Tianfeng had a feeling that the black light would be very terrifying, so he would rather be stabbed by the Zhuang flying sword than give the black light any chance. Of course, the protective barrier was already on the verge of collapse, and he did not have much yuan qi left. It could be said that he had no chance of turning the tables now that things had developed to this point. Shen Tianfeng was both shocked and furious. He shouted as he tried to block the attack, "Xia Ruofei, don't think that you can kill me here without anyone knowing. If I die, there will be an indelible mark on your body. Any disciple of the First Heaven Society will be able to sense it. This is a secret skill of the First Heaven Society. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down by the entire heavenly sect when you get out." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and his attack was instantly stopped. Seeing this, Shen Tianfeng quickly said, "Xia Ruofei, there's no need for us to fight to the death. What good would it do for you to kill me?" Now that everyone was in this trial space, the most important thing was to complete the trial mission and obtain the great opportunity. "I can swear to my inner demons that today's matter will end here and I will never harm you in the future. Also, I, Shen Tianfeng, will never reveal this to a third person." Shen Tianfeng knew that he was in a critical situation, so he did not dare to act like a senior anymore. His tone was a little humble. However, after Xia Ruofei heard this, he felt that this person should not be kept alive. People who could yield and stretch were often the most terrifying. Shen Tianfeng was one of those people who would throw away his dignity for the sake of survival. How trustworthy was his oath? Swearing on the inner demons was indeed very restrictive, but it was not completely impossible to avoid. It was difficult for others to notice that some words were used in the oath. Even if there were no loopholes in the oath, Shen Tianfeng would still have other ways to deal with Xia Ruofei in the future. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei's killing intent became even stronger. He no longer cared about what Shen Tianfeng said. He controlled the Zhuang flying sword and launched an even fiercer attack on Shen Tianfeng. Shen Tianfeng thought that he had finally convinced Xia Ruofei, but he did not expect the attack to stop for only a few seconds before it came back to him again. Shen Tianfeng was shocked and angry. "Xia Ruofei," he shouted. "Are you really going to do this? I'm not trying to scare you, but you can't hide it from the First Heaven Society if you kill me. Are you really prepared to fight against the entire heavenly sect by yourself? And that martial nephew of mine, Qin Xian, you two are good friends. When that time comes, he'll definitely break off relations with you." Xia Ruofei didn't move at all. The Zhuang flying sword became faster and faster, and more. black rays of light gathered. Finally, the protective light screen formed by the one-time-use Dharma treasure released. Bai Shintian finally shattered under the accumulation of attacks. Shen Tianfeng's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The black rays of light were no longer blocked. They formed a dense attack array around him, blocking all his escape routes. Puchi! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. At the same time, Shen Tianfeng's body was pierced by many black rays. Some of the rays went directly through his head, chest, and other vital parts. Blood spurted out of the wounds like a fountain. Shen Tianfeng's body suddenly stiffened, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He still could not accept the reality that as the cultivator with the highest cultivation level and the longest cultivation time in the expedition team, he was so easily killed by a junior in the early Golden Core stage. Shen Tianfeng could feel that his life force was dissipating rapidly. His eyes were filled with hatred as he said, Xia Ruofei. You're in big trouble. The First Heaven Society will fight you to the death. Blood gushed out of Shen Tianfeng's mouth as he spoke, making him look even more terrifying. After saying that, Shen Tianfeng's eyes lost their light, and his body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Just as Shen Tianfeng's life was about to end, a ray of 5 colored light suddenly appeared above his head. The ray of light circled around Shen Tianfeng's body and then shuttled through the formation. The trap formation was still in operation, but it seemed to have no effect on the 5 colored light. The 5 colored light flew around the array without restraint, as if it was looking for something. At this moment, in the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei, who was using his spiritual power to observe the outside world, could not help but mutter to himself, Shen Tianfeng was not bluffing just now. Fortunately, I thought of such a wonderful method. After Shen Tianfeng's threat, Xia Ruofei was already thinking of a solution. Although Shen Tianfeng might be bluffing, Xia Ruofei could not risk his life. After all, once they lost the bet, it would mean that they would fight to the death with the heavenly sect and never have a peaceful day. Hence, Xia Ruofei had thought of the safest solution in the shortest amount of time. He quickly hid in the spirit map space. Although Xia Ruofei did not know how Shen Tianfeng's curse-like threat would come true, and he did not know if hiding in the spirit map space would work, this was the best solution he could find at the moment. After all, he and Shen Tianfeng would not rest until one of them was dead. Hence, when Xia Ruofei made his last attack, he entered the spirit map space with a thought. The spirit painting had been prepared long ago and Xia Ruofei had hidden it in the grass at the eye of the formation. After entering the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei immediately released his spiritual power to check the situation outside. Sure enough, the moment Shen Tianqi and Qiju died, a 5 colored light appeared. Xia Ruofei believed that if he was still in the outside world, the 5 colored light would definitely find him and leave an inextinguishable mark on him. In the future, when he returned to the cultivation world on Earth, this mark would be like a light bulb in the dark. Anyone from the First Heaven Society would be able to see that he was the one who killed Shen Tianfeng. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a lingering fear. Of course, he could hide in the Peach Blossom Island until he was strong enough to fight against the First Heavenly Sect, but that wasn't his style. Besides, he had too many connections in the mortal world, and he couldn't guarantee that the First heavenly sect wouldn't be angry and attack his friends and family in the mortal world. After all, apart from Shen Tianfeng, there were two other people from the First Heaven Society in the team, including Chen Xian. It was impossible for him to quietly return to Paradise Island. In other words, as long as he was marked, the news that Xia Ruofei had killed Shen Tianfeng would be spread, unless he killed Chen Xian and Su Yuro as well. Xia Ruofei and Chen Xian got along well, and he had no enmity with Su Yuro. How could he kill them? 3343 A turn of events. 1. That was the situation that Xia Ruofei was in. Shen Tianfeng had to die. And he could not reveal that he was the one who killed Shen Tianfeng. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not have much time to think about it. The trap and kill array would not be able to trap a master in the intermediate stage of the golden elixir realm, who was infinitely close to the advanced stage of the golden elixir realm for long. If Xia Ruofei let his guard down, the other party would probably break out of the array. Therefore, in a short time, Xia Ruofei could only think of using the spirit map space to avoid the mark that Shen Tianfeng mentioned. After so many ups and downs, Xia Ruofei still trusted the spirit map space. As it turned out, the spirit map space did not disappoint him. The 5-colored ray of light formed after Shen Tianfeng's death was unimpeded in the trap and kill array. However, after wandering around for a long time, it could not find Xia Ruofei, who was hiding in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei's heart, which had been in his throat since the appearance of the 5-colored light, finally settled down. However, what made Xia Ruofei a little depressed was that the 5-colored light could not find its target and just kept wandering around the area. Xia Ruofei could only hide in the spirit map space and watch the time pass. The mission on the third level of the trial pagoda was only one Shen beast away from completion. There was still an hour before he would break the record, so there was plenty of time. However, due to Shen Tianfeng's sudden attack, Xia Ruofei had used more than half an hour from the beginning when he escaped, to the time when he trapped Shen Tianfeng with the formation, and finally, when he successfully killed him. Time was already tight, but now that the 5-colored light was wandering around like a vicious dog, Xia Ruofei could only watch as time flew by. Even if he couldn't break the record, he couldn't risk being branded and leave the spirit map space at this time. Hence, even though Xia Ruofei was extremely anxious, he could only stay in the spirit map space and pay close attention to the situation outside. He would not dare to leave before the 5-colored light disappeared. As time went by, Xia Ruofei became more and more anxious. The 5-colored light was fading, but it took time for the energy to dissipate. What Xia Ruofei lacked the most was time. He waited anxiously, watching as the 5-colored light faded bit by bit, and time was wasted. Finally, when there was less than 10 minutes left to the record-breaking time shown in the perceptual mirror's field of view, the 5-colored radiance finally disappeared completely. Out of caution, Xia Ruofei waited for about half a minute even though he was running out of time. When his spiritual power could no longer sense any energy left, he let out a long sigh of relief and quickly left the spirit map space. At this time, there were only 9 minutes left before the recording time. Xia Ruofei carefully stepped onto the ground outside. He was relieved when he did not find anything unusual. It seemed that the branding energy that Shen Tianfeng released when he died had really disappeared. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly when he saw that the countdown had become more than 8 minutes and 50 seconds in his perception. In the beginning, he had plenty of time, but now, it had become an almost impossible task. In fact, it was just a matter of a thought from Shen Tianfeng. If Shen Tianfeng did not have any evil intentions, they would have completed the mission smoothly, and each of them would have been rewarded for breaking the record. They would have started exploring the small space on the 4th level of the Tower of Trials by now. But now, Xia Ruofei put away the trap and kill array and went to look for the Mirage Beast. Even if he was lucky and found a mid-grade Mirage Beast in a short time, he still needed to set up an array to lure the Mirage Beast into the array and then waste time to attack the Mirage Beast with the black light to kill it bit by bit. It was impossible to complete so much work in less than 9 minutes. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not have much hope. However, life was full of ups and downs. When you felt that there was no chance at all, there would often be a turn of events. Xia Ruofei initially thought that even if he was lucky, he would need to spend a few minutes to find the Mirage Beast. As it turned out, he had still underestimated his luck. Just as Xia Ruofei decided to put away the trap and kill array and was ready to make a last resort, he suddenly felt a vibration in the trap and kill array. He could not help but release his spiritual power to check it out. At the same time, he habitually looked around and also checked the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. Just as he had turned half a circle, a line of words suddenly appeared in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror: middle grade Mirage Beast found. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei felt the stars shift and the surrounding environment began to change drastically. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. He didn't even care that he had fallen into an illusion. It was very obvious that Huan had a middle level Shen Beast. When Xia Ruofei had already given up on breaking the record, it walked into the trap and kill array. There's such an operation? Xia Ruofei also felt that the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The power of the illusion this time was obviously much stronger than the ones created by the middle level Mirage Beasts he had encountered before. Xia Ruofei found himself on a beach. The sea a few meters away seemed to be boiling. Soon, a huge wave that was more than 100 meters tall came crashing down on the beach. And there were more waves after another. 3344 A turn of events. 2. The Mirage Beast had actually created an illusion of a super tsunami. Obviously, this Mirage Beast had fallen into the trap and kill array without warning, and in its panic, it had suddenly burst out with much more powerful energy than usual. Although the illusion it had released was not as terrifying as the one created by the dying Mirage Beast at the cost of its own energy, the momentum was still very frightening. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had already killed more than 20 intermediate-level Mirage Beasts on the 3rd floor of the Trial Pagoda. He had gained a lot of experience in dealing with illusions. Hence, after a brief moment of shock and disbelief, Xia Ruofei quickly regained his senses. First, he skillfully formed a few hand seals and immediately activated the trap and kill array's strongest indiscriminate attack. At the same time, he tightly guarded his spiritual altar and closed his eyes, completely ignoring the huge wave that was dozens of stories high that was pressing down on him. He directly retreated to an important formation according to the route he remembered in 2 steps to ensure that he would not be accidentally injured by the black light released by the array. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei sat down cross-legged at the eye of the array. As he circulated the Great Tao technique, he closed his eyes and controlled the array to continue attacking. He completely ignored the huge sound of the waves. This was the limitation of an illusion. Once the trapped person was not brought into the situation, the power would be greatly reduced. Xia Ruofei was Well aware of this, so he did not open his eyes at all. Without the important sense of sight, the other aspects of hearing, touch, and smell were also less affected. In addition, the Great Tao technique was indeed very magical. When he used the technique, he unconsciously entered a mysterious state, which could shield him from the negative effects of the outside world to a large extent. As he did not know the exact location of the mirage beast, Xia Ruofei could only focus on the direction of the vibration of the formation and the general location of the mirage beast that he had found through the perceptual mirror. He concentrated the black light and launched a more intense attack in that direction. As for the other directions, he could not be sure if the mirage beast had changed its position, so he could not ignore them completely. However, the attack was not as strong as the attack in the key direction. In fact, the trap and kill array had been damaged in the battle with Shen Tianfeng, so its power had been reduced. Since the mirage beast's exact location was not clear, Xia Ruofei could only attack indiscriminately, which dispersed his attack power. As a result, such an attack was weaker than the previous 20 or so times. When he killed the intermediate mirage beast, Xia Ruofei could not find out the condition of the mirage beast. He did not know if the mirage beast had been hurt by the continuous attacks. Of course, he was not completely clueless. The previous 25 sea serpent monsters had given Xia Ruofei a lot of experience, so even though he was blind in the illusion, he still had a way to make a rough judgment. Xia Ruofei's judgment was based on the illusion created by the mirage beast. As soon as the trap and kill array was activated, Xia Ruofei felt a slight vibration in the tsunami illusion. As the attacks continued, the tsunami illusion trembled more violently. After another 2 minutes, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the details of the illusion had started to become distorted. Even with his eyes open, he could feel the difference between the illusion and the real world. This meant that the illusion's confounding ability had greatly decreased. This made Xia Ruofei slightly happy. His experience told him that this situation was most likely because the mirage beast had been injured and could no longer maintain the perfect operation of the illusion. Xia Ruofei was also very clear that the mirage beast's body was much weaker than the star beast that he had dealt with before. In addition to the characteristics of the trap and kill array's black light, it also determined that even if the mirage beast was only scratched a little, the subsequent burning flames would definitely cause continuous damage to it. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was very confident in killing the mirage beast. The only thing that was restricting him was time. The mission bar in the perceptual mirror's field of view showed that if he wanted to break the record, he had about 4 minutes left. If he could not deal with the mirage beast that came to him in 4 minutes, then although he could still complete the mission, he would have no chance of breaking the record. Xia Ruofei had no other choice but to continue to maintain the array's maximum attack. At the same time, he kept repeating in his heart, hoping that the Shin beast would die soon. Fortunately, as the illusion became more and more unstable, Xia Ruofei did not need to spare any energy to resist the influence of the illusion. Even though it was still a terrifying tsunami in front of him, it was already very distorted. Even if Xia Ruofei could only watch the waves come crashing down, he would not be affected at all. Therefore, he could focus on controlling the array. At the same time, he also tried to use his spiritual power to search if he could find a more accurate position, then all the attacks could be concentrated, and the efficiency would naturally increase a lot. In the trap and kill array, the black light howled and wreaked havoc in the entire array space. The black light was especially dense at the places where the Shin beast might appear. Just a dozen meters away from Xia Ruofei, a blood-covered mirage beast, with many burning flames, was dodging the black attacks. Its white fur was almost completely blackened by the smoke, and it looked very miserable. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it let out a shrill roar. However, the black light didn't seem to have any signs of stopping, and it continued to attack it. Every once in a while, a wound would appear on its body, and the wound would quickly burst into flames. The Shin beast's injuries were getting worse. At this moment, Xia Ruofei, who was in the eye of the formation and constantly searching with his spiritual power, suddenly felt a mass of chaotic spiritual fluctuations. At the same time, he also felt the illusion shake. Xia Ruofei's spirit was suddenly lifted. He knew that the Shin beast must have suffered another heavy blow, which was why its spiritual fluctuations were suddenly in disorder. He could detect it immediately with the mirage beast's exact location. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to form hand seals to control the attack of the trap and kill Array. All of a sudden, all the black light concentrated on the spot where the Shin beast's mental energy fluctuated chaotically. The density of the attacks had increased by more than 5 times. How could the mirage beast, which was already badly injured, resist such an overwhelming attack? Not to mention, such a violent change in rhythm caught it off guard. Therefore, almost at the same second, 3 black rays of light penetrated the mirage beast's body at the same time. The middle-level mirage beast let out a shrill cry and fell to the ground. At the same time, Xia Ruofei also felt the illusion around him begin to break apart. He was overjoyed and immediately used his mental power to investigate. At the same time, he controlled more black rays to attack the mirage beast. It was like an endless heavenly punishment falling from the sky. The mirage beast, which was already on its last breath, had no strength to dodge. Its eyes were filled with despair as it watched the black light grow bigger and bigger in its vision. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of the black light piercing through the mirage beast's body was endless. In an instant, the mirage beast turned into a hornet's nest, and its life force was exhausted in just 2 to 3 seconds. At this moment, Xia Ruofei saw the mission countdown in his perceptual mirror stop. The time showed that there was 1 minute and 36 seconds left, and it just froze there. Immediately after, a line of text appeared in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the Trial Tower's 3rd level mission, killing 30 intermediate-level mirage beasts. 3345 Harvest 1. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief when he saw the message. He then realized that his back was drenched in sweat. He had been on high alert for the entire hour, and he had not relaxed for a moment. In the beginning, he only dealt with one mirage beast, which was the 25th intermediate-level mirage beast he had killed since he entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. It was not a big deal to him, as he was already familiar with it. However, after killing this intermediate-level Shin beast, Xia Ruofei had not even had the time to put away the trap and kill Array. Fortunately, he had not put away the trap and kill Array before he had already met Shin Tianfeng. What happened next was Xia Ruofei's most nervous moment. From the start, he had to run with all his might, then he used the trap and kill Array to turn the situation around, and finally, he killed Shin Tianfeng. Then, he immediately entered the spirit map space to avoid the 5-colored light. The entire process could be said to be extremely tense, especially when he was waiting for the 5-colored light to dissipate in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei could only watch helplessly as there was only one Shen beast left in the task that he had not killed. The time to break the record was getting shorter and shorter while he could only hide in the space and do nothing. That feeling was really tormenting. When the five-colored light finally dissipated, he only had less than 9 minutes left to break the record. Xia Ruofei had almost given up on trying to break the record, but in the end, there was a glimmer of hope and a middle-level Shen beast jumped into the trap and kill array. In the end, Xia Ruofei used the trap and kill array and successfully killed the Shen beast when there was not much time left to break the record. In the end, he achieved his established goal without any danger. Xia Ruofei, who had relaxed all of a sudden, felt as if he had lost all his strength. He took out a chair from the spirit map space, sat down on it, and slowly closed his eyes. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not use up much of his energy during the whole process. However, he had been very tense. Now that he was completely relaxed, he felt weak all over. After a long while, Xia Ruofei let out a long breath and stood up. He kept the chair into the spirit map space. He didn't hurry to put away the trap and kill array. What happened to Jianjia just now had left a shadow in his heart. Only by leaving the trap and kill array here would he feel a little safer. Xia Ruofei shuttled through the array skillfully. The trap and kill array did not affect him at all. He soon arrived beside Shen Tianfeng's body. Shen Tianfeng's entire body was dark, and his face still maintained the look of unwillingness and ferocity from before his death. His eyes were wide open, staring at the sky angrily, but they had long lost their light. Part of his body had been carbonized by the flames. He had been tall when he was alive, and his body was twisted in an irregular way. Xia Ruofei looked at Shen Tianfeng's dead body and sighed. He did not want to kill Shen Tianfeng, but Shen Tianfeng had the intention to kill him. There was no way to turn things around. It was either Shen Tian or him who died. The cruelty of the world of cultivation was once again displayed in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's feelings were very complicated. At least, he was not happy at all. Looking at Shen Tianfeng's body, he felt a faint sorrow in his heart. However, Xia Ruofei was not a pedantic person. It was not the first time he had killed someone. He was moved, but he did not feel any fear or discomfort. After a moment of silence, Xia Ruofei walked to Shen Tianfeng's body and started searching. Shen Tianfeng's face was ferocious, and his body was as black as charcoal. His eyes were also distorted. An ordinary person would feel fear at the sight of such a corpse, but Xia Ruofei did not feel any fear. He had seen more than one corpse that was much more terrifying than this. In order to not miss any details, Xia Ruofei bent down completely, his face almost touching Shen Tianfeng's ferocious face. His heart was not moved at all. Soon, Xia Ruofei found a belt on Shen Tianfeng's body. In fact, most of Shen Tianfeng's clothes and personal belongings had been burned. The only things that were intact were his close-fitting clothes and belt. Xia Ruofei knew that the undergarments must be a treasure. However, he had no interest in Shen Tianfeng's clothes. Besides, the grade of this magic treasure must not be high. Although the burning flames did not hurt it much, the black light could easily penetrate it. This magic treasure was already badly damaged and had no value at all. As for the belt, Xia Ruofei was sure that it was Shen Tianfeng's storage treasure. He held the belt in his hand and used his mental energy to scan it. As expected, he immediately sensed that there was a rather large space inside. Since Shen Tianfeng was dead, the storage belt had no owner. Xia Ruofei easily recognized the belt as his owner. Then, he used his mind power to check the storage space, and the situation inside was presented to Xia Ruofei. The storage belt had quite a lot of space. It was almost as big as the storage rings that Xia Ruofei had given to Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Shen Tianfeng was the number 2 master of the First Heaven Society, a cultivator who could break through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm at any time. Such a storage belt suited his status. 3346 Harvest 2, however, the items in Shen Tian's storage belt were not satisfactory. There were 10,000 spiritual stones, 100 spiritual crystals, and only 9 origin crystals in the storage belt. Compared to Xia Ruofei's wealth, this amount of wealth was pitifully little. He activated the trap and kill array with all his might and killed a total of 26 Shen beasts. He even used the trap and kill array to kill Shen Tianfeng. Most of the time, he activated the attack power of the trap and kill array to the maximum. On the 3rd level of the trial pagoda, the array alone consumed dozens of spiritual crystals. If it was Shen Tianfeng, his net worth would be reduced by half. Under normal circumstances, cultivators were used to carrying all their belongings with them. At least, the most important and precious treasures would definitely be carried with them. This was because storage Dharma treasures were very convenient. No matter where it was hidden, it was definitely not as safe as carrying it with them. Of course, if one died, like what Shen Tianfeng had done, then all their belongings would naturally belong to someone else. But he was already dead. Who would care about what happened after he died? Cultivators were definitely mentally prepared to die an unnatural death. Although the spiritual crystals and spiritual stones were not much, it was better than nothing. Xia Ruofei naturally accepted them with a smile. He directly transferred all the spiritual crystals and spiritual stones into the spirit map space and put them together with the wealth he had accumulated. About 10,000 spiritual stones were placed in the small mountain of spiritual stones in Xia Ruofei's medium space. The spiritual stone mountain didn't seem to have changed much and still looked as big as before. From this, it could be seen how insignificant this small amount of spiritual stones was compared to Xia Ruofei's total wealth. In Shen Tianfeng's storage belt, besides spiritual crystals and spiritual stones, there were also a few cultivation techniques. They should be some of the more powerful cultivation techniques of the First Heaven Society. However, Xia Ruofei had a large number of cultivation classics in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, many of which had been lost in the modern cultivation world, so he was not interested in the First Heaven Society's cultivation techniques. After he took it out, he casually flipped through it and found that these cultivation techniques could only be considered ordinary. He simply put his hands together, and a flame appeared between his palms. These cultivation techniques were directly burned clean. However, after burning the technique, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, because he felt that there was something in his palm. He put away the flame and spread out his palm to take a look. He found that several cultivation methods had been completely turned to ashes, but there was something like a golden foil left in the center of his palm. This piece of golden foil was very, very thin, and looked very fragile. However, the fire had no effect on it. Xia Ruofei tried to tear it apart with a little more force, but realized that it could not be torn at all. Xia Ruofei increased his strength, but the golden foil did not move at all. There was no sign of it being torn. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but become very interested in it. He held the gold foil in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully. The thickness of this thin gold foil was only 1/10 of a millimeter thick. He did not know what material it was made of. With Xia Ruofei's strength, if it was made of ordinary metal, it would have been torn apart easily. In addition, there were some faint patterns on the golden foil. Xia Ruofei looked at it briefly and did not understand the meaning behind it, but he felt that it was quite mysterious. Xia Ruofei knew that this piece of golden foil was not simple. He even felt that even Shen Tianfang himself did not know that such a treasure was hidden in one of the cultivation techniques. Otherwise, Shen Tianfang would have taken it out and studied it day and night, instead of letting it be sandwiched between the pages of the cultivation technique. However, Xia Ruofei couldn't focus on the secrets of the golden foil now. After all, he still needed to get to the 4th floor of the trial pagoda as soon as possible, especially to find a way to meet up with Ling Qingxue. Therefore, after Xia Ruofei's simple study was fruitless, he solemnly kept the gold foil in the stone chamber in the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space. He would keep all the more important things in the stone chamber. Other than him, the owner of the spirit map space, no one else, not even Xia Qing, could enter. After Shen Tian had dealt with the cultivation technique and spirit stones, the only things left in his storage belt were some miscellaneous items. Some of Shen Tian's clothes and daily necessities were simply checked by Xia Ruofei before he burned them. After cleaning up, there weren't many things left in the storage belt. One of them was a black ball, which piqued Xia Ruofei's interest. This was because Shen Tianfang had taken out a black ball like this when he was trapped. After he threw it out, it exploded violently and began to burn violently, producing a terrifying temperature of several thousand degrees. It had caused considerable damage to the confinement-killing array. When Shen Tianfang was trapped, this black ball should have been one of his trump cards. Unfortunately, Shen Tianfang had used up 2 black balls in the formation, and there was only one left in the storage belt. This was probably the last of Shen Tianfang's stock. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself, "This is good stuff. Unfortunately, there's only one left. I don't know what this thing is called. If one were to suddenly throw out such a black ball during an intense battle, even an intermediate golden core cultivator would be caught off guard and would definitely suffer a great loss. After all, the black ball's explosion had a very large damage range." Xia Ruofei kept the black ball and checked the rest of the items. There were not many good things left. They were all ordinary Dharma treasures with a lot of patterns. They should have been accumulated by Shen Tianfang over the years. In fact, such an ordinary Dharma treasure was no longer useful to Shen Tianfang. He must have put it in his storage Dharma treasure, casually, and sometimes he would give it to his disciples. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was not interested in these things. He was here to destroy the corpse. The people of the First Heaven Society might know that these things were placed by Shen Tian, so he could not keep them. Xia Ruofei used the Zhushuang flying sword to cut all the items into pieces. After destroying the array, he set fire to it and burned it clean. Only some of the more special materials were indestructible. Xia Ruofei kept all of them in the spirit map space. He was going to find a place with no one around, such as the depths of the ocean, and then throw them away. In fact, he also knew that the chances of other people entering this trial space were very low. The chances were even lower if it was someone from the First Heaven Society. However, he had always been very cautious and didn't want to leave behind any flaws. Therefore, he was very careful when dealing with it. Xia Ruofei then destroyed the storage belt. He had a deep understanding of space arrays, so it didn't take him much effort to destroy the connection between the storage belt and the small space. The next step was to use the Zhuang flying sword to completely destroy and burn the belt. In the end, Xia Ruofei also felt that it was a little tiring to deal with it this way, so he simply activated the attack function of the trap and kill array. Black rays suddenly fell from the sky and directly hit Shen Tianfeng's body. Soon, the raging flames started burning again. Under Xia Ruofei's careful control, the fire burned thoroughly this time. In a short while, Shen Tianfeng's body was burned to ashes. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and the ashes were blown away by the wind. Shen Tianfeng had completely disappeared from the world. After Xia Ruofei had cleaned up the traces, he used his spiritual power to check the surroundings before he carefully kept the trap and kill array. In the past few battles, the trap and kill array had been damaged quite a bit. Xia Ruofei had to find time to replace a few of the array materials. Otherwise, the power of the array would be reduced by a lot. During the mission in the 2 levels of the trial space, Xia Ruofei found that the trap and kill array was very useful. He guessed that it might be useful in the next mission. After that, Xia Ruofei turned his attention to the perceptual mirror. The entrance to the Tower of Trial's 4th floor had indeed been opened, forming an arrow in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. At this moment, new content began to appear in the mission prompt. Xia Ruofei's spirit was lifted and he looked at it with hope. 3347 choosing _1 again. As Xia Ruofei had expected, the notification from the perceptual mirror was the reward for completing the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. When he saw this line of text, Xia Ruofei could not help but be stunned. Because it said, "Congratulations on breaking the record for the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials, you will receive an additional reward." The reward for breaking the record was to choose 1 out of 2. The first reward was to upgrade the quality of the Swan and Eye energy storage bead by 1 grade and 500 origin crystals. The second reward, Ying, can randomly teleport a companion to the same trial space on the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. In addition, you will not be separated in the subsequent trial missions, unless 1 or 2 of you die. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The expert who designed this mission was really persistent. The rewards for breaking the record on the 3rd floor and the 2nd floor were almost the same. Of course, there was a difference. Compared to the reward for breaking the record on the 2nd level of the trial pagoda. If Xia Ruofei had chosen the first reward, he would have received an additional 500 crystals. If Xia Ruofei chose the second reward, it would also ensure that his companion, who was sent to the same space, would not be separated from him in the subsequent trial missions. In other words, if they successfully completed the mission and entered the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, they would still be in the same small space. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Obviously, the condition of upgrading the elemental storage pearl by 1 level was very attractive. Xia Ruofei was already very tempted during the last trial mission. This time, he had even increased the price by 500 spiritual crystals. Naturally, it was even more attractive. As for the reward of being teleported to the same trial space as his companion, it was also increased. From this description, it could be seen that even if Xia Ruofei was randomly teleported to the same place as Ling Qingxue, they would still be separated after they reached the fourth level of the trial pagoda. As for the reward this time, if he got the chance to be with Ling Qingxue, then the two of them would be able to be together for the rest of the trials. Without a doubt, this was a great temptation for Xia Ruofei. However, it was still the same problem. The probability of him being sent to the same training space as Ling Qingxue was not high. Even though Shen Tianfeng was dead, the probability did not increase much. It only increased from 1/8 to 1/7. If Xia Ruofei chose this reward, it would mean that he would have to bet on the 1 in 7 chance of sending anyone other than Ling Qingxue to the same trial space as him. It would be meaningless to him and might even bring some trouble, just like Shen Tianfeng this time. Should he choose the reward that he could see, or should he try his luck again? Xia Ruofei didn't dwell on this question for too long. He quickly made his decision and continued to bet on the second reward. Xia Ruofei was never a person who believed in heresy. Furthermore, his worry and concern for Ling Qingxue grew as time passed. After the completion of the previous trial mission, Xia Ruofei had already chosen the second reward. Now, it was only an increase of 500 origin crystals. Even though this amount of origin crystals was very attractive to Xia Ruofei, it was still not enough to make him change his mind. Not to mention that the second reward had also been increased. Not only did it increase the probability slightly, but more importantly, if he really won the bet, he and Ling Qingxue would not have to be separated in this secret realm. This point alone had already tipped the scales in Xia Ruofei's heart. Hence, he only needed to think for a few seconds before he made up his mind. He no longer considered the problem of choice, and his gaze fell on the regular mission completion reward. Xia Ruofei's reward for completing the third level of the Tower of Trials was a set of illusionary array diagrams. Obviously, the third level of the trial pagoda was related to the illusionary realm. Once one entered the trial space, one would be directly sent to the trial of the illusionary realm. In this space, the mirage beasts that Xia Ruofei had to kill were also good at illusionary realm attacks. The reward for completing the mission was naturally a set of illusory formation diagrams. Of course, this was only an array diagram, not an array flag that could be used directly. Without a certain level of array Dao, one might not even be able to understand the array diagram, let alone set up an illusion. Even if they could barely understand the array diagram, some people might not be able to set up an illusion due to various reasons, such as insufficient materials or insufficient carving techniques. No matter what, Xia Ruofei was satisfied with the mission reward. He was quite confident in his array Dao level. Moreover, he had a large amount of array materials stored in the space, so the problem of insufficient materials should not exist. Besides, this mission only had one reward. There was no choice between the two. Xia Ruofei would not give up on this reward. All the rewards were not given directly. Xia Ruofei was getting more and more familiar with the missions in the Tower of Trials. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He took out the spirit map scroll and found a secret place to hide it. Then, he entered the spirit map space. He was within the range of the time array flag at the Archean realm. He was meditating and cultivating while recovering his state. 3348 choosing _2 again after adjusting his state, Xia Ruofei came out of the spirit map space and followed the arrow. In the perceptual mirror's field of vision, he began to move towards the entrance to the fourth level of the trial tower. As they moved forward, Xia Ruofei was also very alert. However, perhaps it was because the mission had been completed, the mirage beasts had retreated. Anyway, Xia Ruofei did not encounter any danger along the way. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw a green stone gate in the middle of a wasteland. The green stone door was right in front of the arrow in the vision of the perceptual mirror. Xia Ruofei knew that this should be the passage to the 4th level of the trial pagoda. This was the most similar door that Xia Ruofei had seen. He took a deep breath and walked to the front of the blue stone door. The door was already shrouded in a white fog, and he could only vaguely see the outline of the blue stone door frame. When he got closer, he saw a bronze gate. On the surface of the bronze door, there was a concave position, and on top of it was a thin book. Xia Ruofei walked over and picked it up. It was the misty illusory formation that was mentioned in the vision of the perceptual mirror. Xia Ruofei picked up the formation map and studied it briefly. He realized that they had studied it very thoroughly. The method of setting up the illusion was also very advanced. The principles were also explained in simple terms. Therefore, even though he had never come into contact with a pure illusion formation and had only skimmed through it quickly, he still felt that he had gained a lot. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and felt that he should prepare the materials for the illusory formation. After all, he didn't know what kind of difficulties he would encounter when he entered the 4th level of the Tower of Trials. It would definitely be helpful for him to master an illusion array. Hence, even though Xia Ruofei knew that he could enter the small space on the 4th level of the Tower of Trials after crossing the bronze door, he still decided to stay on the 3rd level. He would only go to the 4th level after he had prepared the materials according to the diagram and successfully set up the illusion array. After Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit map, he first found a secret place to hide the scroll. He even put on some camouflage outside before entering the spirit map space. He directly arrived at the Archean realm and entered the effective range of the time array flags. With the difference in time flow of 1,000 times, Xia Ruofei did not have to worry. He sat in the effective range of the time array flag and started to study this illusion array diagram. Xia Ruofei spent a day and a night to understand the basic principles of the formation. The diagram explained in detail what materials were needed for this 1,000 illusion formation, how to deal with them, how to set them up, and so on. If one's mental energy was strong enough, even if some powerful cultivators did not know much about arrays, they could still process the materials accordingly. Xia Ruofei could do the same. However, to be able to understand the basic principles of the array in such a short time was not just knowing how it was, but basically knowing why it was so. In this way, when processing the materials of the formation and setting up the formation, it would be more targeted, and the success rate would naturally increase a lot. This was what it meant to sharpen a knife without delaying the work of cutting wood. As expected, Xia Ruofei's 1 day and 1 night was not wasted. He started to process the materials needed for the formation. Although they were common materials that he often processed, the formation patterns were brand new. And he still maintained a very high success rate, spending about a day or so to prepare the materials for the array, and the materials wasted because of the mistake, the total consumption was less than 10%. If an array master were to see such a success rate, their jaws would definitely drop. Basically, even a mature array master would find it difficult to achieve such a success rate after making it many times and being extremely familiar with it. After Xia Ruofei had prepared the materials, he took a short break and adjusted his state of mind. Then, he left the spirit map space and brought the materials back to the small space on the third level of the Tower of Trials. He followed the instructions of the formation diagram and started to set up the 1000 illusionary formation. The complexity of this formation was slightly lower than that of the death trap array. However, Xia Ruofei had set up death trap arrays many times and was already very familiar with it. This 1000 illusionary array was still at the theoretical level, so it was inevitable that he was a little rusty in setting it up. However, because he had a deep understanding of the principles of the array, he was able to successfully set it up despite the time he spent. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and had an idea. At that moment, the free laborers who were working in the herb gardens and fields of the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space suddenly realized that one of their companions had disappeared into thin air. They immediately cried out in fear. Xia Qing appeared in front of them and said indifferently, "Everyone, don't make a fuss. Basin was just called by his master to complete other tasks. You guys continue to work." When Xia Ruofei took Bong out of the spirit map space, he also informed Xia Qing, so Xia Qing came out in time to stop everyone's restlessness. Basin, nicknamed Wizard, was the head of the shadow team and had a high status in the assassin organization. However, after such a long period of reform through labor, he had long been honest and resigned to his fate. He just wanted to perform well in exchange for more points so that he could live a little better. Today, he was burying his head in the field when he suddenly felt a strong force coming at him. His entire body was bound by an invisible force, and he could not even move a finger. Immediately after, he felt the world spin around him, and he couldn't help but scream in fear. The next moment, he realized that he was in a very strange environment. Then, he saw Xia Ruofei standing not far away and his scream stopped. Ong trembled and shouted in broken Chinese, Master. I've always been honest and serious. I wonder what Xia Ruofei frowned and interrupted Ong. I transferred you to the outside world today because I have a mission for you. As long as you complete it well, I will ask Xia Qing to give you an additional 100 points. Ong's eyes lit up. Normally, he could only earn a few points in a day, but a mission issued by his master actually gave him 100 points as a reward. This was a great deal. In fact, Xia Ruofei didn't know much about the details of the points system set by Xia Qing. The 100 points reward was just a casual remark. Anyway, the points were precious to free labor, but they were not worth mentioning in Xia Ruofei's eyes. They were nothing more than some cheap supplies, whether it was cigarettes, white wine, or snacks. Even if it was to buy a car full of cars, it was not a big deal for Xia Ruofei, and he could buy them at any time. Basin said in broken Chinese, "Master, please give me your orders. This little one will definitely do my best to complete it." Xia Ruofei nodded and pointed at the area of the illusion. "Go to that position." Basin was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "Yes, Master." Ong had no idea what Xia Ruofei was up to, but the 100 points were like a shot in the arm. He was full of enthusiasm and would do whatever Xia Ruofei said. How many cigarettes and beer could one get with 100 points? Just thinking about it made him happy. After hearing Xia Ruofei's instructions, Ong strode to the spot Xia Ruofei had pointed out and looked at Xia Ruofei enthusiastically. "Master, do you have any other orders? Just stand there and don't move." Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "All right." Basin was confused as he nodded. Xia Ruofei made a hand seal and raised his hand to hit the core of the formation. Suddenly, the 1000 illusion formation was activated. 3349,000 illusionary array. 1. Basin stood in the array in a daze. The moment the 1000 illusion array was activated, Basin suddenly felt his vision turn black. The clear sky turned into a pitch-black environment. Basin screamed in fear. It was really pitch black. Ong put his hand in front of his eyes, but he couldn't see a single trace. Ong thought he was blind and shouted in fear, "Master, please spare me. Master, please spare me. I don't want to be blind." As soon as he finished speaking, the environment in front of him immediately changed again. Basin found himself standing under the bright sun. There was green grass under his feet. He could even smell the fragrance of the grass. Everything was peaceful and warm. A few seconds later, Basin's vision blurred and the environment changed again. This time, it was a world of ice and snow. He was only wearing a thin shirt. He shivered from the cold and his teeth chattered. In a short while, ice had appeared on his eyebrows, and his whole body trembled and curled into a ball. If this went on any longer, he would probably freeze to death here. Fortunately, the ice and snow environment only lasted for a while. Soon, he was surprised to find that the boundless ice field had turned into a tropical jungle. There was even a hot spring in the jungle, gurgling water and steaming hot air. The tropical forest environment was maintained for more than 10 seconds, and then a new environment appeared. Ong was completely dumbfounded. How could the surrounding environment change so much? It was like a movie. Besides, how could a movie be so real? It was like he was in this world. Those so-called 3D and 4D movies simply couldn't be compared to it. Ong didn't know what had happened, but he knew it had something to do with Xia Ruofei. No matter how much pain and panic he felt, he only dared to scream and not curse. To an ordinary person, this was indeed an unbearable torture. After more than a dozen scenes, just as Basin was about to have a mental breakdown, everything finally came to an end. Basin's vision blurred, and he was back in his original environment. Xia Ruofei was standing not far away from him with an indifferent expression. The bright sun shone on him, making him feel exceptionally warm. Although he was just standing in the same place, almost motionless. It was as if he had just run a 10-kilometer cross-country run with a heavy load. His whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had been fished out of the water. Xia Ruofei beckoned to Ong. Ong felt like he had been granted amnesty. He jogged to Xia Ruofei and said weakly, "Master, do you have any orders?" Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "You've basically completed your task. There's only one more task left. I want you to tell me what you've just experienced in detail. You're not allowed to miss out on any details." A trace of fear flashed in Basin's eyes. Everything that he had just experienced was like a nightmare. He could not help but tremble when he recalled it. However, since it was Xia Ruofei's request, he did not dare to disobey. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, Master." This subordinate jest, Basin suppressed his fear and described the scene to Xia Ruofei in detail. "Master, that's the general situation," Basin said. "If there's anything else you want to know, just ask." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Not bad. Basin, you can go back. Of course, if you want to stay here, you can. After all, you have helped me a lot just now, so I can set you free. If you go back, I'll ask Xia Qing to give you an extra 100 points." A hint of struggle flashed in Basin's eyes. He had been locked up in the spirit map space to do hard labor every day. That kind of life had lasted for 2 years. It was impossible for him to not want freedom. However, he had been a top-tier assassin before. Although Xia Ruofei's tone was calm, he could hear a trace of killing intent. Therefore, Ong only hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, I'm willing to go back and serve you for the rest of my life. This is your subordinate's honor." Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed with satisfaction. He nodded and said, "All right, since you've chosen to go back, I'll send you back. Don't worry, the 100 points I promised you, Xia Qing will immediately honor it." If Basin had chosen to be free, Xia Ruofei would not have killed him. He would have kept his promise and let Basin stay. However, Basin's fate would be even worse if he did that. This was because this place was essentially the same as the spirit map space. They were both small spaces. Even if Basin stayed here, he would not be able to return to the mortal world. Moreover, this was the small trial space where there were mirage beasts of all levels. Basin was an ordinary person. He would definitely die if he encountered a mirage beast. Even if he was lucky enough not to encounter the mirage beast, he would soon starve to death in such a small space. If he returned to spirit map space, although he would lose his freedom and still have to work every day, at least his life would not be threatened. Even if the days were difficult, he would at least be able to survive. Xia Ruofei also wanted to test Ong. Fortunately, Basin was tactful. He did not know that he had saved his life. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Ong quickly said, "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Master." 3350,000 illusionary array, 2. Basin was overwhelmed with emotions. 100 points were precious in the eyes of the free labor in the spirit map space. However, when he thought about the terrifying scene he had just experienced, he felt that 100 points didn't seem like much. If he had known beforehand, Basin wouldn't have gone through such a terrifying experience just for 100 points. Of course, he had no other choice. Therefore, he was still very happy to be able to earn 100 points. With so many points, he would be able to live a carefree life for a long time. Even when he didn't want to work, he could use his points to exchange for a day or 2 off. It was just that it was very expensive to exchange points for rest time. Generally speaking, they were not willing to work so extravagantly. Although it was tiring, they would get used to it. Points could be exchanged for many good things, so how could they be used casually? With a wave of his hand, Xia Ruofei sent Baong into the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Xia Qing, who was in the space, to give Baong an additional 100 points. The free laborers used their points to exchange for the most things, such as cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks. To Xia Ruofei, these things were naturally worthless. He could buy a lot of them with a few tens of thousands of yuan and store them in the space for everyone to exchange for. After sending Basin into the medium, Xia Ruofei finally looked satisfied. The test of the 1,000 illusionary formation had clearly been very successful. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not try out all the functions of the illusory formation. After all, Basin was just an ordinary person. Many of the powerful effects of the illusion array were hard to resist even for cultivators. For example, even cultivators would be affected by scenes like lava or volcanoes. They might even fall into an illusion and never be able to escape. Once a person encountered a natural disaster like a volcano eruption and died in the illusionary realm, he would actually die. His spirit body would be destroyed, and his physical body would naturally not be able to survive. If such a scene was used on Basin, he would definitely die. Xia Ruofei only wanted to test the array, not Basin's life. Hence, he didn't even try the scenes that were obviously beyond his tolerance. However, since there was no problem with those simple scenes, there would basically be no problem with the complicated and powerful scenes. If there were any loopholes in the array, they would be exposed after trying a dozen scenarios. Hence, Xia Ruofei could finally confirm that his 1000 illusion formation was a success. Xia Ruofei kept the materials for the formation one by one. The next thing was to prepare to enter the 4th level of the trial pagoda. Xia Ruofei kept the materials and diagram of the 1000 illusion array into the spirit map space and then looked at the huge bronze door. Only the huge door frame was left behind. There were exquisite embossed on the door frame. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and realized that there were all kinds of giant beasts on the carvings. He did not recognize any of them. However, he soon realized that star beasts and sea serpent beasts were among them. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel curious. He silently memorized the appearance of the other giant beasts that he didn't know. In the middle of the door was that familiar light screen. 5 colored rays of light swirled in the light curtain, looking very beautiful. Similarly, even if he stared at the light screen without blinking, he still couldn't see any useful information. It was the same for his mind power, which couldn't penetrate the light screen at all. Xia Ruofei was just trying and did not have any high hopes. He looked at the 5-colored light screen between the bronze door frame, took a deep breath, and then stepped through the door. After the familiar dizziness, Xia Ruofei, who was already on guard, stepped into a strange land. He had never believed in gods or Buddha, but the moment he stepped through the door, he had been praying in his heart that he could randomly put Ling Qingshui in the same small space as him. This time, Xia Ruofei's desire was even stronger because the mission reward had clearly stated that the companions who were randomly assigned to the same place would also be with him in the subsequent trial missions on the other levels. If Ling Qingshui had been randomly chosen, then the two of them would never have been separated again. Xia Ruofei was on full alert. As soon as he entered the 4th level of the trial pagoda, he immediately released his spiritual power to investigate. He looked around, trying to figure out the surrounding environment as soon as possible. This was a boundless wasteland. There was almost no grass on the ground, only a few plants similar to camel's thorn grew in the gravel. Their numbers were very small, and they could not cover the entire ground at all. They were scattered here and there like fresh cow leather, adding a sense of desolation to the wilderness. The gravel on the ground had some white particles. It seemed that this was saline, alkali land, so there were no other plants growing except for the plants similar to camel's thorn. Of course, Xia Ruofei was also very clear that this was not the real outside world, but a small space similar to the spirit map space. Therefore, this desolate environment was deliberately set up by the Almighty who created this trial pagoda. As for the purpose of the Almighty, Xia Ruofei had no idea. 3351,000 illusionary array. 3, however, Xia Ruofei did like the terrain. At least, it wasn't as complicated as the forest one could see far away from here. After the battle with the Shin beast, Xia Ruofei could confirm that spiritual detection was not omnipotent. Many monsters with higher cultivation than him or even similar cultivation to him could hide their aura very well. In such a situation, it was very important for one's vision to be unobstructed. In such an environment, Xia Ruofei could at least detect that something was wrong and respond to it before danger came. If they were in the forest, they would often be caught off guard and respond in a hurry. After looking around, Xia Ruofei did not find any danger. Of course, he wasn't so lucky that he would be teleported to the same place as his companion. In his field of vision, he did not see anyone at all, not even a shadow. The mission for the trial pagoda's 4th floor had not been released yet. Xia Ruofei looked around. Every direction looked the same and the scenery was the same. It was all a desolate scene. He could only choose based on his feelings. Xia Ruofei immediately took out the Zhuang flying sword and casually threw it into the air. Then he let the flying sword fall to the ground. When he couldn't determine which direction to go, Xia Ruofei could only use his flying sword to make the decision. It was similar to throwing his shoes. The tip of the Zhuang flying sword was pointed right in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded. His right hand grabbed at the air and the Zhuang flying sword immediately floated in the air. Then, Xia Ruofei stepped on his flying sword and flew in the direction the hilt of the sword had pointed to. It was the exact spot behind where he had been standing. Initially, Xia Ruofei wanted to choose the direction of the sword tip. However, he changed his mind and thought, why not do the opposite? Perhaps he could immediately find the companion who had come here randomly. In fact, there was no difference in the direction of the sword tip and the hilt. To Xia Ruofei, he did not know what was waiting for him in front, so he might as well take the initiative to look for it. Xia Ruofei stepped on his flying sword and flew close to the ground. The Zhuang flying sword carrying Xia Ruofei brought along a whistling sword wind and rapidly advanced about a foot above the ground. The wilderness seemed to have nothing but camel's thorns, so Xia Ruofei could fly freely without having to worry about avoiding obstacles. Just as he was about 10 kilometers away, a line of words suddenly appeared in the perceptual mirror. The 4th level of the Tower of Trials mission has begun. Xia Ruofei quickly stopped and carefully read the details of the mission on the 4th level. On the mission bar in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror, there was a line of words, the Trial Tower's 4th level mission. The difficulty of the mission will be determined by the cultivation of the companion who will be randomly sent to this small space with you and your own cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the higher the difficulty. The number of missions will be doubled. This way of determining the mission was exactly the same as the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not study it in detail after a quick glance. The next section was the specific content of the 4th level's trial mission. The time limit for breaking the record was 4 hours, and the time limit for completing the mission was 12 hours. If the mission was not completed within the time limit, it would be judged as a failure. Regardless of whether the mission was completed or not, the time limit for staying on the 4th level was 12 hours. If the time limit was exceeded, the person would be forcibly teleported out of this space. 3352 Out of expectation. 1. When Xia Ruofei saw the mission notification, he suddenly felt a sense of pressure. The missions on the previous levels only had a standard, but there was no time limit. If they wanted to break the record, they had to race against time and complete the task within the time limit. However, if they only wanted to complete the task, they could actually slow down the pace a little. In other words, unless one died. In the process of the mission, one could continue to complete the mission until it was completed. However, on the fourth level of the trial pagoda, the mission started to have a time limit. 12 hours, that was 12 hours. No matter how successful the mission was, Xia Ruofei would only be able to stay in this trial space for 12 hours. The mission this time was no longer to kill monsters, but to collect items. Xia Ruofei did not know what the yellow jade essence was. However, according to the rules, even if Ling Qingxue or one of the other qi refining cultivators was randomly sent over, the number of tasks would be measured according to Xia Ruofei's strength, and would double on that basis. In other words, it was not easy to collect 500 pieces of yellow jade essence. Not to mention breaking the record, if he could not collect enough topaz essence within 12 hours, it would mean that he had failed the mission and Xia Ruofei would be teleported out of this trial space. Then, this trip to the trial pagoda would come to an end. Xia Ruofei and the rest had gone through a lot to reach the moon and find this secret realm. The Tower of Trials was obviously the most important place in this secret realm. If they gave up halfway, they would not be able to gain much from this secret realm. Xia Ruofei saw that after the mission was announced, a countdown had appeared on the top of his perceptual mirror. In other words, the countdown had already started as soon as the mission was announced. No matter how the mission was completed, Xia Ruofei's journey to the fourth level of the Tower of Trials would end in 12 hours. He immediately felt a mountain of pressure. Xia Ruofei stepped on the Zhuang flying sword and flew in the direction he had chosen earlier. At the same time, he was scanning a large area with his spiritual power. He was in the dark and had no idea what the yellow jade essence was, so he could only search blindly while riding his flying sword. Speaking of which, Xia Ruofei had an advantage over ordinary cultivators. After all, he could ride a flying sword and his speed was much faster than the other cultivators. However, Xia Ruofei stopped after flying for a short while. It wasn't that he had encountered any danger. On the contrary, this wasteland was extremely calm, and there was nothing wrong at all. Xia Ruofei saw some changes in his perceptual mirror. Just like the first floor of the Tower of Trials, a map appeared in the field of vision of the sensory mirror, and the range was getting larger and larger, as if it was going to cover the entire fourth floor of the Tower of Trials. This was the first time Xia Ruofei had encountered such a situation. On the second and third floor of the Tower of Trials, the sensory mirror could not display the entire map because of the large space. Only the places that Xia Ruofei had walked past would be displayed on the map. By right, the fourth floor of the Tower of Trials shouldn't be showing all the maps. Xia Ruofei watched as the map in his perceptual mirror expanded. Immediately after, he noticed that golden dots of light had appeared on the map one after another. Some of the dots were quite far apart, while some were simply several dots of light gathered together. In a short while, the dots of light on the map were like stars, almost covering the entire map. An idea popped up in Xia Ruofei's mind. Could these light spots represent the topaz essence? He quickly felt that this idea was too crazy. If it was really like this, then what kind of difficulty would this trial pagoda's fourth level mission have? No matter what, with such a strange situation happening, Xia Ruofei would definitely ask for verification. On the map of the perceptual mirror, he was a blue circle of light with an arrow on it. When he turned his body, the arrow would also turn, similar to walking navigation. Hence, Xia Ruofei found the spot of light closest to him, changed his direction, and flew over on the Xushuang flying sword. The map showed that it was not far away, but Xia Ruofei still flew for more than 2 minutes before he reached the spot of the light. There was nothing in this position, not even a camel's thorn. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. He felt that the spots of light in the perceptual mirror were not random. Since there was nothing on the ground, he would dig down and take a look. It was mostly saline, alkali land. However, for a cultivator like Xia Ruofei, digging a hole in the rock was not a difficult task. Xia Ruofei took out a shovel from the space and started to dig at the spot of light indicated on the perceptual mirror map. He used a wisp of yuan qi and waved the military shovel like it was flying. The soil was thrown to the side. In a short while, he had dug out a hole that was 20 to 30 centimeters deep. Xia Ruofei did not continue digging because there was a hexagonal crystal-like object with a light yellow color at the bottom of the pit. He used a shovel to dig away the soil around the yellow crystal, then reached out and gently dug out the yellow crystal from the pit. 3,353 out of expectations. 2. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to use his spiritual power to examine the light yellow crystal, he realized that the real time mission completion status in his perception mirror had changed. 1/5 Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He looked at the light yellow crystal in his hand and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "You're the yellow jade spirit? You've completed one?" Xia Ruofei couldn't believe it, but his rationality told him that the yellow jade essence in his hand was real. When he picked up the light yellow crystal, his companion, who was randomly sent to this small space, happened to find a yellow jade essence. The probability of this happening was too low. The difficulty of the 4th level of the Tower of Trials was beyond Xia Ruofei's expectations. Not only were there no monsters guarding the area around the yellow jade essence, but it was also easy to dig it out. Most importantly, Xia Ruofei's sensory mirror had already marked the distribution of the yellow jade essence in detail. Xia Ruofei only needed to follow the map. Xia Ruofei almost laughed out loud. How could such a difficult task need 4 hours to be completed? Even if the mission requirements were doubled, it shouldn't have taken so long. Could it be that breaking a record was a very simple matter? Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and guessed the reason. He had obtained the Kasaya perceptual mirror by chance. Other cultivators who had made it to this level might not have one. Without the help of the perceptual mirror, the location of the yellow jade spirit would not be directly marked on the map. It would not be so easy for them to complete the task. In that case, this record-breaking reward should have been picked up for free. However, Xia Ruofei still needed to confirm. What if the mission progress was really completed by another companion who was randomly sent to this space, and the light yellow crystal in his hand was not the topaz essence? Wouldn't he be happy for nothing? Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately followed the instructions on the perceptual map and flew towards the next golden light spot on his sword. This light spot was closer, and Xia Ruofei's flying sword was very fast. Hence, he arrived at the light spot on the map in less than a minute. Xia Ruofei jumped off the flying sword and started to work with the shovel. Without a word. After a while, another pale yellow crystal with a hexagonal shape appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. He reached out his hand and grabbed the light yellow crystal in his hand. At that moment, Xia Ruofei's attention was focused on the small mission bar in his perceptual mirror. The moment his hand touched the crystal, the progress bar jumped to 2/500. Yay! Xia Ruofei, who had always been steady, could not help but jump in joy. He looked at the two topaz essence in his hands. He could now confirm that they were topaz essence. He was grinning from ear to ear. If the first time could be a coincidence, then the probability of a coincidence happening again this time could be ignored. Hence, Xia Ruofei was no longer worried about the mission. Unless there was a terrifying monster in this trial space that would waste a lot of time, according to the distribution of the topaz essence on the map, he would be able to complete the task in less than an hour. He could see through the scope that there were many places with large golden light spots connected together. In other words, there should be many topaz essence distributed there, which would save him a lot of time on the road. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, for this trial mission, the record was definitely going to be broken, and it was very likely that it would become an unattainable record. In the future, if others had the opportunity to enter the Tower of Trials, it would be impossible for them to break the record of this level. This is called walking one's own path and leaving others with no path to walk. Xia Ruofei was not even in a hurry to go to the next spot to dig for the topaz essence. He carefully observed the two pieces of topaz essence in his hand, his eyes full of curiosity. What was the consideration of the great expert who designed the mission? What was the use of collecting this yellow jade essence? Xia Ruofei decided to spend some time to study the yellow jade essence. This would also leave a chance for those who came later to break the record. Xia Ruofei first tried to put the yellow jade essence into the spirit map space. As expected, the attempt failed. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, it seems that this is also a mission item. I can't take it away when the mission ends, so I can't put it in my storage space. Of course, there was another possibility. The material of this yellow jade essence was very special and could not be stored in storage magic weapons. Xia Ruofei then tried to use his spiritual power to check if he could find out the internal structure of the topaz. He actually didn't have much hope. It was obvious that the mighty figure who designed the mission was much stronger than him, a golden core cultivator. After killing the puppets, star beasts, and shin beasts, not only could they not put their bodies into the spirit map space, but there was also no result when he used his mental power to investigate. However, Xia Ruofei did not expect that his spiritual power would successfully explore the interior of the topaz. However, before Xia Ruofei could sense the internal structure of the yellow jade essence, there was a sudden change. An extremely pure energy appeared within the yellow jade essence and directly entangled with Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy. This surprised Xia Ruofei. He could feel that the pure energy seemed to come from the same source as his mind power, and the two immediately entangled with each other. He quickly retracted his mental power, but in such a short moment, the topaz essence's gloss seemed to have dropped a lot. Xia Ruofei did not care about the condition of the topaz. He was nervously looking into his sea of consciousness. After the mental strength returned to his sea of consciousness, Xia Ruofei immediately caught its trace. It seemed to be different from other mental strengths. It was obviously much stronger than the same mental strength. Xia Ruofei was stunned. Could it be that the topaz essence could increase one's spiritual power? With the perceptual mirror in his hand, he could accurately find the location of the yellow jade essence. Even if the yellow jade essence was destroyed, it would not affect him from breaking the record. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to control the spiritual force and explore the inside of the topaz essence again. This time, Xia Ruofei was fully focused on the situation inside the topaz. When his mind power entered the yellow jade essence, another wave of extremely pure energy immediately entangled him. This time, Xia Ruofei did not try to stop it. Instead, he allowed the energy to entangle his spiritual power. One wave, and another wave. There were no less than 8 streams of energy that directly entangled the wisp of mental energy from the inside of the yellow jade spirit. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that when he tried to use his spiritual power to grab objects, it was much more effective. This small wisp of spiritual power was usually impossible to do telekinesis, but this time, he used the strengthened wisp of spiritual power to easily lift up the table he used for his experiment. When the 9th energy completely entangled with Xia Ruofei's mental strength, cracks began to appear on the surface of the topaz essence. The cracks grew bigger and bigger until the topaz essence turned into a pile of lusterless gravel. Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and the pile of gravel landed on the wilderness. Then he took a look at the vision of the perceptual mirror and found that although one topaz essence had been used up, the mission progress had not changed. It was still 2/500. I can't believe there's such a good thing. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. Since consuming the topaz essence could strengthen one's mental strength and would not affect the mission progress, Xia Ruofei naturally did not hold back. He immediately sent his mental energy into another topaz. 3354 A Great Harvest. 1. After a while, the energy in the second piece of topaz essence had been completely absorbed. Xia Ruofei threw away the crushed topaz essence in his hand and glanced at the perceptual mirror. Indeed, the mission progress had not changed because the topaz essence had been consumed. It was still 2/500. Xia Ruofei could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Although the topaz essence could not be stored in the storage space, it could be absorbed directly and was of great help to the cultivator's spiritual power. Xia Ruofei did some calculations. After absorbing 2 topaz essences, his spiritual power had increased by about 1,000th. Although 1,000th sounded insignificant, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation was already at the level of a late-stage golden core cultivator. It was very difficult for him to improve even a little. According to the map of the perceptual mirror, there were a lot of topaz essence on the 4th floor of the trial pagoda. As the saying goes, small things make a lot, and sand makes a tower. If Xia Ruofei could absorb 2,000 topaz essences, it would be equivalent to doubling his spiritual power. Of course, this was under the premise that he could continue to absorb topaz essences without weakening. Of course, Xia Ruofei had to verify this. However, even if his mental strength could not double, absorbing the topaz essence would increase his mental strength cultivation much faster than usual. Xia Ruofei was deep in thought. All the signs pointed to the fact that the trial pagoda's 4th level was not a test, but a reward. Xia Ruofei made a bold guess. Perhaps this was really a reward for the cultivator who had successfully passed the first 3 levels of the Tower of Trials. It was just that the reward was given in the form of a mission. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why he had not encountered any danger on this level of the trial space so far, and he could even absorb the topaz essence to improve his mental strength. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look excited. Everyone had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to this mystic realm on the moon and then entered the Tower of Trials to seek opportunities. Wasn't the 4th level of the Tower of Trials a huge opportunity? At This point, Xia Ruofei finally understood why the mission on this level had a time limit. Any cultivator who discovered that the topaz essence could improve their spiritual power cultivation so quickly would definitely want to collect as much as possible. Even if they couldn't take it away, it would be excellent for their own use. And the rewards couldn't be unlimited, so the Almighty who designed the trial mission stipulated that every cultivator couldn't stay more than 12 hours in the fourth level, which was 12 hours. As for how much benefits the cultivators could obtain in these 12 hours, that would depend on their own abilities. After all, everyone's abilities and opportunities were different. Xia Ruofei felt that the existence of the perceptual mirror might be a result of the Grandmaster's carelessness. He did not consider everything and did not impose any restrictions. This meant that the topaz essence that Xia Ruofei had collected in the past 24 hours would be much more than other cultivators. Even if the number 1 cultivator, Chen Nanfeng, entered this space, his speed of collecting topaz essence would definitely not be as fast as Xia Ruofei's. These thoughts only flashed through Xia Ruofei's mind for a moment. He quickly realized that time was precious. Xia Ruofei didn't say another word. He stepped on the Zhushuang flying sword and flew towards his right. In fact, the yellow jade spirit that was closest to him was just a little to his left, but he did not choose to go there. The reason why he ignored the near and went far was that Xia Ruofei saw a large golden light spot about 2 kilometers to the right. That meant that there was a large amount of topaz essence there. In comparison, although the front to the left was much closer, there was only one golden light spot, which represented a yellow jade essence. Of course, Xia Ruofei chose a spot with more yellow jade essence. This way, he could save time on the way back and forth. In fact, it would be more efficient. Xia Ruofei soon arrived at the location indicated on the perceptual map. He didn't say anything and started to dig down with his shovel. A few minutes later, a huge hole appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. In this huge pit, there were many topaz essence densely distributed. He roughly counted and found that there were at least 20 of them. Xia Ruofei's face lit up. He bent down and began to dig out the topaz essence with his bare hands. Every time he dug out a piece of topaz from the ground, the mission progress in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror would be updated. By the time Xia Ruofei had dug out all the topaz essence in the big pit, the mission progress in the perceptual mirror had become 26 to 500. It had been less than 10 minutes since the mission was issued. At this rate, Xia Ruofei would only need about 3 hours to complete the task of excavating 500 topaz essence. The record for this mission was 4 hours, which was 5 hours. Xia Ruofei could definitely raise the record to a level that would make other cultivators despair. And this was based on the cultivation level of the companion who was randomly sent over and Xia Ruofei's cultivation level. The person with the higher cultivation level was chosen as the standard. On this basis, the number of tasks was doubled. In other words, a cultivator of the same cultivation level as Xia Ruofei would need to collect between 200 to 250 topaz essence. 3355 A Great Harvest, 2. Before this, the mission record was 5 hours. The cultivator who broke the record only had to complete half of Xia Ruofei's mission. One could see how big the gap was. Xia Ruofei took out a backpack from his spatial space and stuffed all 24 topaz essence into it. Then, he put the bag on his back and stepped on the Zhushuang flying sword. Without stopping, he rushed to the next gathering point of topaz. Essence. Xia Ruofei did not immediately absorb the energy of the yellow jade essence. On one hand, he hoped to complete the mission as soon as possible. On the other hand, he wanted to save time and discover as much yellow jade essence as possible. As for absorbing the energy of the topaz essence, Xia Ruofei had also considered that he might be forcefully transported out of this space after 12 hours, and the topaz essence could not be brought out. So, it was not that he did not want to absorb the topaz essence, but he hoped that he could manage the time well and increase the efficiency to the maximum. Therefore, he would not stop to absorb the yellow jade essence for the time being. Instead, he would try to collect as much yellow jade essence as possible. After all, he didn't know who the companion that was randomly teleported to the 4th level with him was. If it really was Ling Qingxue, then it would be easy. If it was anyone else other than Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei would face the problem of competition. Therefore, he decided to collect as much topaz essence as possible at the beginning of the mission. Xia Ruofei controlled the Xushuang flying sword and pushed its speed to the limit. It took about a minute for them to arrive at the next gathering place of the topaz according to the perceptual map. The shovel danced in the air. The soil on the wasteland was quickly dug up by Xia Ruofei and thrown to the side. He used all the skills he had learned in the army to dig for cover. After a while, a big pit appeared in front of him, and half of the topaz essence was exposed. Xia Ruofei threw the shovel away and bent down to pick up the topaz essence. The mission progress in the perceptual mirror started to jump up again until Xia Ruofei had collected all the topaz essence in the pit. The mission progress finally stopped at 53 to 500. Xia Ruofei stuffed the 40 or so topaz essence into his bag and immediately rode the Xushuang flying sword to the next gathering point of topaz essence indicated on the perceptual mirror map. As time went by, there were more and more topaz essence in Xia Ruofei's backpack. The big backpack started to bulge. The mission progress in the perceptual mirror's field of view was also moving up. Xia Ruofei felt great. It was as if he had found a bug in the system while playing a game and used the bug to add a large amount of gold coins to himself. After 3 hours, the mission progress in the perceptual mirror finally broke through 500, directly becoming 503/500. Although he had broken the record, Xia Ruofei did not stop. Instead, he picked up his pace. The big backpack he was carrying was already full. Since he could not put the backpack with the yellow jade essence into the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei turned the backpack around and carried it on his chest. Then, he took out a new backpack from the spirit map space. On the perceptual mirror map, there were fewer and fewer places where a large pile of topaz essence was gathered at one point. Although there were still a few, they were too far away and quite scattered. Rushing to excavate the topaz essence and then rushing to the next gathering point, the time spent on the road was also very considerable. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was no longer obsessed with the gathering point of the topaz essence. Instead, he dug out the topaz essence closest to him based on the principle of proximity. Besides, what worried Xia Ruofei was that he had not met Ling Qingxue or any of his other exploration team members. Of course, this kind of worry was more or less better than the worry he had when he was doing the mission on the previous level. After all, if Ling Qingxue had been sent to this small space with him, there wouldn't have been any danger in there. As for the mission, it was split into teams of 2. As long as one person completed the mission and broke the record, the other person would also receive the corresponding record, breaking reward. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. In any case, whether the person who was teleported in was Ling Qingxue or not was already a foregone conclusion, so there was no point in him being anxious. In the field of vision of the perceptual mirror, there was a map of the entire trial space of the 4th floor. With this map, it would be relatively easy for Xia Ruofei to find his companion, who had been teleported to this small space with him. Xia Ruofei's top priority was to collect as many topaz essence as possible. It would be great if he could meet his companion who had been teleported to this trial space with him while he was collecting the yellow jade essence. It would be perfect if his companion happened to be Ling Qingxue. After Xia Ruofei took out a new bag, he didn't even take a sip of water. He directly rode on the Zhushuang flying sword and flew to the next point. There were about 9 hours left. If he used it well, Xia Ruofei could collect at least 1,500 topaz essence, or even more. If Xia Ruofei were to use all the yellow jade essence, his spiritual power would double. By then, his spiritual power would have broken through to the level of the early stage of the original level. Thinking of the magical effects of the yellow jade essence, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel full of energy. When he used the shovel, his efficiency was much higher than that of ordinary people. Time passed by. Xia Ruofei was collecting more and more yellow jade essence in the 4th level of the trial pagoda. Soon, the second bag was full. And there were still more than 7 hours left. Although Xia Ruofei had broken the record and completed the trial mission, the mission progress bar still faithfully recorded the number of topaz essence that Xia Ruofei had collected. It went from 500 to 600,700, and finally 1,011. Xia Ruofei's backpack was stuffed to the brim. This more or less caused some inconvenience to his movements. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to get rid of the topaz before going into battle. Xia Ruofei did not immediately take out the topaz essence from his backpack. Instead, he began to absorb the kasaya. Although the absorption rate of the topaz essence was very high, Xia Ruofei still felt that it was a waste of time. He took out the time array flag from the spirit map space and set it up around him. Then, he set up a few alarm arrays around the time array flag. Then, Xia Ruofei entered the time array flag's range with his 2 big backpacks. There was no way to bring the yellow jade essence into the spirit map space. Otherwise, the time array flag, combined with the time acceleration effect of the primordial realm in the spirit map space, would create an even greater difference in the flow of time. However, Xia Ruofei was using the time array flag to set up an array in the trial space. The time acceleration effect was quite impressive. The materials for setting up the time formation and the alarm formation were readily available, and he was extremely familiar with the method of setting them up, so it took him very little time to set up the formation. Compared to the time saved by using the time formation, it was almost negligible. Xia Ruofei sat down cross-legged in the formation of the time array flags. He took out the topaz essence from his backpack and started to absorb the energy inside. As Xia Ruofei absorbed the pure energy, his spiritual power began to increase at a slow pace. It was difficult to notice the growth of spiritual power normally. Although it was slow now, he could feel it. It was a relatively fast speed. Xia Ruofei spent about half an hour to absorb all the energy in the topaz essence. And this amount of time, when compared to the time that really passed outside the array, was almost negligible. 3356 Spiritual power skyrocketing. 1. By the time Xia Ruofei had finished absorbing all the topaz essence, there was a pile of broken pieces of topaz essence around him. At this moment, he felt as if he had been enlightened. All along, Xia Ruofei's cultivation of spiritual power had been faster than his cultivation level. He was at the beginning stage of the golden core realm, but his spiritual power was equivalent to a cultivator at the later stage of the golden core realm. It could be said that among all the cultivators Xia Ruofei had met so far, only Chen Nanfeng's spiritual power was stronger than his. He gave him an unfathomable feeling. Even Shen Tianfeng, who had just been killed by Xia Ruofei, was much stronger than Xia Ruofei. However, in terms of spiritual power, Xia Ruofei might be stronger than him. However, no matter how strong Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was, it was only because of his cultivation technique. It was also accumulated bit by bit when he cultivated the Great Tao Sutra. Normally, the increase in spiritual power would not be obvious. But this time, in just half an hour, he had improved his mental power by a large margin by absorbing the topaz essence. Now, his mental power was almost 1.5 times stronger than it was before. In other words, after absorbing more than 1,000 pieces of topaz essence, each piece of topaz essence still had a significant effect on improving Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. The effect was not significantly reduced. Xia Ruofei felt as if he was floating in the air, as his spiritual power had increased greatly in a short time. It was different from the improvement of one's vital qi cultivation. Once one's spiritual power was improved, the cultivator's 5 senses would be much sharper than before. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, it was as if the whole world had a clear sense of hierarchy. His brain seemed to be working even faster. Xia Ruofei felt an indescribable pleasure. He couldn't help but let out a long whistle, which revealed endless joy. However, Xia Ruofei was only delayed for a few seconds. He immediately collected his thoughts and put away the time array flag and the alarm array as fast as he could. There were still more than 7 hours left, and the sensing mirror map showed that there were still many topaz essences, but they were quite far from him and scattered. He had to seize the time to collect as many topaz essences as possible. In fact, even if he was given another 7 hours, he would not be able to collect all the topaz essence on the 4th floor of the trial pagoda. The main reason was that the trial space was too big. He had already dug out the topaz essences that were close to each other or were concentrated in one place. Now, it would take a lot of time to collect each one. Hence, Xia Ruofei could only try his best to excavate as much yellow jade essence as possible. He knew very well that such an opportunity would not appear in the future. The topaz essence, which could increase one's mental strength so quickly without any side effects, was definitely a very precious heavenly treasure. Xia Ruofei didn't know why the Almighty who set up the trial space and missions would be so generous as to spread this precious treasure in the trial space to reward the cultivators. However, he knew that the Almighty had a deep meaning. Since it was a gift from a senior, Xia Ruofei would not hold back and would definitely take as much as he could. He put away the time formation flag and the alarm formation as fast as he could, then immediately stepped on the Zhushuang flying sword and flew toward the yellow jade essence that was closest to him. Although the wilderness was vast and the remaining topaz essence was scattered, the terrain here was very flat and there was almost no vegetation. Hence, Xia Ruofei could fly at a very high speed even at a low altitude. This also greatly increased the speed at which he excavated the yellow jade essence. Xia Ruofei carried a backpack in one hand and a shovel in the other. He was carrying another backpack on his back. He stepped on his flying sword and flew across the wilderness. He didn't look like a cultivator at all. If he didn't have the Zhuang flying sword, he would look like a brother of a farmer who was going to work. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not care about his image here. Efficiency was the most important. This way, when he found a place, he could roll up his sleeves and start working with a shovel. When he found the topaz essence, he could put it in his backpack at the first moment. In the next few hours, Xia Ruofei's figure flew back and forth in the vast wilderness. When he stopped, he would be digging with all his might. Of course, he was also trying to find a companion who was randomly sent to the same trial space as him. However, this wasteland was simply too big. Even though Xia Ruofei had flown to many places, he had not set foot in most of the areas. The main reason was that there was no yellow jade essence in these areas, or there were only 1 or 2 yellow jade essence within a radius of 10 kilometers or dozens of kilometers. For efficiency's sake, Xia Ruofei would definitely not go there. In fact, he might not go to these areas until the end of the mission, because the topaz essence in other areas was enough for him to dig until the end of the mission. If that companion had been sent to an area where topaz essence was rare and had been wandering around in that small area, he might not have met Xia Ruofei during the entire mission. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not deliberately look for his companions. Even if this companion was Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei was secondary. His first task was naturally to excavate the yellow jade essence. 3357 Spiritual power skyrocketing. 2. In any case, there was no danger in the 4th level of the trial pagoda. No matter who this companion was, they would still be transported to the same space on the 5th level. If they couldn't find him here, it wouldn't be too late to find him at that time. And the opportunity to excavate the yellow jade essence, if he missed it, he would not have another one. Xia Ruofei spent more than 5 hours and once again collected about 1,000 topaz essence. His 2 backpacks were full again. Xia Ruofei still had a backpack in the spirit map space. However, since the yellow jade essence could not be stored in the spirit map space, he had to carry it on him all the time. If he carried another backpack, it would be inconvenient for him to move around. In fact, ever since he had the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei had gotten used to storing things in the space. He was not used to carrying all the bags by himself. When both backpacks were full, Xia Ruofei stopped. He took out the time formation flag and the materials for the alarm formation from the spirit map space and started to set up the formation with ease. Then, Xia Ruofei brought the 2 big bags of yellow jade essence into the time formation. He sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the energy of the yellow jade essence. After spending about half an hour in the time formation, Xia Ruofei had once again finished absorbing more than 1,000 topaz essence, leaving behind a pile of fragments. Xia Ruofei stood up. He didn't leave the time formation immediately. In fact, his spiritual power had grown too fast. He was even a little unaccustomed to it. Hence, he might as well take advantage of the difference in the flow of time in the time formation to adapt to it. Xia Ruofei shook his head and felt the majestic spiritual power in his sea of consciousness. Since the beginning, Xia Ruofei had absorbed more than 2,000 pieces of topaz essence. His spiritual power had doubled. Originally, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was already equivalent to a late-stage golden core cultivator, which was the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm. However, it was not easy to break through to the spiritualization realm, which was equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. Thus, even though his spiritual power had more than doubled, he was still far from the spiritualization realm. Xia Ruofei made a rough estimate. If he could absorb another 4 to 5,000 topaz essence, his spiritual cultivation would have the hope of breaking through to the spiritualization realm. However, there was obviously not enough time now. There were only about 2 hours left. Now, the map of the perceptual mirror showed that the distribution of the topaz essence was more scattered and further away. It was already a good result to collect 500 topaz essences in 2 hours. It was impossible to collect 4,000 or 5,000. Even so, Xia Ruofei was very satisfied. If he cultivated by himself, he would need at least a few years to absorb the spiritual power from the topaz essence. His mental power would only be able to break through to the spiritualization boundary when his cultivation broke through to the intermediate or even late golden core stage. Today, he had only spent a few hours to double his spiritual power. This was something he would not have dared to imagine in the past. Xia Ruofei quickly put away the time formation flag and the formation materials. Then, he picked up the shovel and his backpack and started his excavation journey again. There were still about 2 hours left. Xia Ruofei felt that if he worked hard, he should be able to dig up about 500 topaz essence. After all, his mental strength had improved so much that his control of the flying sword had also become more precise. When he used the Zhuang flying sword to ride a flying sword, his speed had also increased a lot. This could more or less offset the speed loss caused by the spread of the topaz essence. Xia Ruofei stepped on the Zhuang flying sword. After finding his target, he flew over at his fastest speed. The Zhuang flying sword let out a violent piercing sound and brought Xia Ruofei to the nearest topaz essence. After Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was greatly improved, even the speed at which he excavated the topaz essence had increased. The main thing was that he could control his strength and movements more precisely, and he had a better grasp of the position of the yellow jade essence. Every shovel he dug was more efficient than before. Xia Ruofei was racing against time to dig up the topaz essence. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the mission progress through the perceptual mirror. Even though the mission was completed, the progress would still be updated with every piece of topaz essence that Xia Ruofei excavated. Because of this, every time Xia Ruofei dug up a piece of topaz essence, he would habitually look at the mission prompt bar. With about an hour left, Xia Ruofei finished excavating a piece of topaz essence. He looked at his mission panel and immediately realized that the number had changed. He remembered clearly that the mission progress was 2312/500. Now that he had found a piece of topaz essence, it should be 2313/500. However, when he reached out and took out the topaz essence, he glanced at the position of the mission progress prompt and found that the number was just jumping. When it stabilized, it became 2314 out of 500. Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. Then, he immediately realized that Jian Jia must be the companion who had been sent to this trial space. She must have found a topaz essence. Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know who this companion was, but this was a little too tragic. It took nearly 11 hours to find a piece of topaz. He didn't know if he or she had been teleported to some barren land. Through the map of the perceptual mirror, he could see that there was an area with a radius of tens of kilometers in this wasteland, but there was not a single topaz in the entire area. If his companion had been transported to such an area when he entered the space, it was possible that he would not even find a single topaz after many hours. After all, his companion must be like Xia Ruofei. He did not know what a yellow jade essence was, since there was no yellow jade essence in that area. He could only look for it slowly. Most importantly, there was a high probability that other cultivators would not be able to ride their flying swords in this small space of the trial. Thus, their speed of advancement would be even slower. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. However, his smile immediately froze. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He quickly turned his eyes to the map presented in the field of vision of the perceptual mirror. On the perceptual mirror map, the golden light spots that represented the yellow jade essence had become much sparser. However, compared to the vast map, these light spots that represented the location of the yellow jade essence were still like the stars in the sky. Although they were far apart, they were still distributed in most areas. As an early-stage golden elixir realm cultivator, Xia Ruofei's memory was naturally very good after his spiritual power had increased sharply. In addition, he had already used the perceptual mirror map more than 2,000 times to determine the location and find the yellow jade spirit. Hence, Xia Ruofei had pretty much memorized the perceptual map, including the thousands of golden light spots that represented the location of the topaz essence. Then, as long as he saw the missing light spot, he would be able to determine where his companion, who had been teleported to this small space with him, had just appeared. When Xia Ruofei thought of this, he was a little excited. He was still secretly hoping that Ling Qingxue was the one who had been teleported to this small space at the same time as him. Therefore, he suddenly wanted to look for her in that location. Of course, there was another important reason. Whether this companion was Ling Qingxue or not, Xia Ruofei wanted to confirm who she was. At the very least, he needed to know the identity and strength of his companion. Only then could he judge whether he was a threat to him. After all, he did not know if his companion would be directly teleported to the same location as him in the next few levels of the trial space. If not, it would naturally be beneficial for Xia Ruofei to know the other party's identity in advance. Now, Xia Ruofei could go and search quietly. It was possible that he could confirm the other party's identity without them knowing. It was indeed a great opportunity. And if this companion was Ling Qingxue, then it would naturally be even more perfect. 3358 Reuniting. 1. Xia Ruofei quickly looked at the map and compared it with the map in his memory. The sensory mirror provided the map of the entire fourth floor of the Tower of Trials. The area was very wide, and there were at least a few thousand topaz essence light spots. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei's memory was far better than ordinary people, even better than most golden core stage cultivators. So, after carefully recalling, he quickly found the topaz essence light spot that had disappeared into thin air. As expected, he was in an empty area. There was only one golden spot in the area, and there was no other yellow jade essence within a few dozen kilometers. In terms of probability, it was already very lucky for the companion to find the topaz in about 10 hours. After all, he or she did not have a perceptual mirror and did not know that the topaz was buried underground. It was also impossible for him to turn over the entire area, so it should be a coincidence. It had only been a few minutes since the golden light disappeared. During these few minutes, Xia Ruofei was busy digging for the topaz essence and did not check the perceptual mirror map. That companion couldn't ride a flying sword in the tower of trials, so it was very likely that he was still nearby. With that thought in mind, Xia Ruofei no longer hesitated. He carried the backpack that contained the yellow jade essence on his back and threw the shovel into the spirit map space. Then, he stepped on the Tsushuang flying sword and quickly flew toward the place where the golden light had disappeared. The dot of light was about 50 kilometers away from Xia Ruofei. With Xia Ruofei's current speed of sword kinesis flight, it would take him about 7 to 8 minutes to get there. However, Xia Ruofei felt that it was worth it to spend the 7 to 8 minutes. Moreover, he didn't need to fly near the spot of light because he could release his mental power to investigate. After his mental power increased, the range of his mental power's investigation also increased a lot. Hence, Xia Ruofei had only wasted 5 to 6 minutes at most. As Xia Ruofei flew, he kept his spiritual power on full alert, constantly searching for his surroundings. After all, he didn't know if his companion had been absorbing the energy of the yellow jade essence in the same place, or if he had gone in another direction after digging it out. There were all kinds of possibilities. Just like Xia Ruofei, he only tried to use his spiritual power to check at the beginning but ended up directly absorbing the energy of the topaz essence. As long as his companion was curious, he would most likely check it out. If he took the yellow jade essence and left immediately, it was possible to go in any direction. Fortunately, the other party most likely couldn't ride a flying sword, so he shouldn't have gone far in such a short time. Xia Ruofei stood on the Tsushuang flying sword, maintaining his highest speed. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly and he couldn't help but lose his focus. The Tsushuang flying sword almost lost control. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei immediately came back to his senses and controlled the flying sword after flying unsteadily for a while. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Just now, Ling Qingshua's figure had suddenly appeared in his spiritual power domain. It was about 1 or 2 kilometers away from where the golden light had disappeared. Ling Qingxue should be running forward quickly. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Was it really Ling Qingxue who had been randomly sent to this trial space? Before entering the Tower of Trials, Xia Ruofei had been praying that his companion would be Ling Qingxue. However, the probability was too low. Even after Shen Tianfang died, the probability was only 1 in 7. Xia Ruofei had been digging for the topaz all this time. In fact, he was secretly looking forward to the identity of his companion, but he did not dare to think too much. Now, when he used his spiritual power to detect Ling Qingshua's figure running across the wasteland, he felt as if it had been a lifetime ago, as if he was still in a dream. However, Xia Ruofei was very clear that this was not the third level of the trial pagoda, and it was basically impossible for an illusion to appear here. This time, he had really met up with Ling Qingxue. Furthermore, because this was the second time he had received the reward of being randomly sent to the same space as his companion, there was also an additional reward of not being separated in the next few levels of the trial space. Therefore, he no longer needed to be separated from Ling Qingxue and could always be by her side to protect her. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei's mood was filled with joy. He could not wait to reunite with Ling Qingxue. For the first time, Xia Ruofei felt that the flying sword beneath his feet was too slow. He didn't want to waste another second and wanted to teleport in front of Ling Qingxue. Fortunately, Ling Qingxue was also running in Xia Ruofei's direction, and the distance between them was only about 10 kilometers. So, Xia Ruofei could see the slender figure in the distance very quickly. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel excited. The speed of the Zhuang flying sword increased. After a few breaths, Xia Ruofei had already arrived in front of Ling Qingxue. He jumped off the Zhuang flying sword and shouted excitedly, "Qingxue! I've finally found you." Ling Qingxue looked travel-worn, and her clothes were covered in dust. Her hair looked like it was about to harden, and even her face was gray and white. She didn't know what it was. 3359 Reuniting, 2. When Ling Qingxue saw Xia Ruofei descending from the sky on his flying sword, she was stunned. For a moment. Then, not only did she not look happy, but she also took a step back warily and stared at Xia Ruofei with a slight frown. Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. He walked towards Ling Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, what's wrong? Don't be afraid, it's fine. I'll be by your side to protect you from now on, so you're safe." Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei. Suddenly, without a word, she summoned her flying sword and stabbed it towards Xia Ruofei. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was not on guard. Fortunately, Ling Qingxue was only a qi refining cultivator. Although she could use her flying sword to attack, she could only use her spiritual power to draw the flying sword and stab it at Xia Ruofei. Moreover, her spiritual power was very weak, so the speed of the flying sword was very slow to Xia Ruofei. He dodged it with ease and used his mental power to bind the flying sword and throw it to the ground. Xia Ruofei's expression changed and he called out in concern, "Qingxue, what's wrong? What had happened? Why are you attacking me?" Ling Qingxue snorted and said, "Don't waste your time. You can't fool me with this trick." In this Tower of Trials, everyone had to deal with all the quests alone. How could Ruofei be here? Don't think that you can confuse me by changing to a different illusionary realm and creating a Ruofei flying here. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Qingxue, you're not thinking of me as your inner demon, are you? This? How could there be such a realistic illusion?" Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "Continue making up stories. You've already used Ruofei's image once. How can I fall for it again if you use it again?" Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and asked, "Qingxue, you can't be thinking that you're still on the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials, right? Eh? So you were already on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials before you were sent here? That's pretty fast." Xia Ruofei had been breaking all the records and completing all the missions. It could be said that his speed was very fast. Looking at Ling Qingxue's performance, she should have already experienced the illusion on the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. That was why she was suspicious of Xia Ruofei's appearance. With Ling Qingxue's cultivation level, it was already considered very fast for her to reach the 3rd level so quickly. Of course, Xia Ruofei also knew that Ling Qingxue was in the qi refining stage, which meant that the difficulty of the mission would be reduced. However, the fact that she was able to reach the 3rd level so quickly showed that Ling Qingxue's performance was outstanding. Ling Qingxue frowned slightly and looked at Xia Ruofei. "What do you mean? Don't try to fool me. What teleportation? Didn't he just change the illusion? Don't think that I don't understand." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Qingxue, stop fooling around. You're no longer on the third level of the Tower of Trials. This is the training space on the fourth level. This is impossible. Ling Qingxue said firmly. Was your previous mission to kill the Mirage Beast? Xia Ruofei said, if I'm not wrong, it should be a beginner-level Mirage Beast, right? So what? Ling Qingxue nodded. Xia Ruofei said, you must have been teleported here for more than 10 hours, right? Have you met a Mirage Beast before? Ling Qingxue also showed a trace of hesitation. It was just as Xia Ruofei had said. She had been searching non-stop for more than 10 hours, but all she could see was the monotonous wilderness. She did not even meet a Mirage Beast, let alone a Mirage Beast. She did not even meet a living ant. It was as if she was the only one left in the world. Xia Ruofei understood what was going on the moment he saw Ling Qingxue's expression. He smiled and said, also, didn't you notice that you didn't encounter any danger in the past 10 hours? Ling Qingxue did not say anything. However, after Xia Ruofei's reminder, she did notice that she had not encountered any danger or attack in the past 10 hours. She had just been walking alone in the vast wilderness. Xia Ruofei continued, also, do you know why I found you? At this point, he took out a piece of yellow jade essence from his bag and showed it to Ling Qingxue. He then said, did you just find this kind of crystal? Ling Qingxue took a look and said in surprise, how did you know? Xia Ruofei smiled. This thing is called the yellow jade essence. It's because you excavated this yellow jade essence that I was able to determine your location. Then, I immediately rushed over to meet you. Ling Qingxue saw that Xia Ruofei's words were logical and could not help but waver. Xia Ruofei continued, Qingxue, you're actually already on the fourth level of the Tower of Trials, this is impossible. I didn't even complete the third level of the Tower of Trials, and I didn't find the entrance to the fourth level, so how could I suddenly go to the fourth level? Ling Qingxue immediately shouted. Xia Ruofei said, it's a long story, but time is of the essence. I'll make it short. When I was on the third floor of the Tower of Trials, because I broke the record of the mission, I received an additional reward, which is to teleport one of my companions to the same small trial space as me. I've always wanted to meet you as soon as possible, so I gave up on other more attractive conditions and chose this reward. It looks like my luck is pretty good. I actually ran into one with a 1 in 8 chance. Xia Ruofei did not mention that he had already chosen this reward on the second level of the Tower of Trials and was sent to the same trial space as Shen Tianfeng. Later on, because Shen Tianfeng was tempted by the money, Xia Ruofei even planned to kill him before he could do anything. The reason why he didn't say anything wasn't because he didn't trust Ling Qingxue. It was just that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Otherwise, if one day someone accidentally let it slip, it would be a big deal. Really? Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei said, why would I lie to you? Besides, how could you mistake me for your inner demon? How can the inner demon be as handsome as me? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. I didn't expect you to be so smug. Xia Ruofei said, Qingxue, we have more than an hour left before we'll be transported out of the trial space on the fourth level. In this 1 hour, we need to collect as much of this topaz essence as possible. Are you really Ruofei? Ling Qingxue asked suspiciously. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, if you don't believe me, how about this? Use your spiritual power to investigate the interior of the yellow jade essence. What do you do with this? Ling Qingxue nodded. You don't have to worry about that, just do as I say. Xia Ruofei said. Alright, I'll try it. As Ling Qingxue spoke, she picked up the yellow jade essence and used her mental power to probe inside. As expected, Ling Qingshue's spiritual power also began to increase significantly, and the speed of increase was even faster than Xia Ruofei's. Ling Qingxue was so shocked that she almost threw out the yellow jade spirit. Fortunately, she managed to control herself at the first moment. She clenched the yellow jade essence tightly in her hand and continued to absorb the energy inside. She only stopped when the yellow jade essence had been completely absorbed and turned into fragments, her face full of surprise. How is it? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. What is this? Ling Qingxue was shocked. Why is my spiritual power growing so fast? This is the yellow jade essence that is unique to the Trial Pagoda's 4th floor. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm guessing that the Trial Pagoda's 4th level doesn't have any real stages. This level is a reward for cultivators who have passed the first 3 stages, so there shouldn't be any danger at all. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, Qingxue, we only have about an hour left. I must collect as much topaz essence as possible, because it'll be too difficult to find a treasure that can increase one's spiritual power so quickly in the future. 3360 Race Against Time 1. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, Oh. I know. Suddenly, she was stunned. She stared at Xia Ruofei with wide eyes, and said in a trembling voice, So, you're really Ruofei? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, Silly girl, are you still doubting my identity? Please, is there such a realistic inner demon? Let's hurry up and find the yellow jade essence, we shouldn't waste any more time. Ling Qingshue's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she had just confirmed that the person in front of her was indeed her boyfriend and not the demon in her heart that had appeared in the illusion. She looked at Xia Ruofei with her eyes wide open and threw herself into his arms. After feeling his familiar breath and warm embrace, she sobbed, Ruofei, I'm really scared. I'm suddenly the only one left after entering the secret realm. I've been looking for you everywhere, but I couldn't find you. Xia Ruofei gently patted Ling Qingshue's back and said, It's fine. Now. He was fine now. Now that we've finally met up, I'll be behind you, so you won't be in any danger. Xia Ruofei continued, Qingxue, speaking of which, you were able to enter the 3rd level of the Trial Pagoda in such a short time. Your performance is already very outstanding. I was worried that you would encounter danger in the Tower of Trials. Finally, the heavens have blessed you. Not only are you not in danger, but your results are also so good. Ling Qingxue snuggled into Xia Ruofei's arms and said, I don't know either. I was muddle-headed until I reached the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. However, just as I entered the 3rd floor, I encountered a very realistic illusion. I almost fell into it and couldn't get out. Later, I received a mission to kill a beginner-level mirage beast, but I only killed one. When I met the second one, I suddenly changed my environment and came to this wasteland. I thought I had fallen into the mirage beast's illusion. I couldn't find the way out in this wasteland at all, and I searched for more than 10 hours. Just now, I saw that piece of topaz lying on the ground, so I dug it out of curiosity. I didn't expect you to appear so soon, Xia Ruofei nodded. No wonder. It's a good thing you picked up that piece of topaz. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to locate you accurately. Xia Ruofei had found more than 2,000 pieces of yellow jade essence on the 4th level of the trial pagoda. Naturally, he knew that most of them were buried underground. There were a few pieces of yellow jade essence that were half exposed above the ground, but they were rare. There was only one yellow jade essence in the area where Ling Qingshui was located. The probability of finding the yellow jade essence by chance was very low, and it just so happened that the yellow jade essence was half exposed to the ground, so the probability was even slimmer. However, Ling Qingshui had encountered it and had even picked up the yellow jade essence. It had to be said that there seemed to be a mysterious force that determined that Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui would meet here today. Ling Qingshui asked, curiously, "Are you au fait? What's going on? Why was I teleported to the 4th floor before I even completed the mission on the 3rd floor? Why is it that I'm still in the same training space as you?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's a long story. We don't have much time, so let's talk while we walk." Ling Qingshui nodded her head. After regrouping with Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingshui felt at ease. Ever since she had entered the secret realm and parted ways with Xia Ruofei, she had a strong sense of danger. Her heart had been hanging in the air, but now she could finally relax. Xia Ruofei reached out and grabbed Ling Qingshui's flying sword. He smiled and said, "Put away the flying sword first, we'll set off now." After Ling Qingshui put away her flying sword, Xia Ruofei immediately summoned the Bent Frost flying sword. Then, he gently put his arm around Ling Qingshui's slender waist and the two of them stepped onto the Bent Frost flying sword. He silently activated his sword technique. The Zhuang flying sword instantly rose into the air. However, it was not flying at a high altitude. It was basically sticking to the ground and adjusting its altitude according to the ups and downs of the terrain. The two of them rode their flying swords and flew towards the direction that Xia Ruofei had chosen. Ling Qingshui was only in the qi refining stage and did not know how to fly on a sword. She also did not know that in the Tower of Trials, the original sword technique for sword flight would be ineffective and there was no way to fly on a sword. So, when she saw Xia Ruofei carrying her on a sword to fly, she was not too surprised. After all, it was not her first time flying on a sword. Xia Ruofei had carried her on a flying sword several times. On the way, Xia Ruofei briefly explained to Ling Qingshui how he had broken the record and completed the trial mission. He had also received the reward of being able to be teleported to the same trial space as his companions. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not mention that it was his second time choosing this reward, nor did he mention that he had killed Shen Tianfeng, who had been sent to the same trial space on the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. Xia Ruofei did not want Ling Qingshui to worry. At the same time, he did not want her to come into contact with the dark side of the cultivation world. When the two of them were flying together, their speed would be somewhat affected. About 10 minutes later, Xia Ruofei flew to a place where the topaz was buried. He lowered his flying sword but did not rush to dig. Instead, he took out the time array flag from the spirit map space and skillfully set up a time array around the position. 3361 every second counts, too. In fact, he had done the same when he was excavating the yellow jade essence. It was very easy to set up a time array with array flags. It could be completed in a few breaths. After setting up the time array, the process of digging out the yellow jade essence was very time saving. Xia Ruofei said to Ling Qingxue and pulled her into the effective range of the time array flag. Then, he took out a shovel from the spirit map space and started digging without a word. Xia Ruofei was already very familiar with digging for the yellow jade essence. After a minute or two, he had successfully retrieved a piece of yellow jade essence. Xia Ruofei immediately threw the yellow jade essence into the bag hanging in front of his chest. However, he didn't take back the time array flag. Instead, he took off his backpack and put it on the ground. Then he said to Ling Qingxue, sit down now and absorb the topaz essence in the time formation. If you absorb all the topaz essence in your backpack, you should have more than enough time. Ling Qingxue nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. She then asked, Are you Ruofei, what about you? There's still about an hour left. I'll continue to look for the yellow jade essence. It's good stuff, the more the better. Xia Ruofei said, I will set up some alarm and protection arrays around the time array. You don't have to go anywhere. Just pay attention to your safety. I've been to many places on the 4th level of the Trial Pagoda and I've never encountered any danger, so you don't have to worry. It's better for you to keep it. Ling Qingxue said, the increase in your spiritual power will be of even greater help. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. I've already absorbed more than 2,000 pieces of yellow jade essence. This thing doesn't have much effect on me. Time is precious, so I won't talk to you any longer. I have to hurry to the next location. Xia Ruofei told a white lie. In fact, after using the topaz multiple times, the effect did not decrease. At least until now, Xia Ruofei did not feel that the topaz essence's effect of improving mental strength had significantly decreased. However, if he did not say so, Ling Qingxue would definitely not be willing to absorb the yellow jade essence. As expected, Ling Qingxue immediately nodded and said, all right then. You be careful. Don't worry. There's no danger here, but after we enter the Tower of Trial's 5th level, we have to be careful. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid that the difficulty of the mission will increase again from the 5th level onwards. If we're not careful, we might even lose our lives. Xia Ruofei said seriously, that's why we have to improve our strength as much as possible. Therefore, you're absorbing the yellow jade essence not only to help yourself, but also to relieve the pressure on me, do you understand? Ling Qingxue would never go against Xia Ruofei on such an important matter. She nodded obediently and said, Don't worry. I will work hard to absorb it. Xia Ruofei caressed Ling Qingxue's hair gently and stepped out of the time formation. Then, he set up a warning and protection formation around the time formation as quickly as he could. He looked at Ling Qingxue, who was absorbing the yellow jade essence's energy, and took out his curved frost flying sword. He stepped on the flying sword and quickly flew toward the next location where the yellow jade essence was. Xia Ruofei still had a few hundred pieces of topaz essence in his bag. He decided to let Ling Qingxue absorb them in the shortest time possible. After all, it was unlikely that they would be able to find the yellow jade essence again in the future. Ling Qingxue's cultivation level was still relatively low, including her spiritual power cultivation. In theory, the lower the cultivation base, the more obvious the yellow jade essence's improvement effect would be. Therefore, if Ling Qingxue absorbed a few hundred pieces of yellow jade essence, she would be able to increase her spiritual power by a large amount. And it would be almost certain for her to break through to the next realm. If Xia Ruofei were to absorb it, it would have very limited effect on his improvement. As for breaking through to the spiritualization boundary directly, it was impossible. He would probably only have a slight chance if the topaz essence was multiplied by 10 times. However, there was not enough time. Hence, Xia Ruofei felt that letting Ling Qingshui absorb the topaz essence was the most cost-effective choice. After all, if one's mental strength was a lot higher than one's true qi cultivation, while in the qi refining stage, it would be very beneficial for later cultivation and the stability of one's foundation. This benefit would run through the entire cultivation process. The stronger one's mental power, the stronger one's brain function would be. One's understanding of cultivation would be much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Xia Ruofei naturally wanted to help Ling Qingshui grasp this opportunity that would bring her long-term benefits. His only thought now was to dig up more yellow jade essence. Even one more would be of great help to Ling Qingshui. Without the help of the time array flag, Xia Ruofei's digging speed of the yellow jade essence would be slower. However, he could not care less. There was only one set of time array flag. If he used it, Ling Qingshui would not be able to use it. With so much yellow jade essence, even he would not be able to absorb it all in the remaining time without the help of the time array, let alone Ling Qingshui. Xia Ruofei's figure flew across the 4th level of the trial pagoda. He could be seen waving his shovel everywhere where the topaz essence was. Other than seizing every second to dig out the yellow jade essence, he had also been paying attention to the countdown on the Tower of Trials. This was because not only did he have to dig out as much yellow jade essence as possible, but he also had to calculate the time and distance. He had to return to Ling Qingshui's side before the countdown ended. Otherwise, no matter how much yellow jade essence he dug out, he would not be able to take it with him, and the effect would be equivalent to 0. As time passed, Xia Ruofei was working at a high intensity. His forehead was even starting to sweat. Normally, this kind of low-intensity work would not make him sweat. When Xia Ruofei grabbed the last topaz essence, there were only 5 minutes and 58 seconds left on the mission timer in his perceptual vision. Xia Ruofei stuffed the yellow jade essence into the bag hanging in front of his chest and stepped onto the Tsushuang flying sword. At the same time, he put away the shovel on the ground and flew towards Ling Qingshui's position on his flying sword. Xia Ruofei used his sword to fly as fast as he could while staring at the countdown in the perceptual mirror. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. When there was only 1 minute and 27 seconds left, Xia Ruofei finally arrived at Ling Qingshui's position. He jumped off the Tsushuang flying sword and stepped into the time array. Xia Ruofei threw his backpack on the ground and panted as he said to Ling Qingshui, "Qingshui, quickly absorb the remaining topaz essence. We're running out of time." In reality, Ling Qingshui had already finished absorbing the topaz essence that Xia Ruofei had left behind when time was flowing at a rate that was about 90 times faster than normal. However, she did not leave the time formation. Instead, she cultivated in the time formation while adapting to her condition after her spiritual power had increased tremendously. Ling Qingshui knew that time was of the essence. Even with the effects of the array, she only had 2 hours left. On this trip, Xia Ruofei had dug up more than 100 topaz essence, close to 200. If Xia Ruofei were to absorb it himself, 2 hours would definitely be enough. However, since Ling Qingshui was the one absorbing it, he would have to put in More effort. Therefore, Ling Qingxue nodded and sat down cross-legged without a word. She took out a piece of topaz essence from her backpack and began to absorb it. Xia Ruofei had been paying attention to the mission time countdown in the perceptual mirror. As Xia Ruofei was also within the range of the time array flag, the mission time countdown in the perceptual mirror's field of view was very slow. It would jump by 1 second every 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes. The remaining time was about 2 hours. Ling Qingshue's face was solemn as she continuously took out yellow jade essence from her bag to absorb it. Every time she finished absorbing it, she would not say a word and immediately take out a new piece. When the mission time in the perceptual mirror's field of view reached the last 10 seconds, Ling Qingxue had just finished absorbing a piece of topaz essence. When she reached into her bag to take it, she realized that her bag was empty.